dark. Let them haters hate. Let them doubt us down. They don't really know what you all about. Let them talk us talk while you walk the walk. They don't really know what you all about. They say rock, rock, rock. You say blah, blah, blah. Talk is cheap, homie. Talk is cheap, homie. Blah, 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 blah. Let them haters hate. Let them doubt us down. They don't really know what you all about. Let them talk us talk while you walk the walk. They don't really know what you all about.
What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. Still lying to his audience. What the fuck? Okay, that's my PTOS. What the fuck?
Wait,
Okay.
is it?
Alright, I don't know, but that was.
You asked for this, sir.
I said, what's your favorite anime voice?
Do not come. Do not come.
Okay, this is the most disappointing video I've ever seen. She literally attacked the two things that I like. I'm a coomer. 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 I'm a coomer.
Dojo, not again. I'm trying to make my mama proud, yeah, that's for sure. Landed in the city, but my heart is on the coast. I don't wanna look back what my life was like before. I just took a red-eye penthouse, top floor. In the stew, I got a spazzo. Back up in my bag, get the rackets and I cash out. I've been running laps, I don't got time to relax now. I just took a chance, wasn't looking for no handouts. Oh, they like proud of how we do this. I've been with my brothers in the hills, we going stupid. I can't stop, I've been different, always knew this. Trying to turn them Bordens into Benjis, needing blue strips. Oh,
walking on the floor of this site, no one protects me. Wanna show shawty my heart, she wanna text me. All this love I felt was a curse, I wanna ecstasy. Going crazy, all of my nerves, who does to check me? All this fun, baby, why you gotta leave me on? Had to drop a bag on her hoe when she gone. But I'm running with my clique, yeah, they got me till I fall. Come paying it for bags worth more than your love. Yeah, yeah. Feel my moment, yeah, yeah. I'm the chosen, yeah, yeah. I'm the one inside.
in the stew, I got a spazzo. Back up in my bag, get the rackets and I cash out. I've been running laps, I don't got time to relax now. I just took a chance, wasn't looking for no handouts. Oh, they like proud of how we do this. I've been with my brothers in the hills, we going stupid. I can't stop, I've been different, always knew this. Trying to turn them Bordens into Benjis, needing blue strips. Oh,
Henny got me wasted. You done cut the yola, I can taste it. Biting on my swag, you niggas pussy tryna trace it. I don't need your love, I took a perk and I replaced it. I'ma keep on going till my mama said I made it. Black and yellow, white, I got thotties, different races. Did my dirt, I had a mask, I'm moving faceless. I got 12 plotting on me, but no cases. Running from my demons, lacing on my A6. I don't do that fake shit, nah. The way they treat me, they act like I'm feeling them. So I got a script, I was just trying to feel something. Now I'm alone, you don't care, and
in
I
the stew,
feel
I got a
numb.
spazzo. Back up in my bag, get the rackets and I cash out. I've been running laps, I don't got time to relax now. I just took a chance, wasn't looking for no handouts. Oh, they like proud of how we do this. I've been with my brothers in the hills, we going stupid. I can't stop, I've been different, always knew this. Trying to turn them Bordens into Benjis, needing blue strips. Oh,
Don't like me, 'cause I'm on the road, yeah. Alright, let's go. Don't like me, well I'm on the road. I speed, chase, that's what I love. Can't see what I can't control. Did it once, yeah, I do it once again. Watch my father, yeah, he taught me how to win. Cop new Prada, money taught me how to spin. Waves like water, music taught me how to swim. I'ma fill my bottle way up to the brim. Back then, yeah, I never talked at all. Ashes, yeah, let them bitches fall. I've been way better than before. Posted with my cash standing tall. Hey, yo, watch this. Got a foreign gold switching for my necklace. Got $100,000 on my checklist. All the money you made, that's my worst. You ain't learning. I be a new person. I be making money fast. They be so determined. I be working every day. Yeah, I'm up on my circuit. Got me another diamond chain, made it from the surface. I been hurting. Would you live with me straight till the end? Baby, don't leave my back. I'm too spent. This is what I got, yeah, it's how it been. But that's okay, 'cause I'm making ends. Don't like me, well, I'm on the road. I speed, chase, that's what I love. Can't see what I can't control. Did it once, yeah, I do it once again. Watch my father, yeah, he taught me how to win. Cop new Prada, money taught me how to spin. Waves like water, music taught me how to swim. I'ma fill my bottle way up to the brim. Back then, yeah, I never talked at all. Ashes, yeah, let them bitches fall. I'm better than before. Posted with my cash standing tall.
You said some things you didn't mean. I'm sure I did that too. Oh, baby. Egos clashing, dreams crashing. Whatever happened to me and you? From lovers to strangers, when everything changes, when we tear out the pages and only one word is left. Please let just be quiet until the next riot. Just give us some time for the wounds to heal. What is broken is broken. Let's just leave it for now. We need some perspective just to understand how. What is broken for now. What is broken for now. I think we both need to grow so that we need not to know. Maybe doubt, maybe ask, maybe understand at last. From knowing to asking, from tearing to building, from thinking to feeling, from hurting to healing. Please let's just be quiet and let the silence speak. Just give us some time for the wounds to heal. What is broken is broken. Let's just leave it for now. We need some perspective just to understand how. What is broken for now. But maybe tomorrow we will know how. Yes, maybe tomorrow we will know how. Oh, maybe tomorrow we will know how.
Yeah. Yeah. I need a smoke where the match is. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt, ho. All polo and some white shoes. Funny thing now is I'm a nice dude, but when you cross that line, it ain't the right move. And my tender bitch is what I like knows. Oh yeah, can you feel that? I'm giving y'all that real rap. I'ma get the money, make the deal fat. Making hits with a steel bat. The Audi Quattro or that Monte Carlo. Which whip will I whip tomorrow? Got 6 chicks down to sip the bottle. Go coast to coast so I can ship the cargo. I don't really know if these people keep it real. I'm just telling all you fuckers how the homie really feel. And I'm looking up to God. Can you tell me what's the deal? I'm just waiting for your answer at the altar where I kneel. I need a smoke where the match is. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt, ho. let me get the money. I see you bitches acting funny. Can't take nothing from me. Nah, rapping blunts like mummies. Yeah, we freed the homie when he caught a bid. I roll around, you can't stop the kid. Truth be told, I'm hot as shit. Just say what up when you spot a kid. Real talk, I'm trying to speak the truth. I stay loyal, bro, to my roots. Since 15, I've been in the booth. That's 16, I was on the move. Used to ride in that old Chevy. Now we out here show ready. I can see the bull, you're so petty. You can have your shine, my glow heavy. I need a smoke, where the matches. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt, huh?
We aren't better because we want to be. Because the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Hello.
All the do-gooders
What's
in
up,
the world,
internet?
whether they're doing good for others or doing it for themselves, are
How's it
troublesome.
going?
We
Hope
white
everyone's doing well.
Anglo-Saxons, British, German,
I'm so tired.
have been on a rampage for the past 100 or more years.
Bro, I stayed up all night to try to fix my sleep schedule.
Benefits of our culture, our religion,
But then I just fell asleep at like 8 a.m.
and we have
So
insisted that they receive the benefits of our culture, even our political
that didn't really work out for me too well.
better be Democrat.
Such a good beat. So that's an L. That's an L for me. I don't know, dude. I've been trying to keep up with the news and bullshit about the shooting, and it's all very sad. Like, can't even touch my Facebook comments right now, like, shit's fucking so bad. It's so very bad. I hate it here. What are you gonna do? Yeah. Shit is bad. Bad and sad. I wish we would just make real regulations. I don't know. I don't know why that's so hard. Other places have guns. They don't have this problem. It seems so obvious. Oh, my head's kind of hurting right now from these lights. Oh my god. Oh my god. Well, that sucks. Okay. So we got Furiant. We've got some news stuff. And then a little bit of fun. You know. The usual. This Furiant looks good. I like that Cutie and Austin have just kind of, like, invited them to be part of the regular, cast. It's kind of everything, honestly. I hope someone cuts them in, because what the fuck? Just using their free labor? I don't know. Sussy. I mean, I don't know, that's for sure. Maybe Cutie has an appearance fee. She's been charging every time. I don't know. Yeah, there's a new Johnny Harris about maps. He's so excited about maps, man. I don't care that much about maps, but I do love when someone's passionate about something. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, Jellybean? Oh, so ready for spring. It's like hot and cold right now. But I'm excited to plant some plants and stuff. Oh. I've been sneezing so much though. I can tell it's gonna be a really, really bad allergy season. Oh my god, I hate my life. I'm allergic to Claritin. Why does God hate me? What did I do? God, okay. My camera's always messed up.
We're gonna get started before Austin gets in, of course. Yes. Are we going? Are we good? Hi.
Hassan wanted to start just so he could talk shit on Austin.
Yeah, no, literally, because I think I have very good reason. You want to know why?
Yeah, I want to know.
Austin's been
fuck?
here.
How long?
He's been here. He's been here for hours. I'll get into how he got here and how he rushed over here drunk. But before we do that,
What?
notice how he's on the phone.
He is currently on the phone.
He's having a phone call. You are late.
I'm
as
late.
Always.
I'm
You were
always
like
kidding.
40.
It's a problem.
How many minutes were you?
30.
You're 30. You're exactly 30 minutes late to the dot.
Yeah.
Okay. Because you came from
San Diego.
wherever people are. But of course, Austin, you were here.
I know. I don't know why you started without me.
No,
You didn't want
I
to.
started without you to make a point.
Good.
Well, I was on
To
the
make
phone.
a fucking point.
I was on the
my God.
phone.
When you're here,
With who?
Very
you're still late.
I got
Oh my
cookies.
god, you're such a fucking queen. Are you kidding? Why don't you bring anything?
Yeah, you don't bring anything.
This is unbelievable.
These are
You
yummy.
eat everything in my house.
This is amazing. Wow, Marsh.
Marsh, why?
What kind of cookies are these?
Why
cuties?
didn't
Okay.
you take the whole thing?
Why didn't you? You're an animal.
Oh,
You're an animal.
fucking
They look
Mike.
so good.
Who does that?
Oh, my chapstick.
Who does that? You're already destroying every. We just started.
I know. Okay.
Okay.
We'll make it happen. We'll figure it out. What kind of
Here,
cookies?
here,
are these?
here,
These
here,
are
here,
they're
here,
raspberry
here.
bars.
Here. It's good. It's good. It's good.
I don't know why Austin can't eat like the.
Austin. Oh, you're gonna make such a fucking
sorry.
mess, dog. Oh my God. Here you go.
I'm fine.
Here. Look, you were here already, and you still managed to be later than Cutie, which is impressive.
Look, I was on the phone and Hassan pulled a fast one on me.
Oh my God,
That's not
He
true.
just started the podcast.
That's
You know
just
what I mean?
not
God.
true.
What were
I
you on
was-
the phone about?
We're sitting here waiting for you to be done with your
I was
fucking.
on
phone
a very
conversation.
important business meeting.
No, he's talking to like an ISP provider.
Yeah,
like
I
an
was
internet
talking
service
about
provider.
internet. My internet's been a little slow, so I was like trying to speed it up
Why
a
do you
little
need
bit.
Yeah.
internet? You don't even.
Yeah, that would
stream.
suck if your internet was slow.
You know how much bandwidth you need to stream OnlyFans videos?
Dude, they're being so mean. They're being so mean. Also, true. I mean, he does stream sometimes, I think. What was I gonna say? Man, I totally spaced. Oh, yeah, he's always fashionably late.
Like none.
This is the reason
No,
why you need to.
Yeah, I need high-speed internet.
What do you got? Like 8 monitors? What the fuck are you doing?
No, I will not jerk off on my
on
computer.
top of.
On your work computer?
No.
That's a good lesson.
Yeah.
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 Probably a good
kinda,
idea.
Kind of a good idea.
Imagine.
Isn't
Good
it?
idea. Good idea. Uh-huh.
I mean,
You never want to. I've always been principled on that. I have never jerked off on this computer. I feel like it's weird. I'm not even in a jerk off mood because this is my
Yeah.
work.
This is the workroom.
Yeah.
this would be
is-
so strange to just you to jerk off in here.
Yeah, I know.
Have you ever, be honest,
So
you ever thought about it?
No.
when I worked at the Old Navy, sometimes I'd have overnight shifts and I'd have my boyfriend bring me like coffee or something overnight. And I was like the manager. And so I would send everyone on lunch break, but I would stay in the building and him and I would try to have sex in the fitting room. Because that was the only area that didn't have cameras.
Bro.
Wow.
It didn't work because he was too shy.
Yeah, what do you mean try?
What a pussy.
Yeah. Don't call him names. He did his best.
Was it Ludwig or something?
His best.
I love him.
Yeah, she was working at Old Navy. Okay, this is insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can make it with any jam.
You're
Apricot,
a bad
orange
person for
marmalade,
Amazing.
this. I have a
food.
diet to uphold, and you're
fig.
I do not have. I haven't eaten enough food today.
I
This
do
is
bake
great.
alongs.
Is
We
it?
made this yesterday.
Really?
Yeah, so I post the ingredients in my Discord, and then people can get them all, and then they show up on Saturdays, and they learn how to bake it.
That
It's super
is
cute
amazing.
and very wholesome.
Wow.
That's very nice.
Oh. And like a good 20, 30 people posted their pictures of this.
Would you bring some chocolate chip cookies next time?
Well, you just fucking,
Yeah, next time I'll take requests.
No, I'm so sorry. Was that rude of me?
Yes.
I just thought I love your baking, and I just wanted a chocolate chip cookie from you. That's so wrong. Please.
You're like making requests. Like she didn't have to bring this for us at all.
Yeah, I'll bring it.
This
I'll
is
bring it,
wonderful.
Austin.
I would love a chocolate.
I'll be
chip.
here at
But-
6 p.m. sharp.
No, look.
Hey, next time, how about you do bake along with chocolate chip cookies? Change
Yeah.
the content.
You
from
know
that.
what? I'll
I
do
will.
it, and I'll be a part of it. How about that? I'm inviting myself on
Didn't
your
invite
stream.
you, so this is it just
Totally
keeps going.
inviting myself on the stream. But look, thanks Hassan for starting the podcast without me. While I'm like, you could have been like, "Yo, we're starting," but you just didn't.
He wanted to talk shit.
I did.
He
You didn't even get to finish. So Austin's been at your house since when?
Like I've been here since like 5, and it's 6:30 right now.
And you came over drunk.
Yeah, I've sobered up though. Wait, is that what he started? Is that what he said? I was
Talking
not.
shit.
Look,
You were not
Hassan-
as bad as you were last time you were drunk.
Look, Hassan, I've got secret agents in the Hassan Abi community.
No, you're
He's
just
talking
in
about
his
Discord.
Discord. Yeah.
So I was getting
Secret
tagged
agents.
by my secret agents in Discord.
No. Housecourt is literally CIA. I swear there is like some NSA. I don't know. They can find shit way too fucking quickly. Way too quickly. Like, at the very least, very good internet sleuths.
That Hassan was watching a Jubilee video. Is that what it was?
About dick sizes.
About dick sizes,
Uh-huh.
right? And I was like, this motherfucker is watching a dick size video, and this guy doesn't know nothing about cocks. Nothing about cocks.
I know plenty about cock.
He has nothing about cocks. He won't even suck one. That's how little he knows about
Okay,
cocks.
we found out you don't suck them too.
I don't enjoy sucking cock.
Yeah, it means you're really mid at it.
No, all right.
Shots
look,
Do you
fired.
enjoy sucking cocks? Is that an acceptable question?
No
to
one
ask?
does.
Wait, really? That's
Oh.
not true. That's not true.
What did I say?
I don't think that's
What
true.
I say? What I
true.
say?
All women that say they do are lying.
Yeah, it's not fun. I don't enjoy it. I think gay men enjoy sucking dick more than women do.
I
No.
don't believe you.
The only argument is that the only enjoyment you get from it is like arousing your partner.
Yeah.
But it's not like
Yeah.
fun. It's not like
No,
you know what's fun is watching Gossip Girl, not
No,
sucking
it's the
dick.
same principle. Dude, you nailed it. It's the same exact principle behind eating pussy as well.
Yeah, which I also think is not fun.
No, I think it's
Have
awesome.
you eaten pussy
I love
before?
No, but like,
I love eating pussy.
really?
Yes.
Gotta be like, wouldn't you rather be like playing a game on your phone?
I love eating
No,
ass.
I love. Wait, what? You guys have such a weird relationship with sex. I mean, you're really horny.
Playing a game on your phone? Definitely not, dog. What? No. Cutie ace moment.
I'm horny
I'm not
all the
horny.
time.
I don't know what happened. I used to be.
If there was a pussy around here, well, never mind.
Oh,
Foot and
no.
mouth. That's
Yes.
not what I meant.
Stop.
Sorry.
Being the only female on this podcast
I'm so sorry. That was so
is
inappropriate.
problematic.
We have to probably.
Is International
I'm
Women's
gay.
Month.
I didn't mean that.
Oh,
I don't
happening?
like pussy.
It is International Women's Month. I have a few more days.
You do, and then it's my month.
Man, they really crash landed this intro into we just got here all of a sudden.
A few months.
Yeah, Hassan
When
never
is
gets
it?
a
When
month.
is it my month? You know what I mean? Straight white guy month. Like,
Straight
what's up?
hot, everything.
It's bullshit.
Month.
Okay. Quite frankly, I think it's time. It's time that white men get their
Your
own
month, I believe it was September.
Yeah.
Shut up, Hassan.
It's one day. It's one day. It's 9/11. It's one day.
Yeah.
One day.
No, absolutely.
Okay. So let's dial it back for a second. So Austin.
Yep.
I text him. I say, Austin, you can come early if you want. I know you flew in just for the pod.
He
which
does.
is
He
wonderful.
loves the pod.
I love
Yeah.
the podcast. I've been flying in. This is my 4th weekend
He's
in a row.
dedicated.
Yeah.
Very cool.
You are here more than Will officially.
Yep. It's true.
Which is-
Yep.
Yeah.
And Will
So-
is telling me I need to live here, but I'm here more. How does that fucking work out? Will,
Yeah.
You listening,
you
Will?
know, when there's a will, there's a way. So I told you can come. You
That
can
was
come
good.
early
Yep.
if you want.
Yep.
And you were unresponsive to that until
Partying.
you found out what?
Partying.
I was
Yeah.
I was at
You
the
were
gay bars.
unresponsive to that because you were at the gay bars.
I was, yeah.
like a harlot,
I was at the gay bar.
being a messy bitch.
They know me there now. by the
Yeah.
way.
We'll
That's
get
a
to that in a
problem.
second. Until you found out I'm looking at men's dicks.
Then you rush over.
I did. I literally.
You're like, Tab?
Yeah. No. I literally was. I was talking to a group of people,
wanna-
and I was like, I gotta go. And they're like,
It's like, he got the bat signal. It's just
yeah,
a
I
cock.
gotta go. I called an Uber Black and I don't normally buy those but it was urgent.
Yeah, where's Davide?
He wasn't with me today.
Oh my gosh.
Wasn't with me today.
Shame.
But wasn't available, so I had to call an Uber Black. But anyway, I rushed over here and just
He didn't just rush over. He said, pause the video.
yeah.
He made me. I got like
You
30,000
are
people
so
watching.
extra.
I have 30,000 people watching.
Oh my god.
And this motherfucker
What a diva. And he's like, yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. That's right. Oh, Austin.
in my Discord is going, tell Hassan to pause the video.
And did you get the message?
I did. And I was like, fuck that. That's
So
insane.
you didn't pause it?
No, I can't
Kinda.
stop
should've
myself.
paused
I have a
the video.
problem.
Yeah.
I paused too much
Yeah, yeah,
regardless.
yeah.
So he actually did make it.
Yeah, I did make it for he started the video and
You shouldn't have said pause. You should have said, like, bring up something controversial.
yeah, I mean, yeah, just distract him from
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
but he ended up I ended up being able to participate in the video, but I've known about this video for a long time because Tanner Reed, who's a porn star friend of mine, a gay porn star friend of mine, was
Any other adjectives?
specific.
A
Was,
Hasanabi gay.
yeah,
Okay,
and he's
okay.
been telling me that this video is going to come out and that Hassan needs to react to it.
Yeah.
And so I known about this, and I was like, I have to tell him to react to this video. And then you were reacting to it.
Of course I was reacting to it.
I was
'cause
like,
it's
shit.
It's a Jubilee video about dick sizes. That's like
Amazing.
insanely
good
in
video.
my
Amazing.
So
great video.
it's a great video. We learned a lot about dick sizes.
Yeah.
Wait, what was it? Was it just, like, get in the order of who?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, one of
Girth.
those.
It's like
And-
guys think about like who.
girth.
Yeah, guys think about like who.
That's it.
Girth is a problem.
Is it?
Interesting.
Yeah. But also too skinny is a problem.
Girls
mean?
in the chat were
Ooh.
saying
Are you a size
that
queen?
girth is more important than length.
I agree.
I've never heard that in my life. I've never heard any female friend of mine ever say that.
I think
No, I agree. I think that's accurate. If you have to choose one, yeah, girth. I mean, within reason. Of course.
like, well, obviously we're not talking like length as in, you know, you got like a fucking tuna can penis where your girth is like
Yeah.
insane and then you got nothing.
Yeah.
But like
Tuna
you
can.
probably wouldn't want like a pencil dick. You know what I mean? Like
No,
a long,
pencil dicks are a problem.
Yeah.
Little noodles are a problem.
spaghetti noodle, you know?
Yeah,
It's like
no dick shaming for the record.
Uh-huh.
This is just a preference. Everyone's great.
Austin was dick shaming.
I let my natural instincts get the better of me, and I had some very toxic reactions to
he
my
did. He was
penis.
dick shaming a bunch.
Well, then Hassan went on to like body the, like after that, like he went to read on some
No, I
pretty
didn't.
awful, like
I don't
some
know what you're talking
comments about how
I don't know what you're talking
he was
about.
like working at the little dick hospital. Like he was worse than me.
Oh my god.
Much worse than me.
No, I was just reading.
Okay, if
comments
you ever
and
met
shit.
him, but this is
Bro.
one thing that I
Here's
did
what I
say
was doing. I was reading comments in the chat and disapproving of it. I was like, no,
while laughing
this is
hysterically.
bad.
Now,
comment.
I will say this. I made this comment, but I need to be validated by a female because I made it on behalf of the female community.
Okay.
Right? I said that the size of your penis will most likely, rarely be the reason why that will not be the reason why you're not able to get with somebody.
Oh, yeah. No, I agree wholeheartedly. Like, as long as you have Riz, it doesn't matter what size your penis is. Long term, potentially, but like that night, everyone will give it a whirl.
Okay. Oh, so you actually think that it could become problematic over time?
Potentially.
Really?
Maybe.
Could it could put a strain on the
weird
relationship?
dicks in your lifetime?
I saw a micro penis once.
Me too.
At a Denny's.
Me too.
Oh, that's right.
Wait, at a Denny's?
At a Denny's? What do you mean at a Denny's? Sorry, what?
Not at a Denny's.
you
I've
tell
seen
us-
a bunch of micro penises actually, which is weird to say.
Why?
One time it was a homeless dude who was trying to play basketball with us, and we were playing basketball with him, but like he had like poop on his pants.
Oh no.
And
Oh,
on the
no.
outside
Oh, no.
of his pants. And I mean, we ball up with like homeless dudes all the
Yeah,
time.
that's
It's whatever.
fine.
It's not a big deal. But like he had poop on his pants. So
Yeah.
we were like, hey man, you got dookie stains on your pants.
Yeah.
Like that's what one of the dudes said. And he was like, oh no, don't worry, it's on the outside. And we were like, the people there were like, okay, well, that's kind of a problem for us. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? Like you want us to like figure it out, like get you some
we
other
can go buy you
clothes or
some
whatever.
pants, yeah.
And he was like, no, it's fine. And he got like really angry.
Oh no.
And he was like, no, we're gonna play with like dookie on my pants, on the outside of my pants.
That's cool.
And then he tried to like throw hands with one of the dudes there, and he basically just like, instead of doing that, he just took his pants down.
Oh no.
And just put him on the ground. He's like, are you happy now? You want to play with me
sick.
like this?
That's very cool.
And
Oh
he
my
had
God.
a micro penis.
He won that argument though.
Jesus.
Well, we stopped playing basketball after that.
That's
It's
a
like
win.
when you're at a
Oh my
public park
God.
and a dude just drops trow and shows you his micro penis. Well, I guess the
What
way
a fucking story.
Yeah.
yeah.
What
I
a
guess like
crazy
even if you had a
chain of
fat
events.
one, I still wouldn't want to play at that point.
Yeah, no, it was like really impressive. You're like, yes.
Yeah, good job,
Let's keep
man. But
going.
like
Wow.
also I'm gonna keep playing now, actually. That was one. And then the other time was when I was on Jeff's barbershop.
What's that?
Jeff's barbershop,
It's like
Jeff
a
Wittek.
podcast, isn't it?
The podcast?
Yeah.
Wait, this is recently.
Yeah, his second in command, like he has like a Andy Dick or Andy Griffin or whatever. Like how those late night shows always have like a second guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is a micro penis, and he just flashed me.
What is
It seems like people with micro penises, that's like their bit. Because like when I was in Denny's, I've told you this story before. I was in Denny's and
I
like
remember the story. Yeah.
yeah, we were talking about micro penises.
Yeah.
This guy's like, want to see my micro penis? We're like, yeah. And then we go to the bathroom and he puts
Yeah.
a little blue coffee creamer. He like takes it, sips it, turns around, and we're like, what's he doing? He drops his pants and he turns back around and it was just like on his penis. It was sick.
Wait,
He balanced it.
It was I don't know, it was just on there.
So
It
how
wasn't
do
like
how big do
it
micro
wasn't like
penises
straight,
get?
it was just on there.
Oh my god.
Like, do they go from here to here? Like, is it?
I think anything under like probably like an inch and a half is considered a micro penis.
Ugh.
Maybe. I would assume.
That look, I'm be
Because
honest.
an inch is like that.
That wouldn't be fun.
But
No.
honestly, most of the time, like toys and stuff are better than penises. That's a hard pill to swallow for a lot of guys. All of you are replaceable by a vibrating dildo.
I know this.
Like every guy.
Yes.
I know.
What about,
this,
like,
and
muscles?
I don't give a shit. Like I incorporate. Those are weapons in my arsenal.
Yeah, they should be. That's
Whoa. She was way off. In adults, a penis that measures 3.67 inches or less when gently stretched is a micropenis. Really? 3.67. So that's like 3.7. Basically, it's like that big. Like that big. Yeah, I guess. Interesting.
That's what you should. That's what
Yeah.
they should do. But a lot of men like get like intimidated by the toys, and it's like, no, this should be this is the shield you are taking into battle.
Yeah, it's your friend.
Like,
Yeah.
But with men,
It's
or
helpful.
With women, the sex experience is a lot more intense. Like, what I understand, men.
The woman, the
yeah,
primary.
please tell me.
No, I'm
Between the
asking.
two of us, you are literally like the least experienced with women.
No, well, yeah, of course. Yeah, look,
Yeah.
very clearly.
This entire
But no,
room.
there's more of a question.
Uh-huh.
Isn't your guys' experience just like a lot more intense? Like, we can't achieve the level of intensity that you guys can.
Oh yeah, they like the
brain releases more.
The meme / study on it is that like what women experience orgasm like 7 times more
Yeah.
powerfully than
Yeah.
men
Really?
do.
Yep.
Yeah.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
But then again, a lot of like medicine in this
Doesn't
field
happen
is
as
like
often, though.
pretty fucking
Yeah,
outdated.
that's
and
the problem.
That is true. Yeah. Well, which is why I was saying earlier that like it's harder to make a woman come, and I think it's
Well,
harder to.
It's like we need more research, especially on women, but like there's literally more nerve endings in a clitoris. A clitoris has about 8,000 sensitive nerve endings, double the amount of a penis. Literally double. I mean, what do you think?
Eat pussy than it is to suck dick.
Yeah, I think it's harder to eat pussy than it is to suck dick.
I think
I agree with you on that.
It's over. It's a wrap.
Well,
I
and
won.
plus you have practice. Like, so I remember when I first sucked dick. I hope no one in my family ever watches this show.
this is the third episode in a row we've talked about.
I know,
dicks
we've got to really
extensively.
rein
We got to
this in.
diversify.
But like my friend that was giving me advice, she was like, just imagine it's the best popsicle of your life. And you're like, okay. She's like, sounds and everything. And you're like, oh, okay.
Sounds are huge.
Right? And so it's like, once you learn that, it's like, compared to a vagina, it's like, imagine you're licking peanut butter off a
multi-layered onion
say that,
side of a
but, like,
building.
but
You know,
honestly,
like-
I think here's some handy dick sucking tips for all you ladies and boys out there. Okay, let me just tell it to you straight. Okay, hands are very important. And a lot of times, I think people forget that
big time.
Hands are out there. Hand job is a very fundamentally important part of a sweet blow job. Okay,
true.
Very important. You should take notes because you are probably bad at sucking dick.
I am. In fact, I'm aware of that. I don't think I'm bad at it. I just think I'm very mid.
People who say they
Wow.
don't enjoy giving head, universal concept here. In my experience,
Oh my gosh.
in
I don't
my
agree with
experience,
this.
People who say they don't enjoy giving head are very good at it.
That's most
Wait,
women.
are very good at it? I thought you were going to say
No,
are not.
they're not very.
They're
good
not
at
very
it.
good at it.
They're
okay.
not. What are you?
Because-
Why are you on your phone?
Googling?
Are you gonna call Ludwig?
She's.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
perfect.
insane.
That's
Oh my
awesome.
god.
I'll just ask. Hey.
Oh my god, no, she's not. No, she didn't. Oh my god. I mean, yeah. This makes sense to me because, like, yeah, you want your partner to be having a good time. You know? Everyone should be having fun.
I'm on the podcast.
Hey, Ludwig.
Don't talk to him.
Oh, sorry.
Question for you. Would you, between 1 and 10, and be totally honest here, how good am I at giving head?
You're like a 10, man.
Oh my God! You asked your okay. That's,
Who else do you want me to call? My dad?
No, listen. Okay, that's crazy. But like, why would he know?
I wouldn't know. That's the joke. But
Okay.
he's okay.
Yeah, but Lud knows what's good for him. Why would he give anything?
Because I
less than
told
a
him to
10?
be honest. I don't
Oh,
care.
okay.
Oh my
Lud-
god, I'm gonna
Lud,
kill
be
him.
honest.
If I'm being honest, it's a 10. I mean, if you want me to say a lower number so it sounds more realistic, I can do that for you. But
No,
Yeah,
no.
let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Yeah, I can give you does a 9 help you make it more believable? Like, I can do that for
I
you.
mean, we could, if you get a couple numbers lower, we could get a good clickbaity title.
Hit me with a 5, I suppose.
Yeah, hit him with the 5. Be
No,
like,
no. Look, you talked about how you had to literally train yourself to not have a gag reflex. So,
Yeah.
like, you have that going for you. My spec.
That's true. She has no gag reflex. That's a huge plus. That makes it a lot easier.
Speculation was, and you can. Well, I don't know why I would ever ask Ludwig what his opinion is on receiving blowjobs. He's had like 3 in his entire lifetime, so he's the worst person to ask this.
It's true.
The context for this, Lud, is that I said people that say they don't like to give head are not very good at it. Would you say you're good at eating pussy?
Oh, you're cutting out.
Convenient.
I think so.
Cutie, rate Ludwig on a scale of 1 to 10. How
This
good
has
is he?
nothing to do with anything.
Okay, go ahead.
Come on, Cutie. We're a scale of 1 to 10.
This is my whole argument. I don't.
Oh no.
I can.
Oh,
give him a
Lud,
10.
I'm so sorry.
Sure, a 10. The
A
thing
10.
is,
Oh.
no, I'm saying. Oh my god.
Sure, a 10. Oh no. She eviscerated him. She's like, sure, babe. Yeah, sure. You're totally a 10. Totally. Oh my god. Oh my god. Devastating.
Stop. That's not it. I don't enjoy receiving it, so it's not fair to rate him because I don't enjoy that.
Oh, okay, that's
yeah.
All right, Ludwig, let me ask you this. How good do you enjoy sucking dick?
What?
Okay, let's stop beating around the bush. I can learn to do a blowjob as good as Cutie and then suck your dick and then you can rate it more accurately.
I think that's a great idea. And we'll figure that out.
Sorry, Austin. I was talking to Hassan there.
Oh. You know, I don't. The problem is he's not really a good test subject because
Yes, I'm the best test.
No,
subject.
he wouldn't enjoy that.
I have literally gotten infinitely more blowjobs than you.
Ludwig, eye contact is incredibly important with a blowjob, and he will not accept that.
First of all, there you go. You're a bad blowjob recipient.
Oh god.
No, I looked
All
them
right.
right in the eyes.
Thanks.
You were
Thank you,
bad at
Ludwig.
receiving.
Thank you,
head.
Ludwig. What do you mean? Tell me why I'm bad at receiving.
Okay,
head.
first of all, we just found out that you're bad at giving head.
No, I'm
Because
not
you
bad
said
at
it.
it. I
Okay.
just am okay at it. It's okay.
We need to
I'm like a 7 out of 10.
We need to like test this on a fucking cucumber or something.
Oh God, do you have one?
No, you got so excited.
Oh, I'd hate that. Do you have one? Do you have one?
Okay.
No. Okay. My whole argument is I don't dislike giving head. I just don't. I'm not gonna be like, oh, I love giving head.
Yeah.
And
I do. I love giving head, and I
All
think,
right.
and in my experience, girls that I have been with, which is a relatively diverse group over a
hundreds. He's bragging.
over a long timeline. No, I'm just saying, like I have like obviously like a sampling.
He has
bias.
a lot more sex than all of you.
No, I'm saying I have a sampling bias, but like you know, it's like enough, albeit anecdotal, but still like enough data to make up my mind on this
several
thing.
hundred.
All I'm saying is, let's not talk about that. All right. All I'm saying
You can't
is
count.
that in my experience, girls that say they love giving head are actually they enjoy it, they enjoy giving head, are actually often better at it. It's like you do something that
That's
you
fair.
enjoy,
I mean,
and then
it's
you
fair that you're better at it. I
Yeah.
think there's something called the cool girl monologue. Have you ever heard of that?
No, give it to me.
Oh, the cool girl. Let me find it. I have to read it to you. That's how it is.
wow.
You guys stall.
What is
while
it
I find
about?
this.
I have never heard of this.
It's the idea where
I guess I'm not cool.
Let me just find it.
I mean, look, I think that it goes with anything in life. The more
You
you
said
enjoy
you
something,
don't enjoy sucking dick.
I don't enjoy it. No, it hurts. It's like
It hurts?
it's just like
like your jaw?
it just like doesn't feel. Having your fucking throat clogged with a cock isn't exactly a play. Think about that.
This is the one aspect that I can't speak on. I've only been a recipient of blowjobs.
Like, I don't think it's enjoyable to like have your airway obstructed by an object. Like, you know what I mean?
I can understand.
Like, think it's not
You
naturally.
breathe through your nose.
I'm a hypochondriac. I can't breathe. That's the problem. I can't breathe. I need to come up, especially with eating ass. I got to come up for air.
Nah. It's hard. Sometimes, like, you can start breathing through your nose, but, like, if you're choking on something, like, you're gonna salivate, and that's gonna, like, end up in your nose, and it's a whole thing. I don't know. I'm not really, I'm not a professional.
What?
I got to come up
I've
for air.
actually had a really hard time with allergies recently. I can't kiss because I I can't. I keep having to go up for air.
Really, kissing is so
Yeah,
important.
I
to
can't
me.
breathe.
Kissing is so
Yeah, the
important.
Out of my
number
nose.
one no kisser is not here with us right now.
Is that Will?
That's
Oh,
Will. He
Will.
hates
Will
kissing.
doesn't kiss
Will
at
hates
all.
kissing, even though except unless it's for me. He loves kissing me,
Yeah.
but he hates kissing.
I made out with him at the Abbey.
See, he likes
Crazy.
kissing dudes.
I made out with him, and then I made out with Caroline immediately after. Oh, you kissed him too, Mark?
March kissed him as. What the fuck?
If
Wait,
Will was right
happening?
here, I know Will would say,
how is this
I didn't even touch it.
physically
Okay?
possible
Didn't
that
even touch
every
it.
microphone you stand in front of happens to break?
I swear to God,
Cursed.
nothing that I did should have broken that. March, back me up here. That is a flaw.
No, don't back him
No
up
one's backing
because
you up.
there's
Literally no one agrees
visual
with
You're,
evidence.
you're bugging the desk with some sort of.
There is visual
Literally on recording, and he's like, I didn't do it. I swear.
evidence
homophobic
of
related microphone
Amazing.
stand.
every time you come and you sit. You did it to the microphone.
You're trying to
It
break
was-
my nose, is what you're trying to do.
Oh my god.
You know that'll impact my ability to have sex with other gay men with a broken nose.
Wait,
So
what?
You're trying to take me out.
At least now you'll have an excuse not to suck cock. You'll be like, "Oh, sorry,
Yeah,
my
sorry.
nose is broken.
Can't suck your dick, man.
I can't breathe."
I will always suck dick. Always. I think it's a good first impression. Where were we? I was talking about.
A cool girl model.
First
Okay,
impression.
I was about to say something, but I forgot.
We're gonna break this down. It's from Gone Girl.
Okay.
I don't like doing it, but I think it's just polite. Oh my god.
Men always say that as a defining compliment, don't they? She's a cool girl. Being the cool girl means I am hot, brilliant, funny woman who adores football, poker, dirty jokes, and burping, who plays video game, drinks cheap beer, loves threesomes and anal sex, and jams hot dogs and hamburgers into her mouth, and she's hosting the world's biggest culinary gangbang while somehow maintaining a size 2 because she's a cool girl, and above all, hot and understanding. Cool girls never get angry. They only smile. Loving manner and let their men do whatever they want. Go ahead, shit on me, I don't mind. I'm the cool girl. Men actually think these girls exist, maybe because they're fooled by so many women who pretend to be the cool girl. For a long time, cool girls offended me. I used to see men, friends, coworkers, strangers giddy over these pretend women. And
I like the irony here is that like it's still internalized misogyny to just shit on the women for
I know.
men's insane expectations of women, which by the way, I don't agree with like any of this stuff.
You aren't dating a woman. You're dating a woman who has watched too many movies written by socially awkward men who'd like to believe that this kind of woman exists and might kiss them. They're not even pretending to be women they want to be. They're pretending to be the woman a man wants them to be.
Yeah.
Exactly. So that's the whole point. Is it's like, and
Well, I don't know
get me
how
started
this-
on
I
like
don't-
pick me girls and people that hate pick me girls, because if you hate pick me girls, then you're being a pick me girl too. And it's just like, why are we calling each other names? Regardless, though, all of this to talk about the fact that
Watch the crumbs.
sometimes women will just say things because that's what we've been told we need to say. I guarantee if you date a woman for 3 years, 4 years, she no longer loves blowjobs. And that's what all of this was
But
about.
I have though.
Have you been in
What?
Have you been in long-term relationships in the past?
And
where
they
you-
still love it. They never
Yeah.
break that crack.
Yeah,
That's
100%.
amazing.
You enjoy.
Yes. And I'm speaking from whenever I like to talk about a subject, I always try to think about it from my own perspective. Like, what would I do in a similar situation? Do I have a similar experience? It's a pretty good way, pretty neat trick to develop empathy for others, actually. And the thing I think about is like, I enjoy eating pussy, and I think that
Did you just fart?
No, that was my stomach.
I thought so too. That was crazy.
No, it was my
I
stomach.
think it might have been a fart.
No, I did not.
And that's what he thinks about that.
I cannot believe you just did that.
Marsh,
So funny. He's just nodding his head. and farts.
Marsh, I did not fart, but it did sound very close to a
I love
fart.
that Austin needs like extra people
I know.
always to like
No,
to throw
look,
to be like, please
yes.
defend me.
You know when your stomach produces a very similar sound to a fart?
That's never happened to me.
I would never fart on camera. My cheeks would be clenched so hard.
Except for just now.
I did not fart on camera.
Okay.
Did
That
the
was-
audio pick that up?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Oh no! Do it again. Do the noise again.
I can't do it.
Oh,
It was
no.
It was from my intestines. Okay.
Yeah.
It was air coming up
So it's internal.
through my intestines.
It was
Yeah.
it was air coming from your intestines
Look,
out of your
I
asshole.
need to be clear. That was not coming. I have a perfect feeling on my
Oh my god, they're so mean to Austin. It's kind of homophobic, honestly.
asshole. Okay, it's never been used. Never been used anything. It's been a one-way street. Never had anything except booty boot
Anything to
camp.
do with farting.
Well, I've got a lot of control, is what I'm saying. Okay.
Yeah.
And what I can say is it didn't come out of my butt. That was I swear to God, I would bet you $1 million it didn't come out of my butt.
Dude, there's no way. Okay.
I'm willing to bet $1 million right on the table. Come on, pussy. $1 million. Come on, socialist.
Okay, well, it smells like you farted.
No, it does not.
Yeah, how about that?
That is not
Yeah,
true.
exactly.
You are lying.
You
Smelt it, you dealt it, Hassan.
$1 million.
I can't smell, but he's closer, so
That's
I believe him.
Shit, March, can you smell anything?
It smells like you farted.
That is not the
That's
case.
so fucked
You're
up. I, mean, I can't even do that. I'm sorry.
No,
I-
it's not true.
No, I'm fucking with him.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
You
fucking
did
not
not
true.
fart.
It's such a
it would ruin
fucked
my
up thing to
career.
do because no, it wouldn't.
My career.
My
No, it
career would be
wouldn't.
over. Austin farted. Are you kidding me? Be the front page.
Don't worry, you have another Twitter.
Front page of what?
know.
I hope someone takes that anyway. That clip of just Austin agrees and farts, and that's
Oh,
the clip
God,
name,
no,
and they put
please,
it on
Jesus
LSF.
Christ.
Oh,
and that's the
my
content.
It's going to be everywhere. It's going to be viral. That's the thing that Anti-Piker is going to tweet about.
Oh,
Austin
it is.
farts. Except
God.
for he's gonna like amplify
He's
the
gonna
fart.
amplify
and,
it,
like
make
zoom
it
in on your
sound
face, slowly nodding.
it's well.
Where were we?
Actually, I have a bone to pick with Anti-Piker.
Okay, tell me.
Anti-Piker was the first one to tweet out Ludwig's balls.
Oh, that's right. And that's why Ludwig
Yeah,
blocked him.
fucking idiot.
Wait, was it Anti-Piker that tweeted his balls, or was it Hassan Piker's cum rag?
It was Anti-Piker.
That's a very real gay account. Because sometimes I keep like
Wait,
name
Hassan
search.
Piker's cum rag is a real gay?
I name search sometimes, and like literally it'll just be like sometimes when I name search Hassan Piker on Twitter, like that's
You
what
should
comes
not be
up.
doing that for your mental health.
First and
I like
foremost,
to know what's
understand
going
that
on.
gender
So
presentation
bad. I like
and
to
what
know
is
what my
considered
enemies are
masculine.
You
Sorry.
check your
So
indirects.
bad. So bad
Well,
for you.
only when like, not always, only on unique moments.
That
I'd
is
say.
2023's version of self-harm. You were
Yeah.
cutting yourself live.
I mean, it's fine. I deal with it fine, but yeah, he comes up. And it's like literally, it's not even me anymore. It's just like he posts like shirtless photos of
Just
other
Austin.
men. No.
Oh, he
just
no, he
like
did-
all bunch of other men.
Oh,
like a whole
like
bunch
wait,
of,
it's just
like,
it's like a porn account.
yeah.
That's cool.
And I think like he started off just posting about me, but then like I got fat, so he stopped posting about me.
Fat. When did you get fat?
You didn't get fat.
I got like a little chunky.
I was just gonna
I
say
stopped
you
posting
look
shirtless.
you look thin today.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Yeah.
saying that.
You
You're
definitely look
welcome.
thinner than last week.
Bitch.
I don't know why he's like that.
Yeah,
That's-
it's because
it's
I shaved
improved.
my mustache and beard. That's what.
Oh.
No, I'm just kidding. You look the
But-
same as last week.
But thank you. No, I have
save.
lost.
Good
I have lost.
recovery.
I have lost a decent amount of weight, and
Effortless.
also am continuing to. But that's besides the point. I forgot. Oh, Hassan Piker's cum rag posted it.
Ludwig said it was Anti-Piker,
Could have been in.
and he's
Well,
mad.
I'm pretty sure it was Anti-Piker because Ludwig had Anti-Piker blocked, and that was a saga.
How did you hear about that?
Because I follow Anti-Piker.
And they tweeted about it?
Yeah, they did. Oh, and Anti-Piker, Ludwig has unblocked.
God damn it,
Anti-Piker.
Jesse.
Oh, peace. The world is healing.
Yes. So what is the?
Hi, how are you? You got me. You got me. Chatting again. This will be good. Yeah, they didn't get there yet, so you're just in time. So far they've just been talking about like sex and random shit.
The Ludwig balls thing.
He went on a podcast. Actually,
Oh, I know they forgot to edit it out.
Yeah,
I
and
asked him
I
about
feel
this.
bad because I victim blamed Ludwig a little bit.
Oh, did you?
I did. We got in a fight, and he was like, "I am the victim here," and I was like, oh, "Why'd you show your balls on a podcast I was filming?" And he was like, "They said they would edit it out," and then I was like, "Yeah, but you were stupid to begin with." And then he was like, "You're victim blaming," and then I was like, "I am. I had to realize that, so I was
Wow.
wrong in that situation."
That's growth.
I
the
know.
fact that you like, you know,
true.
ate that.
But I
is
usually
pretty
prefer
fire.
blaming victims, so
Growth.
Yeah, fair.
Oh my god.
so it was a
It's
hard day
usually
for
more
me.
con-
Unless it's a
Convenience.
white man, it seems.
Yeah. Well, no.
There you go.
No, that's a joke for the record. I
yeah.
should point that out. Some people don't know. I'm sarcastic.
I don't know if you know this, but
I'm silly.
You're a woman on the internet, and you just said something sarcastic. So
I'm
gonna
also
use that
not
against
wearing
you.
makeup or a cute shirt, so I have no redeeming qualities today, and they
Yeah.
will tear me apart for
You
that.
look fabulous.
I don't. I look like the aunt that like shows up at the family reunions, and you're like, oh god, she's here again.
Oh, when you said ant, I literally thought like
my
about
God.
the bug.
Like a
ants.
bug. Yeah,
oh,
I
I'm
thought
like,
so
I
too.
look like
I was like,
freaking
who the
ant.
no, you don't
Showing
look
up to
like
your
an-
picnic.
No,
Ruining
I
the
think you look
day.
wonderful.
You guys are nice, but
I think you look beautiful.
What were we talking
need to
about
tell you
before
that
we
I
got
don't.
derailed
Okay.
11 times?
I think you're, before I
I have
farted, is
food
that
coloring
allegedly?
under my nails. Do you see
What?
that? Ew.
I do see that.
I did not fart for the record. I want to make that very
Yeah,
clear.
before Austin
I look
farted,
like
what
a
were we
crackhead.
talking about?
I don't know, dick sucking and freaking.
Oh yeah. Well, to wrap that point up, all I wanted to say was
Mantis energy. Like praying mantis, or is that a character? Mantis. This is literally me every day, though. I'm always mantis energy. What the fuck is this? Literally me. Literally me.
no, this isn't like a cool girl thing at all.
Yeah, I don't know what the fucking thing on the left is. I guess it's just a different kind of mantis. It looks like an underwater fucking creature.
I think about it from the same perspective as like eating pussy. I've been in committed long-term relationships and I still enjoyed eating pussy
You know what?
in them.
Then you're just one of the good ones.
No, I don't.
I'm not one of the good ones.
It's not even about the act itself. I think it's about like pleasuring your partner.
I enjoy pleasuring my partner.
You're a liar. You are
that's
not a service
true.
top. We literally established that.
I would, if you wanted me to suck, if we were partners, which we're not, clearly.
Oh my god.
And you said
You're
I
not
want a
my type.
blowjob. No, then it's mutual, buddy. Okay. I would totally like. We'll use another. Let's say March and I are dating, and he wanted me to suck his cock. I would do it.
This is an HR issue.
It's
Yeah.
like, first of all,
He knew what he was getting.
doing
Weird.
it, doing it for, you know, as like a, oh, here we go again, gotta suck a cock.
That's not the way I would approach it. I'd be like, yeah. Whoa!
Like the Packers.
I get like, no, Packers. What are you? The
Oh.
Vikings.
Oh,
Vikings. Yeah, I'm
You got
so excited.
offended when I said Packers.
In fact, I
He
don't.
only likes the
I
Vikings.
go for if I were to meet somebody hypothetically, I would go for it immediately. Like not immediately.
what?
Like through the process of the hookup, that I would go for it. I wouldn't let.
You'd be
them
the
ask for it.
initiator of the dick sucking.
Yeah, for sure.
You go in first.
Yeah, I usually would too. I think maybe I do like sucking dick. I don't know what I fucking like anymore.
Yeah.
You've said like you've trained your throat, so you
Maybe
are the
I
throat
do.
goat,
I
undisputed champion.
Yeah, I just my biggest like problem with like sucking dick is guys, you've got to shave. You just have to.
Oh yeah, straight
you
men.
just have to.
Straight men.
I think
accept
that's
the
the only
sign.
thing that just like there's
True.
I'm no longer at all interested when I have to pick pubes out of my teeth. I just am not.
I just, like men, straight men are so
I keep
bad.
that shit maintained.
Straight
So that's
men,
my biggest advice to anyone out there who wants their dick sucked more.
Straight men
take
are
care of
so
yourself.
bad with, like their
Manscaping.
manscaping. It's awful.
Yeah.
Like it shouldn't be
How many
that way.
straight dicks have you sucked?
No, but I just know
Wait, how do you?
because I have girlfriends like Cutie. who
Oh,
tell me these
true,
things.
true.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
And like I know I have like all straight guy friends and they haven't shown me their dicks or anything, but they're just gross 3-in-1 fucking body shampoos.
I will say Ludwig is good at that. He always has nice conditioner.
Yeah,
he's
no,
got
no.
nice-
Ludwig's great.
His
We're-
hair is
I always have to clarify because it's like
pristine.
super annoying.
That was my fault.
It's super annoying, like having like talking about sex life and stuff like that when everyone knows who you're dating, because then it's like people always come up with assumptions, and there will be people in like the comments that are like, "Oh,
Well, we
Ludwig
did-
needs to this," you know.
Well, we did call Ludwig.
I know, but I know
No.
But he did give you a 10 out of 10.
he did.
For the record,
True.
Ludwig is very well maintained.
Verified goat.
Set the record straight.
Why are you talking like you've seen his dick and? Oh, you have seen his
Oh,
balls.
we saw his balls.
We did
Everyone
see his
saw his
balls.
balls.
Anyway,
His balls
moving
look
on.
great.
Yeah.
What?
No one was supposed to see it. That was so weird. It was the weirdest week because all of a sudden there's all these people Ludwig's like joining Valorant lobbies with. They're like, "What? I saw your balls," and I was like, "What the hell?" Like everyone saw his balls. It's
Yeah.
it's weird.
When this thing happened, I was like so confused by it.
To be fair though, balls are like not very.
No,
sexual.
I agree.
No.
Like it's very different
It's
if you
true.
see the dick instead of the balls. Like the dick is a
good
it's like
point.
the difference between your fucking whole titty versus your nipple.
Yeah,
You
like
know
a
what I
zoom
mean?
in on the nipple.
Yeah. For women because we're sexist.
Your nipple
This
in
is a
your
sexist
picture you
podcast.
posted on that was crazy.
Why?
It was so much nipple.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
thought it was photoshopped.
No.
You
The
look.
angle
Can we pull
you-
it up real quick?
You did an
It-
angle
it,
where it
looked
looked
like you had a breast.
Oh,
It
that's
really
because of-
did.
I realized later that
It's a straight up titty, a man titty.
I think that's because of the car I was in, or my car.
I
don't know why
thought.
I'm
Yeah,
sounding
I
like
thought.
that.
I
No, it's my it's on my alt. It was.
It was a nipple jump scare. I was baking and then the chat was like,
I
check
had-
out
it
Hassan's
looked
pose.
like I had like a fat titty.
Yeah.
Because no, it's
It's
the
the
shadow.
sun. It's the shadow.
It's
But it
the
looks.
Oh my
sunroom.
god, yeah, the
Content warning nipple.
perfect shadow right there.
Yeah.
That's drag queen contouring.
Look at
At
that.
its finest.
It's just like. Oh. Uh-oh.
Oh. We'll go.
Got it studio mode and then change the. Yeah. And it's small. You gotta unlock it. I don't know why that happened. Oh, you probably put it wrong in the wrong order. Okay, boom.
So his boobie.
Yeah.
Damn.
It looked. It looked like it's inflated, but I see.
That's so funny.
Amazing.
That is insane,
That's
brother.
crazy.
The cartoon version? No. Who did it?
Right here.
Happens.
I don't know how anything
Nobody
happens.
else
Is it back
touches.
in?
Fucking up the mic again.
Are you sure it's not static anymore? Okay.
Literally, no one else touches their mic.
I know. I like to touch things.
You need a
Please
fidget
do.
spinner.
So anyway, back to your boobs, Hassan.
Yeah.
That's a
it's-
funny
Back
angle.
to your
It's
boobs.
just like I always take. the
Okay,
angle.
can I
It's a
ask you
cheater
something?
angle,
Can I
but-
ask you something?
What's up?
What is your obsession with taking pictures of your nipple from this
I
angle?
think it's funny.
You think it's funny or you think
It
it's
is.
sexy?
No, I think
He
it's funny.
thinks it's funny,
No,
for
I don't
sure.
think
I think it's
sexy.
both.
But nothing about this is. Sexy.
If he thought it was sexy, he'd be like doing shit like you do.
There
Disagree.
are people thirsting over this though, cutie. Like on
Yeah,
Twitter, like
there-
anti-pikers.
There are
Great.
people, he says.
There are people like thirsting
Yeah,
over.
not
it.
There are always people thirsting over Hassan. Have you seen him?
him. He's,
licking
I'm not
it.
his type. I'm not his type.
Licking it. Like the
like
photo?
the SpongeBob
Yeah,
thing.
anti-piker is what he's talking
Anti-piker.
about. But
They
yeah,
love your nipple.
I don't post that because I think it's hot. Like there are photos that I've posted where I'm like, I look hot in this.
God.
That's not one of those photos. That's more like, that's more of like a progress pic kind of, but also like not sexy. You know
How
what I
often
mean?
do you work out?
I work out. I train with my trainers 4 times a week, and then
Mm-hmm.
I play basketball pretty much every single day that I do not train. So
Wow.
sometimes I train and I play basketball.
I train 3 times a week. I've lost 0 pounds. And it's
Because-
so
What
demoralizing.
do you do?
Because you make fucking raspberry bars and shit.
Yeah, only once a week.
What do you do?
What do? I don't know what he tells me to do. I hate the gym. I hate working out.
Well, that's
The reason why you're not losing weight is not because you're not working out. The reason why you're not losing weight is because you're eating more than your body
No.
burns.
I know. I need to start tracking my
do
calories.
cardio?
The issue is whenever I track my calories, I instantly fall back into eating disorder, and I just like will be like, oh, this is a game. How little can I eat today?
Yeah, but that's
It's
bad.
so
too.
fucked up. I know.
It's
so then
so
I end
hard.
up only eating like 400 calories a day, and I'm like,
Yeah,
oh.
but then
That's
your
not
metabolism.
good.
I know.
Maybe make it a game where you eat
Hit the
just at
number.
a deficit.
I know. I gotta.
But do you do cardio at all?
No.
That cardio would help every single day. Just do whatever you can do consistently, and it'll
I know.
shred.
Well,
That's how I drop weight.
I got a Soul Cycle, and then I got sick of all their music, and then I found out Taylor Swift has Peloton classes, so I need a freaking Peloton.
Oh,
my
perfect.
God. Of
I
course.
love Taylor Swift.
So I need a Peloton. Are you just trying to get a concert ticket?
Yeah.
Everyone keeps being nice to me for this.
Wait, are you getting a
see,
box?
Me,
I have
should,
a box.
Wait,
I
really?
should get a concert ticket because
No,
I'm
you're
not being
a
nice to you.
waste of space.
No,
Cutie, I'm
Yeah.
I should
How many-
get a
how
concert
many
ticket
seat-
because
how
you
many
can
options you
convert
got?
me.
I have 2 boxes.
You can
have
convert
2
me
boxes?
by
Yeah.
taking me to the
Jesus
Taylor Swift
Christ.
I
concert.
can't convert you.
Yes,
Wait.
you can.
You're
Cutie.
a waste.
Cutie,
What?
I think I need to be there.
Why? Name
'Cause-
5 of her songs.
What You Made Me Do.
Okay.
Not even a good one.
Yeah, I hate that
Not even a
song.
good one.
Are you
it's one of
kidding
her
me?
worst.
Notice how I picked up on that though?
What You
It
Made
is.
Me Do.
Okay.
What You Made Me Do.
That's not a
Okay.
good one. Stop singing it. It's like trashy pop.
Oh, God.
She was doing that because she was forced to.
Look,
Basically.
No, I mean it's still a really good story for the record.
the Cinderella story.
They're all great. Obviously, it's Taylor Swift.
Cinderella
Well,
story
tell me the
song.
karma theory then, if you know so much about that.
The karma theory?
Yeah.
Shit, I don't know. I have no idea. I know the gay one. I know the
the Carly Kloss, yeah, Gaylor.
Yeah, I know that. Come on, that's
Gaylor.
a point.
Okay,
for me.
so
I told you about it.
I know that I don't know the
retain
names of all
information.
these, but like, the Look What You Made Me Do.
Yeah, I counted that one.
Okay, but then the He wears short skirts, I wear t-shirts.
Nobody likes you when you're 22.
No, that's
Is that not the other
nobody likes you when you're 23.
Okay,
And that's Sum 41.
but I thought, okay,
Blink 182.
Blink
Shit.
182.
Okay,
Too
but
many
the-
numbers.
the Cinderella story thing. That one.
You can't come.
Why?
You
Do not
need
come.
Well, fine, cutie, you're not
If I
coming.
can go, I would tell.
Okay, name 5.
You're
I have
not
John
coming
Mayer's
to-
phone number.
You're not
I will
coming.
text him. If you give me a ticket, I'll text him that he's a bad guy.
Cutie, is there really that high of a demand for
This is
these tickets?
interesting.
Ah! Look,
Yes,
he's thinking
yes.
about it. You're such a freak.
Cutie,
Why would I do that?
I will.
Why would I do that?
You
to him?
offered it.
He's such a nice guy.
He's not a nice guy.
He's such
Are
a
you
nice guy.
paying? How much? I'll pay you for the tickets.
Oh,
How much-
that's interesting.
How much are the tickets
It's like,
per ticket?
it'd be
Like $20
$2,500 per ticket.
per ticket.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, how many tickets?
Dude, she's fucking
It's-
crazy.
20 tickets for $50K.
You are insane. But I mean,
Yeah, I
Are
don't.
you
I don't
are you
need a new
making-
car.
Are you making people pay for
Ludwig
these?
pays
Yeah, your
for
car
the house.
sucks. Buy a
okay.
new car.
Dude.
what the fuck? Instead of buying,
I'd rather go to Taylor Swift. I
That
don't
is
spend my money
kind-
on anything.
I just realized, yeah,
It's a
you
tax
have a
deduction,
dog
too.
shit car,
Uh-huh.
and instead you're just spending it on Taylor Swift tickets.
Yeah.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's
It's all I care
only,
about.
It's worthless unless you take me with you.
All right, cutie.
Oh my.
Cutie, I'm
What?
gonna be honest with you. If you don't
It's so
invite
funny
me
because
to
I hate going to concerts, but it's
Yeah, you won't even like it.
if you don't take me to
That's
Taylor
strong.
Swift, I'm not inviting you to Elton John.
I don't want to go to Elton John.
wow, what a threat.
Elton
What a-
John has a banger song that I keep playing when I'm playing League of Legends. Do you know it? It's the
Hold me
I
closer.
think I'm gonna kill myself.
Really, Elton John?
Just a bit of
Jeez.
suicide. Yeah, it's my new favorite song.
Wait, he sang that?
What the fuck? I have not heard that song, I don't think. Sorry, what? Sorry, what?
Yeah, it's so good.
Is it deep faked?
So
No.
good.
Elton John talks about killing himself.
Yeah, it's so funny.
He's a
Really?
gamer.
Marsh, will you pull up the lyrics?
No
They're
way.
so funny. Yeah.
didn't realize he
Elton
rolled
John,
like
I'm going
that.
to kill myself.
Elton John doesn't write his own songs.
Well, he sang
He
it.
doesn't write the lyrics, at least.
Really? That's
Wait,
kind of sad.
what
to
year
hear.
did this come out? 1972.
I'm getting bored being part of mankind. There's not a lot to do no more. This race is a waste of time.
He's
Good God.
It's very upbeat though. 1972.
People rushing everywhere, swarming around like flies. Think I'll buy a 44. Give him a all surprise. Jesus.
I think I gotta kill myself.
Cutie, are you okay? Holy shit, Cutie, are you alright? This song's kind of fucked up.
What the fuck? This one.
Cause of
This is 1972. This is like at the
suicide.
beginning. This is like one of his first albums, if not his first album.
Damn.
And somehow this one just got swept under the rug and he became a superstar.
Yeah.
Okay, I just gotta say something here.
Fascinating.
Like, it seems like Cutie knows more about Elton John than you. You should just give your Elton John tickets to Cutie.
True, actually. Name
will
5
not-
songs.
You can't name.
Your song, Tiny Dancer, Benny and the Jets, Leave On, and
The one we just said.
and that one. Yeah,
Wow, no, you can't say that.
I can't say that one.
Yeah. I have a fifth song. I'm taking away your gay
no,
card
no, no.
my
right
God.
now.
No, Philadelphia Freedom. There you go.
Okay.
It's hard for me to think of things.
I get it.
It's like hard for me to think. Like if you said name 5 planes, I wouldn't be able to do that.
No, you would.
A330, A320, A319, 737, 747. There you go. Boom. Did it.
Well, if there was a plane concert, I would take you to it.
Oh my god, he's such a nerd for planes. It's so cute.
Okay.
Oh, by the way,
What?
I've got something to talk about here.
What?
Very irritated. There was
Oh,
an
no.
article in the Washington Post that called me out directly.
What?
It,
Why?
It said,
Famous.
I'm going to send you the link, Mark.
That you're a problem?
No, let me show you. It called me out directly.
And it just said nice things.
No,
and he just
it's
wants to
about
gloat right now.
planes.
Uh-huh.
It's about planes. I'm going to send it to you right
Do you
now.
even like boba?
What?
Do you like boba?
Depends on who's asking. For what reason?
Literally have a boba sticker on the back of your phone.
Oh no, a fan gave me this sticker and I put it on and I haven't taken it off.
It's very nice.
Do you know what's funny?
What?
Huh.
I've thought about, like, you know when you're like looking for your phone and you see someone else's phone?
Yeah.
I've had this realization before. I was like, why the fuck? Whose
I've
phone
never
is
seen him,
this
like,
in my house?
Let me get boba
my
real
God.
quick.
And I
You've
was
never
like,
said
there's
that.
no way this is Austin's, right? Because there's fucking boba on it.
Yeah, it's mine. I have a boba sticker on the back of it. Here, let's see if we can show it to the camera. I got it from a fan at VidCon last year. They know who
Wait,
they are.
why?
And whose Discord should I send it to?
Oh. You can send it in chat. Wait. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, I did see this. This was an older one, right? I think I've seen something similar, at least. It's so good. It's so good. Socialism. This is sentient nipple. That's hilarious. He's
Very
such a
strange to
fridge.
give a boba sticker.
I just like I haven't
Yeah.
taken it off.
I like boba, but
For reasons. Fair. Fair.
I don't like boba like
Yeah.
that.
No.
Okay.
I have my dog on my phone.
So, as you guys know, I have a fantasy, and it's not like it's like a hero fantasy.
Oh yeah.
Check this out.
It's such a
A
problem.
Washington Post article.
Oh, I thought this was like actually about you.
No, go scroll up. Scroll up to the
Oh my
top.
god.
We don't have to talk about this if you don't want to.
Think you, no, it's fine. Think you
No, I
can land
like
a
it.
plane in an emergency? Please explain why you can't, because that's literally his dream.
That's not my dream per se, but it's definitely something I am capable of doing. And I don't appreciate the fact that this article says that I couldn't do it when I know absolutely I can.
Personally offended by something that clearly doesn't apply to him.
No, it doesn't mention
No,
me.
it doesn't mention
The
me.
article goes on to explain several different things about. It says in the article it says 0% chance of someone pulling that off.
And he says the clinical name for this type of baseless bravado is the Dunning-Kruger effect.
What does that even mean?
What is that?
That's when you're a dumb person who greatly exaggerates their own or greatly misunderstands their capabilities and thinks that they're much smarter than they actually are.
Yes, but that is not.
Yeah.
But scroll down
Everyone
here.
in Florida.
Here, March. Scroll down here, and there's a part of the article that talks about. Here, scroll down. Keep going. So here, scroll down. Keep going. Scroll down. Oh yeah, here we go. For starters, the passenger must gain entry to the cockpit. Forget that.
Wait, what about that teenager? Wasn't there a teenager who did it recently?
I think they've all been like general aviation planes.
Okay,
Oh.
this is such a dumb fucking article because you 100% can land.
Yeah,
a plane.
100%. I know.
Yeah, you've landed a plane.
I know I have.
You've landed multiple
But
planes.
this pisses me off
not like
because
a real
because you know who the
Austin,
dummy
this
is?
is not about you. This is literally
You know who
for,
the
like,
dummy is? Is the person writing the article. Just because they don't know how to fucking fly a plane doesn't mean
Austin,
that I...
this is for the general audience, not fucking freaks like you and Mohammed Atta who have spent thousands of hours on Microsoft Flight Simulator.
I just had to get that off my chest.
That's
Because it pissed
insane.
me off. I felt
You
targeted.
shouldn't have taken that personally.
I took it very
you
personally.
shouldn't have because you have literally landed a real commercial plane
And I could do it
simulator.
again.
Which is, for the record, for those of you who don't know, we did this together.
Yep.
I've landed a plane as well, is what I'm saying.
I helped him a lot.
Yeah, I landed it by myself.
Yeah.
Okay, so the average citizen can do it,
Yeah,
so the
yeah.
article's wrong.
Yeah, it's true. Actually, I did. I was talking to my friend about that, and I referenced you.
Yeah, so I landed a plane by myself.
Yep.
All alone.
Yep.
No help from others.
Not at all.
Not even a little bit.
I'm just trying to convince him to do it again with me. So make him feel
Anyway,
good.
but
So cool.
but yeah,
I can't believe Hassan did that all by himself without any help. incredible.
Yeah, the simulator that we use is a 1-to-1 direct replica, direct carbon copy of like an actual plane flight. So much so that the FAA tracks it as their actual like real flight logged hours.
Yep. You can log, and then you go from flying that thing into flying with passengers. Speaking of which, I need to get you in a cockpit of a plane, one of those simulators.
Not a real one, the simulator.
And I think it'll actually help you overcome your fear of flying.
We'll see.
Because
let's say we were to travel somewhere not that far in the near future, would you be down as a part of the podcast?
No.
But like, let's say you
Can
had,
I drive there?
No.
Let's say no, you can't. Like, physically impossible.
Yeah, you cannot.
Let's say
Are
Austin
we going to
is
Japan?
No, that's way too far.
Okay.
That's come on. We like, let's say it's like an 8-hour flight.
Ugh.
First class.
Yeah, business.
I don't want to go.
Cutie, we can do it.
Guys, I don't want to go.
But like think about it. It's not with like Ludwig, yuck. It's with Austin, who is also just as big of a freak as you are, and has been able to like slowly but surely overcome his fear of flying, and he could possibly help you.
I'm scared.
Cutie, you don't have to be scared.
Austin, we would go down together.
Perfect.
No.
True.
Look, it'd be over quickly. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
No, but for real, would you be open to that? Like maybe Austin could convince you. Austin.
No,
being
he's
there
tried
with
convincing
you?
me.
Cutie.
Have you guys flown together before?
No, she won't. We could vlog it.
No.
That'd be such
The
good
thing
content.
is, it would be.
I
incredible
flew once with
content.
Hassan and it stressed me out so much because he was like live. You were live and you're like going to the airport now, and I was like, you're gonna get us killed.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I was so pissed.
It was in Austin.
Yeah, I was so pissed.
No,
I was like,
wasn't
I'm
live.
like, get a different plane.
I said, hey guys, I gotta end it. Like, I'm gonna go to the airport later, and then you were like, well, they can track.
Yeah, there's
exactly
like
when you're
2
going.
flights. There's like
Cutie,
2
What are they
flight
gonna do?
options.
Shoot it out of the sky with the RPG?
Yeah.
You and
That's
I both have.
insane.
They hate you. The world hates you.
You and I both
What?
have anxiety. What if I know people that work in
God, Cutie, chill. The world hates you. You're actively going to be assassinated. What the fuck, Cutie, chill.
the aviation industry in dispatch?
Uh-huh.
What if I get a full like report on what's going on? Like we'll fly on the newest of planes.
No, because
We'll
the
get a
newest
full
of planes
flight
haven't been
report.
tested.
No, they have been. They're even better.
What are you, insane?
Something's
You
gonna
know my
go
brother
wrong.
builds them, right?
If
She doesn't
Murat,
trust
Of course they've been tested. They don't just fly planes that haven't been tested. Wait, right? Didn't the FAA pass regulation that you only need one pilot at a time? Let's see. December. Yeah, last thing I'm seeing about it is the airlines were lobbying for that. I don't know if that's actually happening. But yeah, I'm also afraid of flying. Freaks me out sometimes. Especially if there's like turbulence or whatever. Man, I had a nightmare about dying in a plane crash the other night. That was so realistic. I hate that shit. Why does my brain do that? For real, the worst.
Murat.
no, if Murat were to check my plane before I got on it, I would trust it.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Okay, I think we
Make
probably
it
right.
happen. I don't know.
Yeah. But
The problem is I know a lot of the issues that happen when planes have issues is because human error, being lazy and not checking all the things off.
Judy, you know
Mostly
statistics.
pilot error.
Yeah, and they stress me out.
In commercial air flight, it's
Yeah.
literally the safest thing on the planet.
I know,
Like
but it's
you,
really stressful.
you have more likelihood of like dying going to the bathroom in this house than you do on a plane. Literally, not even joking.
Yeah. No,
I'm
not
serious.
like this house in particular. It's just in
Austin,
any.
Don't tell her that. Don't you know she's a hypochondriac?
Yeah, yeah.
This house happens to be unreasonably large, which is why
you could like slipping and falling when you're like normally walking would be a higher likelihood to damage you than like dying in a.
Do you think you're more likely to die from impaling yourself with the new metal straws than airplanes?
Yes.
Really? Because that was a big thing for a while. People kept tripping with their metal straws and.
Yep.
Sorry, what? Was that a real thing? I'm sorry, what? I never heard about that. Because I still use my metal straws. The worst that ever happened was I like bit down on it because I like have a habit of chewing on straws. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, this was a Google I should not have done. Jesus Christ. Piercing her head? Oh my god, she died. Oh my god. This one punctured a boy's artery? Oh no. Oh god. What a fucking way to go out, dude. You're just trying to save some turtles and you die because you fell on your metal straw. Bro. Bro. What the fuck? Why are there so many stories about this? L death by straw. L plus ratioed by a straw.
That's definitely more likely.
Where do you get this? Like hypochondriacfreaks.com?
No,
I don't use them
I have a
anymore.
lot of irrational fears like this
Yeah, that's why I don't use metal straws anymore.
Yeah, like I definitely have like I've got a fear of choking.
Bro, I don't understand how either of your brains operate. Like, how can you live like?
No, I'm like this too. I'm always worrying about everything all the time. It's exhausting. It's truly exhausting.
Like this.
I don't live.
Neither do I.
That's so weird.
I've overcome
because
my
driving
fear of
is like
flying.
infinitely more dangerous than flying in a
cutie,
plane.
when
But I can pull over and get out whenever I want.
When I flew in the simulator in the UK recently, I actually
Wait, are we trying to go to London? Is that where we want to go?
Maybe.
Perhaps.
I knew it.
Why did you say that?
Because he loves London.
I mean, it wasn't my idea this time.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know.
I'm not going.
Can't confirm or deny it. Cutie, come on.
Put me on an iPad.
How about what if we sedate you?
No.
Like completely.
I'll be right back.
Oh.
Did you get sedated last?
Now we're talking. Dude, I wish I could just be sedated for flights. That would make things a lot easier.
Time?
No, I have Xanax.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
Doesn't do anything for me.
Really?
Yeah.
Your fear overpowers
Next time I'm going to
Xanax?
try drinking. That's what Milena said to do. But I'm scared because it thins your blood and then you're more likely to like have a thin blood. Like what if I have a heart attack then because my blood's so thin?
That would be the opposite of what would happen with a heart attack.
What happens? What if I get a small cut while on the plane and I bleed out because my blood's so thin from drinking?
You won't bleed out that your blood isn't thin enough to bleed out. Wait, why would you think you have a heart attack? Thinning you would take a blood thinner to avoid a heart attack.
You know that whenever I go on planes, I bring bear because if you feel like you have a heart attack, you take a bear and it could save your life.
Is it aspirin? Is that
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I know that's.
So I keep it in my purse
It's
just
good.
in case.
It's good. Did you know that they have defibrillators on there?
Yeah, but what if no one uses it?
Well, they will.
What if you're having a heart attack on a plane? They're gonna use
no,
the
I took my bear, so I'm fine.
Here, the general idea is we got to get.
So you think you're gonna have a heart attack, and then the fucking people there are not gonna be like, let's help her out with a defibrillator?
I'll be like, guys, I took my bear.
Would you do it for a Patreon goal?
No.
I have an unreasonable fear, just like you do, of the ocean.
Okay, you want to go on a cruise? You want to fly to Florida and go?
I don't
want to
go on a cruise because of a matter of principle. I think it's like a waste of time and boring and also horrible for the environment.
They are actually really bad for the environment.
But I will, of course, I will go in the ocean if you.
What do you mean?
Go on a plane.
How far in the ocean?
I don't fucking know. However far you want me to go. I just like I'm.
I want you to take a boat to Japan while I fly to Japan.
What? That makes
Fair
no
trade.
sense. I'm not afraid of being on a boat. I just don't like the
God damn it,
deep.
just say you are.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I have.
I will.
I have what is called thalassophobia.
What's that?
It is the unrealistic, but I do think it's totally realistic to be afraid of the ocean. Fucking bullshit.
There's krakens.
Thank you.
Yeah.
One of many other
And
creepy
megalodons.
creatures in the water. Look, oh my God, I know.
Megalodons
I
are
think
crazy.
I don't think being afraid of the wide open ocean is an irrational fear.
No.
Thank you.
I think that's very normal.
Like
I think it's a very normal fear.
I am afraid of like the sea critters down there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it's just like I can't see it.
Yeah.
I liken
Yeah.
being in the ocean to being in a jungle with a fucking plastic bag over my head because I
Yeah.
can't breathe.
I agree.
And I can't see. And I don't like that.
Yeah, I agree
Like I'd
with you.
rather I've said this before, I'd rather die in the Amazonian forest, right? Like to a fucking leopard attack or whatever, than die in the ocean where like an octopus pulls me down into the deep dark crevices of the underworld.
Really? Because you drowned probably quicker. Like you would drown.
Doesn't matter. I'd rather
Okay.
be like, it's kind of like it's kind of like your fear of the plane. You can't get out of the plane and
Yeah, I
like
don't like
deal
it.
with the situation with your own two.
Yeah, compared to like you could probably take a Jaguar.
No, I can't. But it doesn't matter. That's besides the point.
Oh.
My point is control, right? You
Right.
have an element of control when
Yeah.
you're driving, even though it's infinitely more dangerous to drive. You don't have that element of control when you're on a plane,
True.
right? So it's the same exact thing. I have an element of control when I'm on my feet in a rainforest rather than when I'm in the ocean.
If I was
There's no
flying the
control.
plane, would you trust me?
Cruises are giant porta potties in the ocean. Yeah. Yeah, I guess. More or less.
Really?
Why don't you just get your license?
Well, it takes forever to
Or
get a
my
license.
uncle. My uncle flies for Delta, and I would love to fly with him.
I would literally not fly with
I
him.
wonder if you.
Why?
Why?
What do you mean why? I would rather fucking fly with a FAA certified
He
like
will get FAA certified.
I'll get FAA certified.
5,000
They
trips
need-
under his belt ass motherfucker.
You heard what
Like,
Trump's saying. They're hiring shitty pilots these days. They need
That's
me.
what you saw that and you were
Trump
like,
said that?
I'm in. Why
Austin, they need me. I don't need to get certified. They need me.
are you saying that to her? She's gonna be more
I'm
scared.
only flying
Oh
with my
fuck!
uncle
No,
now.
no. Cutie, hold on.
Wait, what airline?
Cutie.
Trump is lying.
No, he's lying. Number one. Number
Trump
two.
never lies.
Cutie. Number two. The planes that you would be flying overseas are the most tenured pilots.
Did you know one
Yes.
of my favorite things that someone said to me is they thought my humor was like April Ludgate, and that made me really happy.
Who's that?
Who's that?
I hate you too.
Wait,
so
this is
much.
like you're supposed to teach us as a woman.
We're a couple of straight
She's from
white men.
Parks and Rec.
Oh, fucking.
Yeah.
What's her face? Yeah. Me and my brother don't like her anymore.
Why? Aubrey
Like-
Plaza?
Aubrey Plaza, because she was so devastating on White Lotus.
Oh, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it.
Yeah, no spoilerinos for anybody, but like the character's actions in White Lotus made both me and my brother
Hate her?
like not like her anymore.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
what.
damn.
That's like the problem with like Joffrey from Game of Thrones. He like can't get another job because people just look at him and they're like, I fucking hate that guy.
Yeah.
Cutie.
It's a shitty thing to be typecast.
Sorry to
What?
go back, but
What?
She's such a brilliant
your
actress.
uncle is a pilot for Delta,
Yeah.
and does he fly overseas?
No.
Shit.
Maybe I'll ask him.
He is a Delta Omega Platinum
If he's
guy.
a Delta pilot that flies overseas, he guaranteed goes to London probably, and you could literally find his plane.
Actually, I
and get
think
on his-
he's probably flown to London.
Yeah. Why don't we just get you on? Match you with his schedule and just get on his plane?
Yeah,
that
we
he's
could
flying?
probably do that.
Ask your
I
uncle.
haven't thought of that till
That's
now.
isn't. Would you go then if your uncle was
Yeah,
flying?
if my uncle was flying, I'd go.
I don't like that we're setting the most unrealistic boundaries for Cutie to fly.
But that's a pretty.
Hey,
good
it's my
solution.
uncle though.
Yeah, it's
Wait,
a pretty
what?
good
Is he
solution.
Italian?
Yeah,
Yay.
we're Italian now.
Hey.
I don't know if you
he's
can
my
tell
boy.
Yeah.
from my pale complexion, but
Yeah.
we're super Italian.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, it's so funny. I was at dinner last night and some wonderful woman had a great conversation with her. She was like,
Why do you talk like you're like running for Senate?
Also, who
I'd
has
be a
like this
great
experience?
politician.
Who has this experience?
well, okay. I was
You're-
sitting.
you're
I was
like
sitting-
28.
I was sitting at the bar, and she tapped me on my shoulder, and was like, "What are you eating?" And I'm like, "Oh, this." And then we sparked a conversation. We talked for like 2 hours.
I don't understand how you live this life. You live a life like a salary man in a movie, and you're like
Yeah.
traveling to
He is the Wolf of Wall Street.
different destinations.
Or like a
and-
vagabond that
The Wolf of Hollywood.
goes to like the RV meetups
Wait, what's
in
weird
the
about
middle of
eating
Nevada
dinner?
desert.
Why are you eating dinner alone at a fucking bar?
Because I was
In a
hungry.
hotel.
Because I'm out of town on business.
Oh my god.
It wasn't a hotel, it was a restaurant.
Why don't you just come over here?
Yeah, I think it was actually.
Why don't you hit me up? I had a decadent experience last night.
Oh yeah, Marat texted me.
Yeah.
What'd you guys do?
He said, "Are you in town?" I'm like, "Yeah," but then he never responded.
We went to Republique.
I
It
don't
was
know.
so good.
Yeah, I saw it. Damn, I could have
It
been
was so
invited to that.
fucking good. The food was incredible.
Well, anyways, I was talking. Speaking of Italians, I was.
Boys' night, no girls allowed.
I was,
Sorry, cutie.
I was talking to
That's
this.
fine.
I was talking to this lady, and she's really nice.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Let cutie go, Madge. What the fuck?
Nice, really wonderful. But she said to me, we were talking about race for some reason. We got down.
That's
that
weird.
rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Okay, that's.
Well, I don't know.
That's not a normal.
Well, I was talking about sexuality. She was talking about race. It was like a really good discussion.
Go on.
And she said,
I'm eating this last.
she's like, my Italian friend says she's white. And I'm like, oh, yeah. And she's like, but she's not. She's Italian. I said,
what?
I said, wait, what do you mean? I was like,
No, ain't no way, dude.
she's a person of color. And I was like, okay.
Sure.
That's not true though, right? Italians are white, aren't they?
I thought Italians are white.
Yeah, that's why it's a meme in my.
We cut this
community.
out of the podcast?
Oh.
Uh-oh, Austin's offensive again.
Canceled. So canceled. Oh my god. Fucking unironic Fretophobia. Yikes, yo.
No, I don't know.
No, Italians are 100% white, dude. What the fuck are you talking about?
Anyway, that was.
That's literally the joke that I make all the time. I'm not white. I'm Italian.
Yeah.
Italians
Yeah.
are POC. That's a joke.
They were historically at one point considered POC, but they're not anymore, as far as I understand. But that's the whole point, is that whiteness is fake and made up and doesn't mean anything and can include or exclude people whenever people decide it does.
Oh,
anyway, but
Italians do think that they're people of color.
Yeah.
I had a dream last night that I was in high school and I asked Jerma to prom, and I put a lot of work into asking him.
What?
And I like made a big Lego baseball field because he loves
Telling people are white for now. Yeah, exactly. Like
baseball, and I like wrote prom on it, and then if you took the pieces apart, you'd find the letter to my name. So he had a fun puzzle. And I showed up to school on Monday. We're in high school, and I'm like,
Jerma,
you're
and
so
I'm like,
weird.
Jerma, do you want to go to prom with me? And he's like, we're too old for prom. And I was like, what? And he's like, I'm too old for prom. And I was like, huh? And he's like, you're
What a
too old for
dream.
prom. And then I became like aware
That
of
you were
like
old- too old for
that I was
prom.
like too old for prom, and he was like, why are you in a high school? And I was like, oh my god. And he was like, why are you asking me to prom? And I was like, oh my god.
You know,
and
I
then
never.
woke
oh
up.
my
I never went to
god.
prom.
Oh my god.
I went with a cardboard cutout of Justin Bieber.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't
you.
have. We don't have proms in Turkey, but
Epic.
I'm happy.
Well,
that-
both of us are. All of us are really cool then.
I never had a prom date or anything. I was such a
So
loser
cool.
in high school. Such a fucking.
Yeah.
Does anyone from high school
I just went with one of my friends.
still like follow you?
I've had a couple people figure it out, but no,
They probably don't understand it.
they don't get it.
Yeah.
And that's okay.
They're like,
Uh,
Austin from high school is like trying to make it.
Well, I wasn't. Yeah. He's like flying to LA. We don't know what he does.
I don't know what you do.
No one
yeah.
knows.
I don't know. None of us know what you do.
Yeah,
None of
we-
us know how you afford anything.
Yeah. I don't know either. I have no idea. But anyways, yeah, I was not very popular in high school. I know it's hard to believe.
I have no idea. I'm sure people follow me from high school.
In
just
Turkey?
Like, yeah, but it's just like so funny to think, you know,
No one follows me.
these are like lawyers and doctors and like
Yeah.
housewives.
What'd you
and-
do to them?
Well, I'm like Hannah Montana. I didn't have social media before because I hate social media. So I don't
Yep.
have social. I did not have social media before this. I don't have a Facebook. I don't have anything. And then I started.
Yeah, same. I didn't have shit before I started. I had deleted everything like 4 or 5 years before. And now I'm just on everything again.
Streaming, and then I had to make it all. And so like no one just like ever followed me because it's not under Blair. So if they were to search me from high school, it'd be Blair and my last
Yep.
name.
Yep.
They can't find me. So
Yeah, I mean, like, one of my friends that I'm still like talking to knows, but I think that's it.
Blair Cinderella.
yeah, Blair Cinderella, my last name. So yeah, no one from high school is like said anything to me. One time, a Haas frog actually he was best friends with my ex-boyfriend, and he reached out. He was like, "Hey, this is a weird question, but do you know Hassan?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he was like, "I watch his stream all the time. Are you Cutie Cinderella?" I was like, "Yeah."
No.
Yeah. So Hassan doxed me.
I'm getting
make that very clear.
Do you get recognized a lot?
No.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
I
don't really.
am
either,
so basic
kinda.
looking.
Me too.
It just doesn't.
We just
I just
we
blend
don't,
in
we
with
blend
society.
in. I noticed more of them with 6'5" Hassan. That
4.
Well, with his 7-inch heels. That he wears.
Okay,
I
you wear
mean-
platform boots.
You have like
Yeah,
because
he's
you
big.
wear platform boots, you have like made it seem you make everybody around you seem short.
On
Like
purpose?
people think I'm 5'6" because I stand next to you in heels.
In heels? Oh,
wears-
he's wearing.
he
I
wears
wear the
boots.
platform dogs, but I don't really wear it that often.
All the pictures that I get of making fun of my height are next to you in heels. I'm not that short.
Are they though?
I'm not that short.
Wait, how tall is he? I always thought he was like 5'6" too. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know.
I'm
Am I in
5'9".
heels in all the photos.
Look, you're on your tippy toes at least.
I don't want to be in the thumbnail. Can we agree on this now as a team?
Why?
I don't want to be in it.
Why?
Look at my face.
Cutie.
I'm very mad that my hair and makeup and clothes aren't done.
Cutie, we need you.
I don't want to be in it.
Cutie,
I don't want to.
You have no choice.
No.
We'll airbrush it.
Put,
Saul.
Bernie in it.
Why don't we?
Wait.
Why don't we yassify her?
Wait, bro. This is them next to each other. That's like a full foot. No, maybe not that much. Like 6 to 10 inches? Like 8 inches? What do we think? So he's probably like 5'8", 5'9". Something like that.
Her face
Yeah.
like insane.
Let's yassify me, please. I'll do it. Actually, just download the app, Marsh. I keep telling you. It's called Face App. No, it's Face App.
Face app.
Download Face App and yassify me. And then everyone in... Yeah, Face App. Yeah. And then everyone in the comments, tell me how good I look in the thumbnail, please.
Oh my god, look at this picture of them. They're so cute. It's like 1p, but it's so cute. They're adorable. Aw. I do think Will should grow out his hair again. I like long hair, Will. Looks good.
Everybody in the
like
comments, tell Cutie Cinderella how good she looks.
Yeah, because I've been
Why-
yassified.
Picture taken after 1950 be that low res. I don't know. I think it got copy pasted onto Pinterest. Oh. Wait, no. It might be my bad. I think I like opened the thumbnail. It's not that bad. Cuties. I wonder when this was.
Should all of us be yassified?
Or I don't mind.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
Babe,
This is
fuck-
going to be our best thumbnail
we
ever.
need to make sure that the algorithm takes, so Hassan just got to be his bare face.
Yeah, you can't.
Need your face. in
We
the
need your
thumbnail.
clout. Are you mad Will's not here?
Going to bed now. All right. Thank you. Have a good night. Sleep well. Sweet dreams.
You like us? Be honest.
Yes. What kind of question is
He
that?
likes us, Austin.
How does it feel that we've taken over your podcast?
I love it. I'm happy because if Will wasn't here, I would be struggling to find a guest. Last
Yeah.
second, as always.
Yeah. Well, next
And-
week we have a fun guest.
We do.
Yeah.
But we'll talk about it on the paywall episode.
Nice, which is actually a good
Wait,
phrase
do
to
we
bring
have
it
enough
up.
time?
What?
Yeah.
What's no?
What the fuck? Don't debate me like that. What the fuck? Tell me who it is.
Normal.
Hour.
What do you mean?
What's normal time?
An hour.
An hour?
An hour.
I don't know.
I've been looking at I saw
I don't know. I've only been on like 12 episodes.
the clock over there.
Yeah. It's actually a great segue because we will be moving on to the paywall proportion of the
Are we watching
broadcast,
MILF Manor?
where we will be watching MILF Manor.
That's right.
And I'm gonna order food.
Yep. And
Wait, I'm gonna order food
again.
too.
Like I
I'll
said,
order for you.
Like
But
I said
I want
in the
that
Hassan,
same place.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
like I said on the Hassan Abi broadcast, Hassan starves us for 2 hours and then gives us a little jolt of food to get us through the
Gonna
last.
give us
That's
one
insane. That's insane that
Snickers
you're
bar.
saying this.
I am
You've
so tired.
nonstop eating since you've been in this house.
I have eaten chips, Mentos gum, and
I always
Oh my
still
God.
eat them.
Nibbled on it.
Literally always.
I have it's for you guys.
So awesome.
yeah.
Making them work for their food. What the fuck is on?
I don't pull the wrong gum. You may get the spins.
I don't get that gum.
Anyway, regardless, this has been a wonderful episode. We've convinced Cutie Cinderella to come with us to London in the near future.
Let's call my uncle.
And she said she's super down, so we're going to hold her accountable. Austin has unplugged his microphone one more time, so it doesn't matter what he has to say in this.
Didn't know. Okay, go ahead.
You just try to tap a Shure SM7B. You don't. That doesn't work.
Oh.
Oh my
You,
god.
you have to smack it, but
Yeah.
he did one of these like little baby touches.
Oh,
like,
okay.
beep, beep, beep. It's not going to work.
Have you ever
Anyway.
podcast before? Sorry. Finish the outro.
No, he has not. He does not create content, as you know,
I do.
allegedly.
I'm coming out with a lot of great stuff this year.
Okay, well, go ahead. This is your time
I'm
to
very
plug whatever
excited.
you're coming
It's
out with.
almost 4 months in.
Name Your Price season 2.
I can't wait. I can't wait. I hope that's soon.
When?
You
Three.
said that last time.
Season 3.
Okay. You
I
said,
can't.
Wait. There wasn't any relationship advice. You're right. It literally wasn't. It never came. They just talked shit the whole time. That's hilarious. I guess maybe this was the advice of like how to suck dick, that men should use toys with their women. Ludwig gave Cutie a 10 out of 10 for blowjobs. She gave him a 10 out of 10 for giving head. They talked about who likes giving head. I wouldn't qualify any of that as advice. I don't know what this title is. I'm gonna be real with you. Yeah. Shave peener. Yep. That's most of it. Yeah. They're mostly just like talking about sex. The micro penises was funny. That was a funny section.
Can't tell you the date. It's coming soon.
Pretty sure you plugged Name
New
Your Price.
talent show.
I asked you to do
4
a talent
episode
show
series.
last year so the winner could play at the Streamer Awards.
Well, we'll do that for this year. We'll make the winner play at the Stream Awards this
He
year.
never does it.
I'll do it. I'll make the winner play at the Stream Awards this year.
I'll play
So
then.
that's coming up. Lover host.
With
a couple
who?
episodes. I can't tell you.
My God.
He's lying.
I literally can't tell you. I will tell you in the paywall episode.
No, he's lying.
Cutie, what about you? What kind of fun projects do you want to promote?
April is the month of Beyblade tournament. That's coming.
Ooh, that's
huge,
exciting.
huge. May we've got
Beyblade.
Master Baker coming back. Austin wants to compete.
Yeah, she doesn't want me though
Let's
because she
go.
liked my post and didn't respond.
Well, I didn't respond to anybody. Rama, I didn't
Not
respond to
special.
anyone.
She said you're not special.
She
Also,
doesn't-
I don't know if you have what it takes.
I
Oh!
definitely am a terrible cook.
It's a 9 to 5 for 5 days.
I don't think he's ever made content
Okay,
like
he's
that
in.
before.
He's in. He said he wanted to.
When
so-
is it?
I don't know yet. I'll work around your schedule.
I'm very busy.
It's in May.
I actually am busy.
Well,
but,
if you get eliminated, then it only takes.
but I will be there for you.
Okay, he'll be there.
'Cause
Anyway,
I need you on my talent show.
Master Baker. Oh,
Well, there are some dates that you should keep open.
why?
Don't worry about it.
I'm not going to London.
Just don't worry about it.
But that's what we need to figure out. We'll
Well,
figure
you
it
are
out.
going to London. So.
I'm not.
I feel bad for the people watching this outro.
Why? They love us.
So,
Anyway, I don't have anything. Just check
I
out my streams. No one watches my streams, and it feels bad. So
I love
Feels
watching
bad,
your streams.
man.
I come in and
Thanks.
I come in for attention and leave.
Yeah,
But
that's
with
not
everybody.
He does every
helpful.
stream. He does for every stream.
Yeah, Hassan called me the fuck out the other day. He was pissed. You were mad, weren't you?
Wait, I don't remember.
Dude, you were like, I was like trying to
think I remember
antagonize
this.
you and like say something.
Oh yeah.
And you're like, oh look, Austin's begging for attention again, and then just kept scrolling.
Oh, spicy.
I felt like it was like you were actually upset. Were you actually?
I think
upset?
it's funny because you go to a chat and you resubscribe and you're like, LOL, and then you like go to another chat and then you like
I
say
hop
something.
around chat.
Yeah.
No, you're a slut. Like
Yeah.
you 100%. And you probably immediately went back in the Hoscore to be like, did you guys like that? Come
They
on,
all
give me
loved
attention.
it. They loved it.
Yeah.
So much.
I know what you do. I know your ways.
I'm very predictable. Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching this episode of Fear and. We are going to be watching
Wonderful.
MILF Manor on the paywalled version of this episode. Please subscribe to our Patreon, where we will be leaking next week's guest of the podcast.
Wahoo!
And
And
a bunch
watching
of other
Milk
And a
Manor.
bunch of other fun stuff. All right.
You're not leaking anything.
Peace,
Bye.
Yeah, bye everybody.
I love that about her.
You like that? Yeah, it stresses me out.
She's perfect for this show.
Yeah.
She's the
Yeah.
Oh, she is.
She's great for the show. She's perfect in general. I think she's perfect at life.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
I love her.
Honestly,
Hassan
Disco
loves-
Mommy slide.
Well, because you know, she's just like a bit of a hoe, and she's
She's a
just
bit of a
having
hoe.
Bit of
fun.
a hoe.
She's just having fun with it. Whereas
Which
all
we
the other
love.
moms are like, I'm here for love. It's like, dude,
That's
come
fair.
on.
None of them are gonna fall in love.
Disco Mommy's like, give me a penis. I want to suck it. I want to suck your cock. Give it to me.
She
And
she
I
was
love that
very
about her.
horny.
Okay.
I
fair.
love it
Living her
about her,
best
too.
life.
Mm-hmm.
How did we get this? A map so detailed, so precise, that guys like this would have thought it was magic, an impossibility made manifest by superhumans in the future. One of their fellow explorers, Ernest Shackleton, drew this place on the back of a menu once, dreaming of someday crossing this whole continent and paying a huge price to try. This is a place that has lured explorers from all over, killing many of them. That's because the bottom of the earth is a place that humans really shouldn't go. It's a place that, in fact, they couldn't go.
Fascinating.
Our species were able to move and settle across.
I did always kind of wonder about this. Like, how did they map that? Like, how did they go there? Like, now obviously we have like planes and satellites and whatever, but like back in the day, like they just had to go there and like draw it.
The whole globe, from desolate ice deserts to impossibly faraway islands. Somehow we just showed up. We settled. But even after we had reached every corner of the globe,
They threw bodies at it. Yeah. True. It's a pretty fucking like, can you imagine how terrifying that would be? Like, okay, babe, I'm off to Antarctica. I may or may not be back. See ya.
thousands of years ago, there was still one landmass that no human had ever laid their eyes on. But something had to exist down here, they thought, something to balance out all of the land in the north, with land in the south. So explorers and map makers continued to search. And on these maps, they drew their imaginary ideas. A giant continent somewhere down here. Or maybe this island out in the east really extended down. Like, wait.
What if they were just wrong? What if they were just wrong and they just kept looking for something that was never there? Oh my god. It's gotta be there, dude. It's gotta balance it out, dude.
Down. Maybe there was palm trees and abundance, a new world yet to be discovered. Others mocked the idea of a southern world. They depicted it as a dystopian land full of kingdoms rife with immorality. But these were all guesses. It all remained unknowable, too far away to find out. By the end of the 1700s, explorers had turned most of the world's oceans from mysteries to fact. And it was only then that the vast ocean expanses of the South turned from imaginary musings into the next frontier of discovery. The newly enlightened mapmakers were now drawing precise gridded lines to accurately audit the planet. They were done with their pretend predictions, their monsters in place of knowledge. The map would remain empty until they had evidence to fill in those great blank spaces. Hopefully with Earth's lost and last continent, for thousands of years conjectured by many, but seen by none. So expeditions were launched moving south, and they failed. The southern seas were simply too vast, the gaps in our knowledge too big to take on this uncharted place. But in 1772, one captain would begin to change everything. He set sail with 2 ships and 192 men. And with him, the latest technology, a new clock, the most precise clock ever made at the time, and would for the first time allow him to determine his longitude, to map his every move, to give us the lines that we can now show you on this map. This journey was funded by the all-consuming greed of an expanding empire looking for new soil to exploit. But him personally, he had big things going on in his mind. He was in it for the desire to go south, further south than any man had ever gone, and as far south as any man could possibly go. He wanted to be the one to find the lost continent at the bottom of our planet. So for 3 years he scoured the oceans, yet searching in the temperate latitudes, all he found was water. So he decided to cross a line that no one before him had crossed, the Antarctic Circle. In case it's not clear, we're now looking at the bottom of the world, and this map is actually a story. It's a story of a doggedly determined explorer spending years of his life circling these oceans, dipping more south than any human had ever traveled, then coming up, and then dipping down again, just in case this time he might find something. But all he found was frozen water, floating ice, sharp and perilous. But he kept on, looking for ways in. On a couple of occasions, he reached within breathing distance of land, but he never caught sight of it. After years of searching, it was finally time to head home. He didn't find the continent. But what he did do was prove that if this fabled land existed, it would not be the bountiful paradise that people had imagined and hoped for. He had scoured nearly every inch of those latitudes. Instead, he knew that any land down here would be a desolate world, quote, forever buried in snow and ice. So more explorers go and attempt to do what Captain Cook couldn't. And 45 years later, they find something.
Dude, the hubris of man. Like, look, I didn't find anything, and if there is anything, then it's probably just ice and you don't want to go there. But everyone else was like, no, we're still gonna go there.
It was the lost continent, and humans were laying eyes on it for the first time. No, it was not temperate, but barren and merciless, but it was seen. It existed. For human beings, a moment like this doesn't mean the end of a goal. It actually just means the very beginning. So they don't stop here. Soon more ships are heading south. Explorers looking to claim land for their country. Seal hunters, whale hunters looking for new...
Stabs flag into ground. Mine! Yep.
Untouched waters. Scientists on boats with measuring tools and open minds, recording everything. The unknown place, a little more known, sketched on paper, the shape of a landmass. But these records only served as a new measurement of our ignorance, how much we didn't know. Our discoveries were still scattered and partial, a crude shape, a ghost of something much bigger. To truly unveil Antarctica's mysteries, we needed to venture inside it. A few years would need to pass before the people with power would turn their attention.
Going into that Antarctica.
Slightly away from mapping and conquering the non-icy world to supporting the full exploration of this desolate place. But eventually they got on board. They needed to know what existed in the last blank land on the map. By then, they had unleashed the magic of mechanical power, power that was fed by carbon from ancient trees, turned into black gold, locked deep in the earth. This new power allowed them to navigate the once impossible ice, unlocking the perilous interior. On board these boats were scientists, explorers, ready to ask and answer new questions, armed with new methods, new tools, progress, discovery, adventure, and of course, the French being French. Soon it's 1911. And there's a race to see who can get to the South Pole first. and it's the Norwegian group who does. The British team gets their second, and everyone dies on their way back. And the map is shaping up. New goals come to replace old ones. We now need to cross Antarctica through the pole.
The OG first in the comment section. Oh my god. Yeah, and then there's another guy who says first, and then they have to duke it out. It's exactly the same. And then there's the guy who was actually first, but doesn't actually say anything about being first. Interesting. Interesting.
Going through the ominous unexplored region on the map. A guy named Shackleton tried this, but didn't make it very far. But his journey became a tale of courage and the will to live, when he and his crew, against all odds, in some of the most hostile circumstances, managed to all return home. The expeditions of that period reset the standards of human limits, and bit by bit, line by line, the void on the map was gradually getting filled in. By 1920, you're seeing maps like this, a red shading on the parts that we know, and yet still so much left unknown. After millennia of dreaming of it, we finally and indisputably conquered the skies. We were now able to lay our eyes on uncharted territories at an unprecedented scale. The first airplane flew over the South Pole in 1928, and in the next decade, many more would follow, each flight providing more detail to add to the compendium of hard-fought observations. But as much as it is a part of our—
What the fuck was that map? I've never seen a map like that. Where's the key? What does it mean? What does it all mean? You can't show a map without its key. Where's the legend? This doesn't mean anything. I think the yellow is ice shelves? I don't know. I do not know. Because this is also an ice shelf. What is it? Who did this? This is a terrible map.
To the compendium of hard-fought observations. But as much as it is a part of our nature to explore and learn, it is also a part of our nature to conquer and dominate. In the aftermath—
A derpy rhino? Wait. Oh my god. I see it. I see it. That's adorable.
Hard-fought observations. But as much as it is a part of our nature to explore and learn, it is also a part of our nature to conquer and dominate. In the aftermath of the most catastrophic war humanity had ever known, humans once again revealed their little eternal paradox, that their love for exploration was often as much about conquest and control as it was about learning and understanding. Petty fights about who owned this land came to the surface. And thus, on the maps, more and more we see these shades of colors, unnaturally straight lines that indicate who owns what. Scientific research stations dot the icy surface, flying national flags, established as much for asserting territorial control as for science. And now it's a new world, where the two superpowers had turned the map into their chessboard for influence. Both were now—
Yeah, it's a land pie. An ice pie. Like, no one actually wants this land. It's just for science. Like, literally just for science. When you colonize a massive ice just for science.
Now looking for a share of what was still Earth's largest unexplored territory. And soon the United States is making maps like this, that has a whole shade color dedicated to land that has been seen exclusively by American eyes. It's a map that says we were here first, creating a paper trail that they could point to just in case they needed to stake a claim here at the bottom of the planet. But then the countries get together and they make an agreement that Antarctica was not meant to be just a new field for our conflicts, but rather a place for scientific inquiry. So scientists keep coming, enabled by better technology. Icebreakers and helicopters are unloaded onto the continent. But despite all the progress, this continent remains unknown and potentially unknowable. That's until humans break a seemingly impossible barrier by escaping the force of gravity that kept us bound to our home planet. We're now throwing up spherical machines with cameras on them into space. Countries use these satellites to snap photos of their enemies on giant rolls of film in gold canisters that would fill up and then be ejected back down into the sky, intercepted by an airplane, And now, yes, we have photos of what our enemy is up to. But look, we also just have photos of the Earth, seeing it like never before.
Pretty cool.
These terrestrial outlines that old cartographers would tediously reconstruct with only the help of scattered observations, math, and plenty of imagination, now readily available to us with perfect accuracy. Our maps were no longer educated guesses. They were snapshots of reality, thanks to our satellites hurling around our planet once every 100 or so minutes, taking photos and making measurements while they fly. Humans have outdone themselves now. We have more data than our human brains could possibly comprehend. It's too much. It's basically worthless due to its scale.
Suck it, flat earthers. Yeah, there's like literal satellites circling the globe. Like, I don't. Come on.
Its detail, its complexity, until new electronic brains appear, allowing us to collect and synthesize hundreds of thousands of images from space, blending them into one map. A map that explorers who broke into this desolate place 100 years earlier could have never imagined. Every nook and cranny of Antarctica is seen. Every hill, every curve, every valley, every cliff, every ledge. But we don't stop there. Now let's measure the radiation emitted from the icy surface. We can measure the chemistry of the atmosphere down here, the temperature of its oceans, the velocity of its ice sheets as they move. We can somehow even map what this place would look like if you removed all the ice. Ice that, let me remind you, is 4 kilometers thick in some places. Scientists soon declare that Antarctica, the
Holy shit, 4 kilometers thick. I didn't know that, dude. That's amazing.
place that was always inaccessible to humans, is now the best mapped continent on Earth. This generations-long quest to map Antarctica is ultimately a story of struggle and then triumph. A story of exploration and science.
Really big
and to
ice
me,
cube.
it's rock-solid proof of something that seems to be deeply embedded into the human experience. The obsession to discover, regardless of the cost and despite the lack of any rational reason to do so. Always driven by these twin motives of curiosity and conquest. Always willing to do whatever it takes to step foot in a place, no matter how impossible it seems. So yes, we've basically entirely mapped Antarctica and the entire planet at that. But you know we're not gonna stop here. As new frontiers reveal their mysteries to us, the same story is bound to unfold. And I can say with certainty that we will continue to do this, not because we need to for survival, but because we need to for some other reason. Some deeply human impulse that pushes us way past what's reasonable, into the impossible. To expand the frontiers of our knowledge, to understand ourselves and our surroundings a little better, to discover the truths of our world and our universe.
Libbers, it's not colonialism, it's just human curiosity. Libbers.
Hey everyone, thanks for watching. This was a new format, obviously. One I'm really excited about though, because we poured a lot into making this beautiful and immersive. Tom and I developed this soundtrack in a very, very bespoke, tailor-made way. And
Shut up. Shut up. You made your soundtrack in a bespoke, tailored way? Do you mean that you just spent time on sound mixing? Man, shut up.
my hope is that it really stuck.
I mean, it's good. He has good sound mixing, but come on.
I know for me, this is one of my favorite videos we've ever made. I want to tell you about something because I'm very excited about this. I made a poster. It is a poster called All Maps Are Wrong, and it features dozens of map projections. We can't accurately map the world on a 2D surface because the world is a sphere, right? And so we get all these weird map projections, and they're beautiful to look at. They're kind of weird to look at. We just launched this right now. It's literally, this is the first time I'm talking about it to you right now. And what that means is there is a pre-sale discount, 15% off for this week only. To support the channel, we have LUTs and presets that we use to color our videos and our photos. Our members of the newsroom are also a major pillar of our community. That's our Patreon, and they get access to an extra video every month, a behind-the-scenes vlog, as well as a bunch of other perks that you can help right. You might.
Okay.
So, okay,
Bye.
It's today again, so let's talk about the news. Starting with, we need to talk about
today
Monday's
again.
horrific
Whoa, dude. That's so deep. It's today again. Wow.
mass shooting at the Covenant School in Nashville, Tennessee, because, among other things, we now have a more detailed timeline of what exactly happened, beginning with a message
Yeah, a huge content warning here, obviously.
the shooter reportedly sent to a childhood friend on Instagram at 9:57 a.m. announcing their intent to commit suicide, with the friend reportedly trying to comfort the shooter and even reaching out to a suicide prevention hotline, but it was too late because by 10:13, the shooter had broken a side window at the school and crawled inside, prompting the first 911 call. With the officers then arriving at the scene at 10:24, body camera footage showing 5 of them clearing the first floor, hearing gunshots upstairs, and then moving up to confront the shooter. But then finally, at 10:27, 14 minutes after the first call and just a few minutes after entering the school, officers killed the shooter. With the police response here instantly being contrasted to the complete failure at Uvalde, where nearly 400 officers stood around.
It's literally night and day. Night and fucking day. These fucking losers sipping on their water. What are you doing? Kids are dying right now. What are you all doing?
For over an hour while kids were bleeding to death inside, which is why we're seeing the cops this week being lauded as heroes. Though heartbreakingly, even though they took swift action, there were 6 victims. 6 who we now know included 3 9-year-old students and 3 adults, a teacher, a custodian, and the head of the school. And as for the shooter, we now know they were a 28-year-old former student at Covenant, and that the police chief said that they were under a doctor's care for an emotional disorder, adding that they legally purchased 7 firearms from 5 different local gun stores, 3 of which they used in the massacre. And while the official motive is currently unknown, detectives suggested that there may have been some resentment at having to attend that school. The police saying they're looking into a manifesto the shooter left behind, which includes a detailed hand-drawn map of the school. But one of the most explosive and attached onto details that's come out of all this is the
A cop on their phone during the shooting. Oh my god, dude. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Just fucking clueless. I remember the woman who tried to, I think she actually succeeded in breaking into the school to like get her kids out. Like she actually went in and saved her own kids while the cops were trying to stop her, and then I'm pretty sure she got arrested, if I'm not mistaken. Or they tried to arrest her beforehand, I don't remember. But that shit was so fucked.
Shooter apparently self-identified as transgender, with the police saying media initially identified them as female, but in fact they used he, him pronouns. But the fact that the shooter is trans has divided people. Some saying this is business as usual, which is all that sentence is heartbreaking, that this is so normal and standard in the United States. We're like, yes, it's yet another shooting, it's the guns that's the problem. Then on the other side you have people saying, no, this is a mental health and trans.
Yeah, this is not a trans issue. This was an issue of the fact that he was able to go purchase 5 guns and use 3 of them to murder a bunch of people. Like, the guns were purchased legally. They were purchased legally with a pre-existing mental health condition.
Trans problem. With the likes of Donald Trump Jr. lamenting the, quote, incredible rise of trans, non-binary mass shooters in the last few years. Charlie Kirk saying instead of banning assault rifles, we should ban gender-affirming care for kids. As well as Marjorie Taylor Greene and Laura Ingraham suggesting hormones or medication for mental illness were factors. Though officially, we have no info on what drugs the shooter was taking. Greene also ended up actually getting suspended by Twitter for claiming Antifa was organizing a trans day of vengeance. Which, I mean, is one of the biggest talking points we've seen from a lot of those people, that this is a trans shooter targeting a Christian school. With the hashtag trans terrorism even trending on Twitter. And Tucker Carlson taking the you versus them nasty.
Fuck that. Dude, fuck that so much. God. I hate this shit so much. Yes, this. Sorry. Nearly 3,000 shootings by 6 people between 2018 and 2023. 3 people. 3 people by trans. 3 shootings by trans people. Like, bro, what do you mean fucking trans terrorism? What the fuck do you mean?
to the absolute extreme.
The trans movement is the mirror image of Christianity and therefore its natural enemy. The trans movement is targeting Christians, including with violence.
So on that specific note, you had people saying the anti-trans discrimination does not help the matter. People pointing to depression, anxiety, PTSD, and suicidality that trans people frequently suffer due to a lack of acceptance from family and society, as well as one source telling the Daily Mail that the shooter.
I mean, it's no secret that religious institutions are very abusive towards trans people. Like, it's not like excusing this, but like, you can't leave that out of the fucking conversation. Especially like knowing the fact that there was a CSI case at the school.
Shooter was reportedly at odds with his devout Christian parents. But then you have others arguing that the fact that this is a trans shooter is a distraction, saying this is a gun issue. With a number of people, including the likes of political commentator Hassan Piker, tweeting, over the past 5 years, 2,840 plus mass shootings have occurred in the US. 3 of those shooters have been trans. Guns are the #1 killer of children 1 to 18, and the writer salivating over a school shooter being trans to deflect away from the main issue, ease of access to weapons. As well as one clinician adding, when hundreds of white men commit mass shootings, it's a societal problem, but when one trans person commits a mass shooting, it's a trans problem. The actual problem is that this country is unable to do anything at all to stop gun violence, which I mean,
Yeah, and I'm sure y'all have seen this thing circulating as well. If the shooter turns out to be Hispanic, build the wall. Arab, ban Muslims. Trans terrorism. Cis, straight, white. We need to ask ourselves, how are we as a society failing these poor, troubled young men? What kinds of movies, video games, and music are we making? It's a joke. It's a fucking joke.
regarding that, the laws, the politicians, Democrats like Joe Biden are calling for stricter gun laws, including an assault weapons ban, but Republicans have kind of just scoffed at that suggestion, instead putting forth all the usual arguments that this is a mental health problem, that freedom is more important, that the school should have just had security. With Tennessee lawmaker Tim Burchett claiming laws don't work to curb gun violence and saying, we want to legislate evil, it's just not gonna happen. And then there was a lot of attention on Andrew Tate today because there was a lot of online chatter, a number of supporters saying, hey, this time his appeal, it feels like it's gonna be different. It feels like he may actually get out of Romanian custody. And as far as the reason, you had some pointing to the Tate brothers' attorney claiming that the U.S. Embassy in Romania has taken an interest in their case, though that remains right now unconfirmed. But the big updates.
What do you mean? Why? What does that mean? Sorry, what? The fuck?
To get out of Romanian custody. And as far as the reason, you had some pointing to the Tate brothers' attorney claiming that the U.S. Embassy in Romania has taken an interest in their case, though that remains right now unconfirmed. But the big update today is that, yes, it was a different day, but it was the same shit. With Andrew Tate losing yet another appeal for bail and having to remain in Romanian prison. So you have Andrew Tate, his brother Tristan, and the two women.
Rip fucking bozo. I knew it, dude. Nah. They're not holding him this long on accident.
And still detained. And so with this news today, it means that Andrew Tate will remain in custody until at least April 21st. And these dates are becoming more and more significant because remember, this is the fourth 30.
Please let me out. I hate it here. Yeah, he's looking rough. He's not looking so hot.
Day extension. They were arrested back in December and they can continue to be detained, but only for so long. Because if nothing changes, the latest these extensions can go is through the end of June. Because remember, while they were arrested as part of a rape, human trafficking, and organized crime investigation, they have not been charged with anything yet. So for now, we're gonna have to wait to see if that changes anytime soon. And then in entertainment news, we've got big updates and accusations regarding that whole.
What the fuck? Was that Charlie Chaplin?
See if that changes anytime soon.
What?
And then in entertainment news, we've got big updates and accusations regarding that whole creator clash mess we talked about earlier this week. So where we had left off was creator and fighter Froggy Fresh had been dropped from the card. And for many, this seemed like an abrupt move by the organizers of the event. There was some backlash and speculation, some wondering if this had something to do with Froggy Fresh's beef with iDubbbz's wife, Anissa, and her mom. With people, of course, wanting to know more details and specifics here, all of which seemingly leading to Creator Clash releasing another statement last night saying, we want to provide some additional information around the rationale for this decision to help clarify some of the online chatter. And saying, we have a legally binding code of conduct that each of our Creator Clash 2 fighters are held to, a violation of which is grounds for termination. And adding, unfortunately, there were several violations made by Froggy Fresh during his tenure with Creator Clash this year. And going on to claim they made several unsuccessful attempts to address them directly with Froggy Fresh in the hopes we could work together to get things back on track. And adding, when it became clear that the exhibited behavior wasn't stopping, at risk to the other fighters, fans, and others involved in the event, the Creator Clash 2 team made the collective decision to move forward without Froggy Fresh on the ticket. Also regarding money being donated to Froggy Fresh's charity or not, they went on to say Creator Clash and iDubbbz have already donated $50,000 for each of Froggy Fresh's supported charities, Kids Cancer Foundation and Nick Lost Children's Hospital, for a total of $100,000, and saying they will also remain beneficiaries of
That's so based. You know, I'm coming to like fucking iDubbbz and Anissa because like they've both really had a character arc. You love to see it. You love to see growth.
money raised throughout the event itself. In closing, the fighters have all been working so hard and can't wait to get into the ring. Let's focus on their fights, not any that may exist online. But with all this, we saw Froggy Fresh shooting back in statements of his own and a series of tweets, asking who tried to reach out to me several times and what are the several violations, and then asking if this had to do with his ties to Sam Hyde, who's a highly controversial personality, with some including the likes of Hassan Piker describing him as an anti-Semitic troll and an alt-right Nazi.
Are you ever gonna accept Sam Hyde's fight offer?
I don't, dude, no. Why are you fucking talking to me about some dumbass fucking weirdo Nazi? What's wrong with you?
Others also pointing to and sharing clips online saying that there's history regarding what he has said about Anissa in the past.
So fuck you, bitch, hoe, slut, fucking slut, ugly.
Gee, holy shit. Whoa. Whoa. I'm like high and like, bro, I was not ready to jump into Sam Hyde discourse. Fuck. Oh shit. What have I done? You never know what's gonna come up on the Philly D broadcast. Jesus fuck. I hate this guy so fucking much. I do wonder about their decision to include him. I'm gonna go back, because that was like whiplash. It's probably best that you don't know him. I'm pretty sure he has self-identified as a Nazi, if I recall correctly. Like, just an out and about, like, shitty dude.
Why are you fucking talking to me about some dumbass fucking weirdo Nazi? What's wrong with you?
Others also pointing to and sharing clips online saying
That's my streamer.
that there's history regarding what he has said about Anissa in the past.
So fuck you, bitch, hoe, slut, fucking slut, ugly.
Bro, chill. What the fuck? What's wrong with you? What is wrong with you?
Slut. There's nothing worse than a slut who's ugly. I'll bust your teeth out,
Yeah, this clip is basically all you need to know about Sam Hyde.
bitch.
And Froggy adding, are you talking about when Ian called me the third time ever 15 minutes after Sam Hyde retweeted me to investigate my friendship with Sam Hyde, and then asking that I don't release any content with Sam Hyde until after the event? Haven't released any Sam Hyde content. Still kick?
I'm so confused about what's going on. I missed the beginning of the drama. Like, I didn't see the earlier Philly D stuff. Third time ever. Retweeted me. Don't release. Wait. That's interesting. They asked him not to make content with Sam Hyde. I thought Sam Hyde fought in Creator Clash last year. Am I like crazy? Oh, wait, did he get banned after last year's? Wait. I can't find anything about it because, like, he's banned from, like, YouTube and shit, I think. Like, he's just, like, on the fringes of shit.
How's it going, guys?
The fuck? Yeah, this was 10 months ago. Let's see.
Making sure this is working. Check. Hopefully I don't fuck this up. It's like my second time using this computer. So I'm here with Sam Hyde, the man banned from the Creator Clash. How are you feeling, Sam?
Banned again, blacklisted again. No fun for me.
Yeah, I thought it was funny.
I did get all expense access.
I thought it was funny how the last you had, the last I.
Come here. For me.
We got a few coins. No, I thought it was funny. Last I heard from Ian, he seemed to be against the blacklisting of Sam Hyde and thought, "Hey man, you could still be on YouTube." That was last I heard.
Well, he said I could put on my own boxing event and I could go to that. Pretty cool. Yeah, Gus Bang is live.
That's really kind of him. So, yeah, I figured.
Brandon, when you edit this, can you bleep the name? They don't know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, Jet's in the fucking the pilot control.
Such a fucking slime ball. I can't even
Froggy Fresh also saying that he always responded to messages from Justin Tracy, who outlets like Exerto identified as a member of staff, with him then doubling down and reiterating, "I was never given any notice of violation. I got one email minutes before you went public about my termination. Justin Tracy called me while I was in Providence working with Sam. I asked that he could..."
Who cares? It's their event. They don't have to have you on the ticket. They can terminate your contract. I'm pretty sure that's that happens.
He'd text or email me as I was busy training with Sam. He never texted or emailed. With him then later claiming one of the biggest things here, that he had been threatened with a lawsuit for speaking about this, saying the threat of being pursued legally unless I remain quiet and let them tarnish my reputation to where no one else would want to work with me for my misconduct is rough. I appreciate the donation to the charities I submitted and continuing to keep donations coming into them. I don't want CC.
Bro, what? You can't just slander them. Yeah. Yeah, they have lawyers. I don't even know who this guy is. Froggy Fresh? I've never heard of him. Who am I alone?
To fail, I would rather we just walk away amicably where I'm not threatened. So on that front, we saw another creator by the name of Mudahar say he would actually cover the expenses that Froggy Fresh would incur here, saying threatening litigation like this kind of worries me, but I hate it when smaller creators have to face any legal crap. It ruins lives. I'm down to cover it all. No need for GoFundMes. I just want this to be resolved. I want a successful event at the end of the day. But ultimately, that's where we are with the story right now, and I don't know if it ends here and it just kind of lingers, or if there will be further updates. I sent out a request for comment to Ian to see, are the lawsuit allegations correct? Has a lawsuit actually been threatened with what Froggy Fresh is saying? Is there any validity to that? But in the meantime, let me know your thoughts on this. And then we live in a world right now where there are a lot of people telling Elon Musk to go fuck himself because he wants $7 or $8 from him. There are also apparently people that are willing to give him $100,000. And I don't mean the Saudis helping him buy Twitter. Rather, I'm talking about people like this principal at a high-end charter school in Florida who turned in a resignation to the school board last night. And that because she sent a check for $100,000 of school funds to a scammer posing as Elon Musk. To make
You're fucking kidding me. Bro, what? How the fuck are you ever fooled into believing that the second richest person in the world needs your 100 grand? He carries 100 grand in his pockets. What the fuck are you talking about? What are you... Come on now. Come on now.
Matters worse and even more embarrassing, the principal had reportedly been speaking with this person for months, despite the repeated warnings from her staff that it was a scam. But for her, the offer was too appealing.
They told her it was a scam too. Oh my god.
With Elon promising to invest millions of dollars back into the school with just a small upfront cost on their part. Now, here's the good news. While she did send the money, the school's business administrator noticed and was able to cancel the check before it was cashed. Though everything did bring us to last night when many of the staff of the school threatened to quit if she stayed, saying that even outside of this incident, she is...
Yeah, you're clearly not making the best decisions in general.
Created a toxic work environment. In business news, we need to slow it down with the fucking robots.
Fast as fuck, boy.
That is what 1,100 top technology experts are saying about AI right now, with a warning coming as an open letter signed by the likes of Elon Musk. Very nice of him to take a break from ruining Twitter to sign this. Also, Steve Wozniak and asking all AI labs to immediately pause for at least 6 months, and going on to warn that these AI are becoming as good, if not better, than humans in many tasks, and went to ask, should we let machines flood our information channels with propaganda and untruths? truth? Should we automate away all the jobs, including the fulfilling ones? Should we develop non-human minds that might eventually outnumber, outsmart, obsolete, and replace us? And also warning that the answers for these questions should not come from the people building the AIs right now, as they're currently locked in an AI arms race to build even more powerful machines without considering the implications. Now, for their part, AI firms like OpenAI have said that they have considered all these implications and spent upwards of 6 months ensuring the safety of their AIs before launching. But with that, you have people saying, okay, it's great that you're trying to mitigate the risk of Skynet. But rather, what about the more down-to-earth things such as how our society is structured? I mean, recently we've seen the likes of Goldman Sachs warning that hundreds of millions of jobs worldwide are on the verge of becoming obsolete with just the AI tech that we've seen.
Yeah, I'm worried that we're not creating new jobs to replace the ones that will be gone very soon or are gone already. Because, yeah, like, Hassan was saying today, like, capitalists are going to exploit this like they always do. Which, yeah, of course they will. You know, why wouldn't they? And it's not like they're gonna let you work less. They're just gonna expect you to be more productive and work the same as, like, 10 people previously would have done. And, like, what about those other 10 people, though? Like, where did they go? Those jobs just got eliminated tenfold. Like, it's not good. It's very bad. It's very, very bad. More poor people, those at work will have to do more. Yeah, it's absurd, dude. Fucking capitalism. It's about endless growth, which is literally not possible. Like, it's not possible. The wheels are starting to come off the machine. Like, I don't know, like, how we can implement this level of AI in every industry and not have UBI. Like, I do not know. At least for, like, I don't know, like a 50-year period or something. Like, shit's gonna be so bad, bro. Like, man. I always think of that scene in the newer Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, the one with Johnny Depp, where Charlie's dad is like, he's fired from the toothpaste factory and it's because of robots. And it's just like so devastating for the family and everything. And like, it's like, on the one hand, like, yeah, it's better and like no human likes screwing the caps on toothpaste. But like, what now though? Like, what next? Fuck. Yeah. Capitalism is a living nightmare. It's true.
Right now. Because remember, because I'll continue to beat this dead horse on camera for you, the state of AI today is the worst it will ever be ever again. And while initially, as someone that's been kind of fucking around with it a little bit, it's like, like a really helpful tool. It really does seem all but inevitable that the human...
A robot's license at the end? Wait, a robotics license? Wait. I don't even remember that part. I haven't seen it in so long. That's amazing.
Element just slows things down. Though, if anything, all of this could also be used as an argument for why we're gonna need universal basic income. Or what happens in a world where humans don't have to do something to survive. Like, understand, we're talking about the prospect of society at its core changing in a way that it's never...
Yo, the Matrix. It's coming apart. That was actually a good effect. That was trippy as fuck. The guy who repairs the robots and screws on the caps. Oh, yeah. It all works out in the end.
Need universal basic income. Or what happens in a world where humans don't have to do something to survive. Like, understand, we're talking about the prospect of society at its core changing in a way that it's never really changed before. Like,
feels so trippy.
Throughout history, we are standing and looking out from the edge of a cliff right now. And then this is Linda.
What was that? I think it's a descent detected. That was epic.
Developing your own AR pins? Just check below for more info. And then this is Linda Bluestein. She's a 74-year-old grandmother from Connecticut. She's married with 2 kids, 45 and 47, and she has several grandchildren, but she's also facing her 3rd bout of cancer, diagnosed with late-stage fallopian tube cancer 2 years ago.
Yeah.
She's also currently undergoing chemotherapy, but she's also looking into her options in case the chemo stops working, with her specifically looking at Vermont's Patient Choice at End of Life Act, which allows patients to administer a lethal dose of medication with medical assistance. But not just anyone gets access to this. Vermont requires the patient to be at least 18 years old with a terminal condition, have a prognosis of less than 6 months to live. Also, they need to have the ability to self-administer the medication. But also, another key requirement is that you must be a...
That's interesting. You have to be able to give it to yourself? That's kind of fucked up. What if you have, like, a disability, like, that predates your terminal condition? Or even is because of the terminal condition, like... That's when I would want to die the most. I mean, I get the being capable of making their own healthcare decisions part, but, like... The fuck?
Also, they need to have the ability to self-administer the medication. But also, another key requirement is that you must be a resident of Vermont to qualify. And as a resident of Connecticut, Linda wasn't able to access the procedure, so she was prepared to move to Vermont, away from her family if necessary. But then, Compassion and Choice is an advocacy group for expanding access to end-of-life medication, helped Linda file a lawsuit, with her main argument being that the residency requirement is actually unconstitutional, and a senior staff attorney with the group saying, to my knowledge, other than what's happening right now with abortion, there are no other medical procedures that are limited to people on the basis of their residency. And arguing it's just unfair and it doesn't really make sense to restrict some sort of medical practice just based on zip code or residency.
That is true. Very true and very based. And I hope this is a precedent because it would, like, reinstate Roe v. Wade. Because, like, you can't just make different healthcare laws per state. That's absurd.
What we ended up seeing was actually surprising. The state ended up settling, waiving the requirement for Linda should she decide to pursue the procedure. But also the even bigger news connected to the story is it doesn't appear that the state is going to stop with Linda, with them now reportedly considering doing away with the residency requirement altogether, which would be a pretty big deal because of the 10 states in DC that allow some patients with terminal illnesses to seek end-of-life medication, Oregon's the only one that doesn't have a residency requirement. And even that change only happened last year because of a lawsuit. And so in Vermont specifically, the House actually passed an amendment to remove the residency requirement. It's currently in the Senate, so we're going to have to see what happens there. But also notably, not everyone's on board, where there's some that argue that it isn't a medical procedure at all, with the director of the Robert Powell Center for Medical Ethics saying,
it's so weird that, like, supposed ethics, like, keep you from making a decision at the end of your life, like, when you know you're going to die soon, and, like, you may be in a lot of pain or whatever, like, they're like, nope, you can't, no suicide. The bureaucracy of trying to kill yourself. Like, yeah, this is literally, like, some sort of, like, esoteric Russian novel. Like, Jesus.
saying. This is a medical professional abandoning their patient and giving them the tools to end their life. And that's in addition to other major opponents, including disability rights activists, with them citing the concern that this could highlight or even exacerbate the inequities in our healthcare system. And one saying there's just no place for it, especially when we have such a long history of racial disparities in healthcare and disability discrimination in healthcare. But with all that said, going back to Linda, should her chemo stop working, she says that she plans on ending the treatment altogether. With that, then making her eligible for hospice, and that's when she would pursue the procedure in Vermont. They're planning on spending her last days surrounded by family and going through 50 years of photographs together and sharing memories. With all that, I want to pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts here? Because as far as me, when it comes to end-of-life medication, especially if someone's terminal, I'm personally on board. I mean, I do think that, of course, there do need to be restrictions and safety nets. But if you've ever seen a terminal person and their quality of life is, they're just living in pain, it seems a horrendous and maybe even accidentally evil thing to force them to live with it. Even with...
Yeah, that's like gross negligence.
how scary and heartbreaking the prospect of ending a life is. And then the FDA just approved an over-the-counter overdose antidote. Right? I mean, the opioid epidemic has resulted in hundreds of thousands of deaths by overdose, with more than 106,000 people dying from an opioid overdose in 2021 alone. And now Narcan, the nasal spray version of naloxone, which reverses overdoses, was just approved by the FDA to be sold over the counter without a prescription. The FDA saying in a statement regarding the decision that the choice was made in order to improve access to naloxone and reduce the number of opioid overdose deaths. But there are also some concerns here. Pharmacies were already allowed to distribute Narcan to anyone who requested it under law, and the cost for Narcan was free for those with Medicaid or private insurance with maybe a copay of $10. But many public and private insurance agencies do not cover most over-the-counter drugs, meaning that people have to pay higher prices for Narcan, thus making it less accessible than the FDA intends. Though the FDA did acknowledge this concern, with the FDA in their statement pushing other producers of prescription versions of naloxone to apply for over-the-counter approval in order to make the prices competitive. But whatever the price point ends up being, by the end of summer, Narcan will be widely available in grocery stores,
Oh, you want to survive a potential overdose? Fork over the cash, baby. Fucking America.
gas stations, and all sorts of other establishments. And in international news, the UK's intelligence service just hiked up the terror threat in Northern Ireland to severe. That is the second highest ranking and means an attack is very likely. And according to Northern Ireland's secretary, the reason for the terror level increase was because, quote, in recent months, we have seen an increase in levels of activity relating to Northern Ireland-related terrorism, which has targeted police officers serving their communities and also put at risk the lives of children and other members of the public. Now, even with all that, the British authorities don't want people in Northern Ireland to panic. If violence happens, they reportedly don't expect it to be nearly on the scale it was before the Good Friday peace agreement. But the groups expect to carry this out, being fringe, break-off groups of Republican radicals that have done pot shots at security forces for years now. It's also why the security level has been one rung below severe for over a year now. I mean, hell, just last month, an officer was shot and barely survived with life-changing injuries. Also, to be clear here, I know I have a majority American audience. These are different Republicans. They also love guns and Jesus. But the main gripe is not wanting to be controlled by the British Crown and Protestantism. The timing here is also key, as the region's coming up on celebrating 25 years since the overwhelmingly successful Good Friday Agreement that ended decades of violence between the Republican groups and the Crown. But if you're watching from Northern Ireland, keep an eye out. Be safe. Also, in other news, Ireland not the only place that's not a fan of the Brits. So this time, it's the city of Amsterdam, with Amsterdam launching an ad campaign targeting young British men to tell them to stay away, which apparently is not reverse psychology. It's just a simple message. They don't want British men aged 18 to 35 coming on over. Because reportedly, in Amsterdam, they have this reputation of being kind of drunken fools who start fights, going around naked and pee in public. The issue's actually been going on for so long that about a decade ago, Amsterdam's then mayor invited then London Mayor Boris Johnson to see what Brits get up to, saying, "The Brits don't wear a coat as they slalom through the red light district. They sing, 'You'll Never Walk Alone.' They are dressed as rabbits or priests, and sometimes they are not dressed at all. I'd love to invite him to witness it." And
sometimes they are not dressed at all. Wow. Kinda cringe, bro. What the fuck?
Some saying this latest step is just part of a campaign and a long history of trying to clean up the city's reputation as this crazy party city. Which of that, I would say, Amsterdam is gorgeous. It's an amazing
British people, SMH, get it together.
Time. I love it. But for a lot of other people, the things that come to mind when you think of Amsterdam are, oh, drugs are widely available and prostitution's legal, which I guess is why the way this campaign is working is by placing digital ads when people in Britain search up things like stag party or pub crawl Amsterdam. And it'll feature videos of drunk people getting arrested instead of having fun, with the message clearly being your shenanigans have clear consequences. That said, this campaign is controversial, with some disgusted by it, saying it's discriminatory and it targets a group solely based on stereotypes. And other locals saying they don't think it's a specific group that's a problem, but rather just the sheer number of people that are showing up. And so that's why, of course, I'd love to know everyone's thoughts, but specifically, if you are a Brit or if you are Dutch, let me know your thoughts. What are you thinking about this? And then we might be seeing one of the biggest business shakeups in a while right now. Alibaba, an absolutely massive Chinese company, announced that it's breaking up into 6 different distinct companies. News that has caused the stock to absolutely soar.
Oh, monopoly busting? Wow. Imagine. The government forcing you to dissolve your company into smaller parts. Wow.
Which it also sorely needed, because for a while now it's been in the gutter amid a crackdown by Chinese authorities. It had dropped nearly 70% since 2020. And it sure as hell didn't help that its founder, Jack Ma, was under scrutiny by the CCP. But recently, China has seemingly changed its course and vowed to ease its crackdown and support private businesses. So what we're seeing are these changes will make most of the spin-off groups almost completely independent, with the current CEO saying that Alibaba Group plans to shift to a holding company management model. This all also coincides with Ma's return to China itself, with many seeing it as a clear sign that the government is serious about not wanting to crack down on business. But also, this is the CCP we're talking about here, so we'll see. But with that, I want to say thank you for being a part of another daily dive into the news. My name is Philip DeFranco. I love yo faces, and I'll see you tomorrow.
You've just been.
I
filled
love
in.
living in California, and I truly believe that this is.
Oh my god, I'm excited about this. Talking about Skittles. It's Skittles time. Are they bad?
Maybe the best state in the United States. But even I have to admit that sometimes California lives up to the stereotype of being full of a bunch of stupid hippies. For instance, everywhere you go in California, you will see Prop 65 warning signs, which tell you that some substance somewhere nearby is potentially hazardous to your health in some way. They are completely useless because we seriously see them everywhere, and they contain no helpful information on what we're supposed to be warned of exactly or why. That's why when I first saw an article stating that California is considering a ban on Skittles, I laughed and rolled my eyes. Crazy hippies with their chemical phobia, right? But when I dug into it, I actually ended up coming to the opposite conclusion of where I started. California is right. We should ban Skittles. Well, we should do what the bill in question, Assembly Bill 418, proposes, which is to ban
I love Skittles. Most of all, I love sour Skittles.
Processed foods with 5 chemicals that are suspected may be dangerous to human health. Red dye number 3, titanium dioxide, potassium bromate, brominated vegetable oil, and propylparaben. Let's start by backing up just a bit to Prop 65. Remember last month when I talked about how California finally started cracking down on corporations like PG&E polluting groundwater back in the late 1980s? Well,
they're jacked. They punch so hard. For real, dude. They're so sour.
Well, in 1988, California passed Prop 65, which was meant to ensure that our drinking water was safe by putting the burden not on the EPA to catch big businesses screwing up, but rather on the big businesses themselves to prove that they were engaging in safe practices and to proactively flag any dangerous ingredient that might be found in their products, or else they would face potential lawsuits from consumers. While today we see Prop 65 as a useless joke, back when it was originally passed, it actually worked really well. Many companies rushed to reformulate their products to remove known hazardous materials so that they could still be sold.
Imagine you can just make the same thing with safer stuff. What?
In California. A 2005 survey found that the products included brass faucets, ceramic tableware, calcium supplements, water meters, water filters, galvanized pipe, crystal decanters, foil caps on wine bottles, brass keys, hand tools, exercise weights, raincoats, and other plastic clothing, electrical tape, electrical cords and wires, bicycle cable locks, CD wallets, baby rash powders and creams, anti-diarrheal medicines, hair dyes, hemorrhoidal medicines, nasal sprays, correction fluids, spot remover, paint stripper, shoe waterproofing spray, nail polish and nail polish remover, dandruff shampoos, bottled water, wooden playground structures, and portable.
Sounds like everything? Yeah. Yeah, pretty much most things. So yeah. I don't know. I know the raincoats and plastic thing is confirmed. Talcum powder can have asbestos, which causes cancer. Yeah. Yeah.
Classrooms, whatever those are. Unfortunately, that early success bred disaster, as more and more chemicals were added to the list for Prop 65, sometimes without real evidence of harm in humans, like with acrylamide. Studies from the 80s linked it to cancer in rats, but there's insufficient evidence of any causal link or any harm in humans. And unfortunately, it's found in a lot of common foods like French fries and potato chips, crackers, bread, cookies, breakfast cereals, black olives, prune juice, and coffee. Combine that with a group of lawyers who saw that suing small businesses for Prop 65 violations was the fast track to quick settlements, and boom, everyone now just slaps that warning on everything to protect themselves from being sued. Meaning that people now can't take the warnings seriously because we would be unable to move around and live normal lives if we were to avoid everything that Prop 65 warned us was dangerous. And with that comes the easy dismissal of new legislation meant to stop businesses from poisoning consumers, like my own eye roll at the idea of banning Skittles. I mean, come on, who would ban Skittles besides the entirety of Europe? That's right. In 2021, the EU updated their guidelines to state that titanium dioxide, which is an additive used in Skittles and other products to make colors pop.
Dude, I was wondering because titanium dioxide is literally one of the ingredients in paint. It's like, it's one of the primary colors used for white paint. So I was like, why is that like in all of our food? Because like, I don't know. I thought that was just a pigment, but IDK
is no longer considered safe for human consumption. A ban went into effect last August, and many manufacturers responded by changing their recipes to remove titanium dioxide so that they could continue to sell their products. That same summer of 2022, a California woman launched a lawsuit against Skittles for their continued use of the ingredient here in California, citing the EU's guidelines as evidence that that additive is dangerous. So, is titanium dioxide harmful? It's kind of hard to say. Like with acrylamide, animal studies show evidence of harm, particularly concerning its ability to damage DNA and affect the microorganisms in the gut. It's hard to figure out how bad it is for humans because it's now found in so many products and has been there for so long that the damage that it might be causing could just be like background noise. But unlike acrylamide, which naturally forms whenever we bake, grill, or broil foods, which is why blackened toast might be worse for you than lightly toasted toast, titanium dioxide, though, it's pretty easy to avoid. It's just a mineral pigment, and we don't have to eat it. Companies just put it in their food to make us want to eat their food more. It makes that rainbow more colorful. Like the other chemicals in California's proposed new bill, titanium dioxide...
Now listen here, how am I supposed to taste the rainbow if it's not a pretty rainbow?
...is only in our food because the FDA allowed the burden of proof to be placed on themselves and on consumers to prove that these things are unsafe, rather than on the corporations to prove that they are safe. People aren't downing bags of Skittles and dropping dead, so until we have more evidence that they are directly harmful, we let Skittles keep selling them to us. But harm doesn't need to look like dying of an immediate Skittles overdose. It's true that titanium dioxide probably isn't going to kill you in the amount found in a bag of Skittles, but what if it's in everything? You know, what if...
And it is.
Also, it's in everything your toddler eats. What if the people with the lowest body mass, children, are most easily drawn to brightly colored products that are best achieved using titanium dioxide? In fact, one of the other chemicals on the Assembly Bill 418 chopping block, erythrosine, or red dye number 3, is also used frequently in food targeting children, like candy and popsicles. And in addition to the standard linked to cancer in lab rat studies, it's one of the food dyes that some researchers think might exacerbate hyperactivity in children with ADHD. Is that link fully established? No. But again, there's ongoing legitimate research looking into it. And in the meanwhile, do we really need our kids' popsicles to be pink? Another chemical in Bill 418 is potassium bromate, an ingredient found in some flowers that has also been linked to cancer in rats and mice, and it's actually already banned in the European Union, Argentina, Brazil, Canada, Nigeria, South Korea, and Peru. The only reason that it's not banned in the United States is because its use predates the FDA amendment that prohibits carcinogenic food additives, meaning that it is generally recognized as safe until overwhelming evidence and pressure forces the FDA to change their stance. But hey, at least in 1991, the FDA asked bakers to please stop using potassium bromate voluntarily. And thanks to other countries banning it, many companies have stopped using it entirely. Again, is the danger crystal clear? No. But is there enough evidence for concern that we should stop using an ingredient that we didn't really need to be consuming anyway? I kind of think so. Yeah. While I don't like the way predatory lawsuits have turned Proposition 65 into a useless joke, I do think that the original intent was good. Place the burden on large corporations to prove that the ingredients they're using and the manufacturing processes that they employ are safe for consumers. If you want your pink Skittles to be pinker, prove to me that it's not going to damage anyone, especially the little kids that are going to be gnawing on pinker teething rings and drinking pinker strawberry milk and pinker fruit juice and eating pinker pistachios. And yes, even eating pinker fruit like cherry.
Pink pistachios? Are you kidding? The fuck? Why? Why? The fuck? Huh? I've never seen this.
Which are often dyed to look more appealing to the average grocery store shopper. It would be great if these companies would just choose to do the research on all this, but that's something that costs them money. Mars Incorporated didn't become a $45 billion megacorp by spending money on studies that are designed to detect if their own products are harmful. So fine, let's ban any non-essential additives that might be harmful to people until the companies who want to use them can prove that they're safe with solid, unbiased scientific evidence. I assure you that this will not lead to Californians needing to cross the border to get Skittles. It's one of the nice things about being a very populous, very rich state. Instead, what it means is that Skittles will change the recipe and humanity will go on just fine, possibly with a few less toxins in our lives. Hey everybody, thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like. If you loved the video, please subscribe. And if you think the world could use more videos like this and you happen to have a few bucks laying around, head to patreon.com/Rebecca and join an awesome community of nerds like the people whose names you see on the screen right now. Thanks.
An extensive report by The Intercept highlights.
So quiet. Oh my God.
That the FBI used informants, even detectives, let's put her up, in order to infiltrate organizations who believed in Black lives. Yes, we have talked about this before. We have actually interviewed victims of this scheme that took place under the Trump administration. Let me remind you of what was said back then. Here it is.
For the last couple of years, although there have been rumors about agent provocateurs and infiltrators in the racial justice movement, we've not had any concrete information on what happened. And what these recordings show is the first behind the scenes look at what the FBI was doing during the summer of 2020. And what they were doing in Denver was that they paid a violent
Weasley fucking little liars, dude.
felon tens of thousands of dollars to infiltrate the racial justice movement and become a leader. And then once he was in a leadership position, He encouraged people to commit violence. A number of the demonstrations that turned violent have his fingerprints all over them. And he also tried to specifically entrap racial justice activists like Zeb in crimes that they would never have committed were it not for the FBI engineering the entire thing. And one last point I want to make is that what's particularly troubling about this case is that a lot of the tactics that the informant uses are the same tactics that we saw FBI informants use in the 1960s against black political groups during COINTELPRO, specifically the use of so-called snitch jacketing, which is labeling real activists and real leaders as informants in order to sow chaos and sow confusion, and then take advantage of the fact that you have then sowed chaos among the groups. And it's a particularly subverting effect that happened in the 60s, and we saw the same thing happen in Denver in 2020.
Let's put the picture up of the new face they have presented by way of The Intercept as it relates to this FBI undercover egregious operation. Now, let me remind you, we have learned here on Indisputable that one of the tactics utilized by their informants is to not only become a leader within the movement, but to then tell those who are not willing to do illegal action, if you don't, you must be a snitch. And I'm going to have to tell people that you are a snitch if you don't do this thing that I'm telling you to do. That is called entrapment. That means there is no crime except for the fact that the federal government was involved. All right, let's keep the picture up in an extensive report by The Intercept.
Do not fall. Do not fall for the feds, y'all. I mean, honestly, just, like, don't go along with anyone who's, like, planning violent shit, I'd say. But, especially if they're, like, new, seeking leadership, very sussy. Do not listen to this pink hair psyop.
It shows that the FBI used an undercover cop with pink hair, masquerading as a sex worker, to infiltrate progressive activist groups in Colorado Springs, Colorado. April Rogers is a detective with the Colorado Springs Police Department, according to The Intercept. In the summer of 2020, the FBI enlisted her services to infiltrate racial justice groups in order to spound them. She used the name Chelsea Curti and said she was a sex worker. John Christensen is one of the co-founders of the Chinook Center, a progressive community in Colorado Springs, that Rogers walked into claiming that she wanted to volunteer.
Thank God.
Christensen said that Rogers implied that she was, in fact, a sex worker. She implied over the course of getting to know her that she was a sex worker, said Christensen. She dressed in a way that was sort of noticeable, added his wife.
Fucking awful people. Just truly awful humans.
Samantha Christensen. Rogers claimed to have a file cabinet that she could donate to the center. And I was like, yeah, sure. We need all kinds of stuff, said John. This giant filing cabinet, in retrospect, after the fact, we're like, right, that looks like a filing cabinet that would be in a police station. There's more. The outlet claims that Rogers was tapped to act as Chelsea during the FBI's investigation in Denver the same year, where a paid FBI informant named Mickey Weindecker, we covered this, became a prominent activist in the racial justice organizing scene there. Weindecker encouraged activists to become violent and gave the FBI informant about an activist who frequented protests in Denver and Colorado Springs. The information provided prompted the Colorado Springs operation, and Rogers tried to entrap at least 2 young men into gun running using tactics employed by Weindecker. Weindecker allegedly tried to get 2 activists to commit violent crimes, including assassinating the Colorado Attorney General.
Bro.
We talked about that on the show. Rogers reportedly began inviting activists back to her apartment with the implication of a possible sexual
What the fuck?
encounter. One of the men who wishes to remain.
What the fuck, dude? I don't think you can do that, right? The fuck? The fuck? Weird, almost like those violent protests wouldn't have been violent were it not for your undercover cops inciting violence. Curious. It's almost like it was astroturfed or something. I don't know.
Anonymous, was lured to her apartment and noted that 2 men were waiting there when he arrived. And there's 2 guys sitting there with her, he said, adding that Rogers asked him to find her an illegal gun. I'm not going to sell one to you illegally, he replied before leaving the apartment. Rogers spent a full year infiltrating the community and also tried to entrap activist Gabriel Pelchik, who was also revealed that when he went to the undercover detective's apartment, 2 men were there as well and said their names were Mike and Omar. Mike was missing his left leg from the knee down. Omar was kind of a Middle Eastern looking guy with a big beard. Both had tattoos. Both were very buff. So Gabriel said the 2 men said they were truckers who sold illegal weapons.
Oh my God.
The men told Gabriel that they could get guns, including...
Hello, fellow protesters. I have some black market firearms to sell you. Are you interested? Jesus Christ.
Including AK-47s. They also offered to get him grenades and explosives and asked him if he wanted to buy anything. A curious Gabriel met the 2 men several more times because they were generous and often bought drinks, cigars, and dinner. Before long, he was presented with an AK-47 by the men. I never saw any grenades or TNT or any of that other stuff they were talking about, he said. There were a few times where they were obviously pumping drinks into me, he added. Yeah, do you want another double shot of the 16-year scotch? Gabriel said he eventually told Mike and Omar that he wasn't interested in any weapons, noting that he stopped returning their phone calls and text messages. Democratic Senator Ron Wyden of Oregon told the outlet that the FBI abused its authority by trying to entrap activists. What do we have here? We now have more individuals saying the exact same thing as the initial interview we had right here on Indisputable. It was right here where an activist said this happened to him. This is the disguise they used, and this is the method. Disguise is different, method is the same. The activist who was on the program said this was a male who infiltrated the ranks. This is a female infiltrating the ranks. Here's the irony of it. One was a convicted felon. This one is a working detective. They were literally using everybody from A to Z. For what?
It's crazy.
For what? What did they bust?
Oof.
What plot did they uncover? What crimes did they stop? The idea of an undercover operation is to find existence.
That was like the genius move of BLM, is that it was a decentralized movement. It had several leaders, and then like they started a movement that like grew outside the organization. So like the organization itself is like questionable, allegedly. I'm not sure about all that, but like being a decentralized movement, I think is there's power in that. They can't assassinate your leader if they don't know who it is.
Criminals, not create them. All right, sharing thoughts here.
Once again, indisputable, Dr. Ritchie, yourself out in front. I didn't doubt it for a moment when you first tackled this one. So the FBI is trying to discredit the movement using an...
I mean, right-wing groups get the support of FBI. Like, shit. I mean, the Proud Boys was literally started as an FBI, like psyop essentially, and then it got out of hand and became like a real group. But that was literally started by a plainclothes FBI agent.
Informant in a bad pink lace front. It's ridiculous, and it reminds me of decades ago, Dr. Ritchie, when they tried to discredit another movement, and the man is the face of it. And now there's an MLK Boulevard in every city in America.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. This story will develop. There are more instances, and we will bring them to you as they come.
This man just can't keep it in his pants.
Oh my god, I always forget that I have to turn it up. Oh my god, their audio's so quiet. Why is it so quiet?
Dwayne Johnson just got rocked. Elon's desperate flailing. The crisis at the border is about to get worse. New PewDiePie model. We're going to talk about all that and so much more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show, so buckle up, make sure you're subscribed, and let's just jump into it. Start.
Oh shit. Did y'all hear about the fire? A bunch of migrants died in a fire. I think 38 so far confirmed dead. And the guards just let them fucking burn in their cells. Just fucking heinous. Yeah. I had a couple videos. I didn't really want to talk about it, but I can link them.
Starting with, this man right here makes Nick Cannon look like an amateur because this man is Jonathan Jacob Meyer, and he reportedly has over 500 children. And the reason we're talking about him today is he is currently facing a lawsuit aimed at forcing him to stop donating sperm, with a lawsuit saying that Meyer's prolific and obsessive donation habit heightens the risk of accidental incest for the children. And the thing is, this idea in general, it was a known concern. In fact, right now, Dutch guidelines limit donors to fathering 25 children in order to minimize the risk of incest and inbreeding. But Meyer apparently said to hell with that, because he reportedly donated at least 13 clinics in the Netherlands, as well as used websites and social media to reach out to women looking for donors. In fact, back in 2017, after the Dutch Society of Obstetrics and Gynecology had learned that Meyer had already fathered more than 100 children, he was blacklisted from all clinics in the Netherlands. But then he reportedly just continued his donations in Ukraine and Denmark, as well as internationally. And understand the 500, 550 number that's getting thrown around, right? That doesn't factor in children he may have fathered using those international services or anonymous donations. With one professional who tracked Meyer's movements telling the Times in 2021 that she had found mothers of his children in Australia, Italy, Serbia, Germany, Poland, Hungary, Switzerland, Romania, Sweden, Mexico, and the US, with many of the mothers of Meyer's children displeased with learning how many kids he has. With one mother from the Netherlands partnering with DonorKind, a Dutch organization for children conceived via sperm donor, bringing this lawsuit against him. With a mother claiming that Myers told her that he didn't have more than 25 donor children, so she was very surprised to learn the truth, saying, had I known this, I would have never chosen him. And adding, when I think about the consequences this could have for my child, I get a bad gut feeling and I become uncertain about his future. How many more children will be added? So you have DonorKind and this mother looking for the court to order Meyer to stop donating and for any clinic that has his sperm to destroy it. And then in entertainment news, Dwayne Johnson owes...
That's fucking crazy, dude. Oh my god, why are men so obsessed with impregnating everyone? That's like... It's so weird. It's so weird and so gross. Stop it. Just stop it.
$30 million to Disney, Netflix, and a bunch of other major studios. Though, no, not that Dwayne Johnson. I'm not talking about The Rock. Rather, it's this completely other guy that also just happens to be named Dwayne Johnson. Because according to this new report from The Hollywood Reporter, this random guy just agreed to resolve a piracy lawsuit with those studios. Right? Because this Dwayne Johnson, who's never asked you if you can smell what he's cooking, was sued by Universal, Disney, and Netflix back in December of 2021 for copyright infringement. And other studios like Warner Bros. And Paramount later joining on to the case. And that's because Johnson was accused of operating two services that sold subscriptions to copyrighted movies and shows, with the extent of the piracy here reportedly being massive, with those services hosting things like Harry Potter films and The Office. And on top of that, there was reportedly a live feed channel that allowed people to access HBO, Cinemax, and more. And from just one of those services, Johnson allegedly made $3 million in annual revenue. But ultimately, he's now agreed to pay $30 million over the matter, and he's also barred from continuing to operate any service with pirated content. So this is obviously a win for Hollywood, but I don't know how long-term of a win. Because for them, I imagine this is like a never-ending game of whack-a-mole, with Bloomberg reporting that piracy costs the entertainment industry $71 billion a year globally. infinitely. And then, so why are people saying PewDiePie just figured out a real-life infinite money glitch? Well, that's because over the last few days, his old Twitch channel, which has sat dormant for years, has seemingly come back to life. Except this isn't PewDiePie making a big ol' return to Twitch streaming, and it's not like he got hacked. Instead, what's actually happening is his catalog of nearly 5,000 YouTube videos is just playing 24/7 back to back to back, with people then dubbing it an infinite money glitch because of the sheer amount of content it can throw out to the public simply by recycling old videos. Right, it's an always-on channel, he's getting ad revenue, possibly new subscriptions, it introduces him to new audiences, and this may be just a small part of what ends up being a much larger movement, because this appears to be a partnership with a licensing company called Copilot Media, with them calling this stream initiative PewDiePie Infinite. And I think if this is even remotely a success, we're going to see a lot of other creators do it. Right? Because in part, there are a lot of creators that don't want to just like do other shit. For example, I have a show over on Snapchat, except I literally have nothing to do with it. That's just a company called Jelly Smack that repurposes my content. We had a completely different audience. We bring in a bunch of different revenue. And when it comes to PewDiePie or other creators, I can understand the appeal of like an always-on channel. I mean, how many of us have or have had a show in the past that we just like, we put on in the background? Like I know for some people, it's like Friends or The Office. Others, it's Family Guy or The Simpsons. Why not this, where it's one of your favorite creators and at the same time, there's a chat with it. So you can watch it passively, or it could be you and a bunch of fans like actually interact.
I hate how smart PewDiePie is. Ugh. Tell me why Zoe does that for Twitch? Really? Interesting. Yeah, it's like kind of genius, honestly.
But ultimately, we're gonna have to wait to see how people in the market react to this. Is this successful? I hopped in the middle of today's show and there were 1,500 concurrent viewers, which is not nothing, but it's also not crazy numbers. But with this, I'd love to know your thoughts. And then Ticketmaster is officially headed to court, and this over that complete shit show fans dealt with trying to get tickets to Taylor Swift's Eras tour, dealing with hours of technical difficulties, glitches, getting booted, pretty much everything other than a street fight happened. Though if it did, that wouldn't surprise me, but all in an effort to get tickets, and most walked away empty-handed, which is why we saw fans filing a lawsuit against Ticketmaster, and that suit actually had its first hearing in Los Angeles yesterday. On a website titled Take Down Ticketmaster, the firm representing the Swifties claims fans' experiences with Ticketmaster indicated a potential pattern of fraudulent behavior and antitrust violations by the company. And in this case, there are over 300 plaintiffs, with some flying from all over the country to be present at the hearing, with 30 plaintiffs, most of whom actually participated virtually, speaking on Monday about the kind of lawsuit they're seeking, with lawyer Jennifer Ann Kinder specifically planning to not seek class action status because she feels that individual trials will be more effective for the plaintiffs. And with these, we're seeing fans seeking at least $2,500 each in damages. Though, as the LA Times noted, their real goal is to break up Live Nation's monopoly, with one Swiftie telling CNN, it has nothing to do with the money. It has everything to do with Ticketmaster is the only venue in town. It's the only place to get tickets. And Kinder telling the LA Times that she wants forensic data on what went down the day Eras tour tickets went on sale, how bots got in, why the site couldn't accommodate all the users, and explaining, I think that's the single best source of information we're going to ever have about the power and control they have, and that the only remedy is complete breakup. Also, with this hearing, there was a rally of at least a dozen Swifties outside of the courthouse holding signs with song references.
Dude, if there's anything that can bust a monopoly, it's fucking Taylor Swift fans. I believe in them. I think they might be able to do this, actually. They might be onto something here.
Vowing to take Ticketmaster down. And for Ticketmaster, like, these aren't even the only sets of fans that are suing them, or because you have Drake fans also filing a price gouging lawsuit against them as well now. And then business news, Twitter is becoming unrecognizable. I made a joke yesterday about how weird its algorithm is, that whole For You page. Right, it's the default section of the platform now, and for me, it promotes just completely insane videos of people like getting punched in the back of the head from accounts I don't follow or would have no interest in, as well as just like the most incendiary tweets that seemingly are trying to like bait me into a reaction. And now with Elon Musk's newest announcement, it's probably just going to get worse, because he just announced that starting on April 15th, only verified accounts are going to come up on people's For You page. And if you don't pay Elon Musk a monthly fee for your checkmark, you can't even vote in Twitter polls, with Musk trying to justify his decision today, saying this is the only realistic way to address advanced AI bot swarms taking over.
No, it's not. I don't think that's the only way, dude. And what fucking swarm of bots are you even talking about? I don't think I've even seen one bot on Twitter. Like, I'm gonna be real with you. Blocking all of them, yeah. I don't know. My For You is, like, pretty normal. It's, like, mostly people I follow. Or people that I follow. But like, yeah, I'm definitely gonna be switching over to only following.
It is otherwise a hopeless losing battle. Yes, definitely that, and not related to all the humans who helped him lose that Twitter poll he put out back in December where he was like, should I step down? And people were like, yes, mother.
Definitely not bitter about this poll.
Fucker. You know, with this, it seems to have moved even more people into thinking that Elon Musk's moves here.
Blocked Elon and stop getting sus stressed. Yeah, I think I took him out of my feed. I was like don't show on my feed, but I didn't block him because I still want to, like, go look at his page and shit. Or see if people are retweeting, whatever.
Desperate cash grabs, with previous reports hitting on how underwhelming the revenue's been for Twitter Blue up until this point. Others saying that Musk's decision also completely ignores the free options that would stop bots that some users have suggested. Things like requiring ID for accounts, although I don't think that would be a hugely popular option either. Or unless you're like a devout Musk follower, nothing up until this point makes you go like, yeah, I trust him with my government ID. And understand, I say all this only being impacted by really one thing. Right? Like I see verified accounts are losing their status on April 1st. Oh no, poor me. For me as a person, don't care. Like I wasn't going, hey, look who's verified on Twitter. That said, I do think it's gonna cause so much fucking confusion for so many people for so many different reasons. And as far as Twitter Blue, that doesn't affect me because I've been subscribed to Twitter Blue before Spaceman bought the site. But for others, I mean, in addition to the people getting confused about who's actually who with everyone being verified and there being a lot of name dupes, there are now likely a ton of creators going, wait, so I'm gonna lose my audience if I'm not paying Elon Musk $7? But with that, there's one last piece of the puzzle that makes it all kind of look worse. And that's because according to an alleged leak, there's a list of 35 people that Twitter doesn't enforce these restrictions on. Or because normally the algorithm somewhat limits how far a tweet can reach, even if you're paying $7 a month. But allegedly, for these 35, their stuff's boosted and way more likely to show up in your feed as well as not get limited.
It's fucking libs of TikTok, isn't it? I would bet libs of TikTok is on this fucking list. Oh, god damn it.
But with this, only 14 of the names were revealed, but they include Elon Musk, Ben Shapiro, and a popular MAGA account named CatTurd2. An account that's actually so popular that even Trump cited a poll that they ran on Twitter once.
You'll see some numbers that are incredible. You'll see some numbers that are, we just had one today, 69 for Trump,
nice.
And I think 18 or 19 for
69.
But understand, not just one side was represented. You had people like Representative Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez, President Joe Biden, celebrities like Mr. Beast and LeBron James. Though here, based on other reports, it seems that Elon's tweet get the most boosting. But ultimately, we're at a place where we're gonna have to wait to see what actually happens from these changes, right? Does Elon Musk making the base version of Twitter kind of just fucking suck inspire enough people to sign up to Twitter Blue where there's a big enough revenue change? Maybe. Who knows?
No.
I mean, I personally think it's gonna fail. Twitter used to be the app I use the most. I barely fucking post.
It's gonna destroy Twitter. This is not gonna be a good thing.
It's on that thing now. It's pushed me really more towards like TikTok, right? And that's just because it's part of my job. But as far as like a consumer experience, it genuinely feels like he's actively tried to ruin the website. And then some former Chipotle workers are getting over $250,000, with the company now reaching a settlement with the National Labor Relations Board over a dispute about unionization. And so a single location in Maine had voted to unionize over pay and staffing issues. But Chipotle claims that the whole union thing had nothing to do with the closing, and rather it was those staffing issues. But the NLRB said, hey, no, this looks like retaliation. Though we likely won't know the official truth because both sides have settled, with Chipotle admitting no guilt. Instead, being able to say, you know, it's just the litigating of all this would have been more expensive than just paying the $240,000. Which, hey, money's money. That's great for these employees. But also the other way you could look at it is for a company like Chipotle, they would rather close a store and just pay $240,000 than deal with 24 unionized employees. Especially because just their mere existence increases the likelihood of people unionizing elsewhere. And then in international news, at least 39 people died last night in a protest gone horribly wrong. Right, so it all started just across the border from El Paso in Ciudad Juarez, Mexico, where you had local authorities picking up illegal migrants off the streets and throwing them in a detention center reportedly holding 68 adult males. And then when some of them learned about their impending deportation, they reportedly set mattresses on fire in protest, according to the Mexican president. And since the mattresses were so flammable, the blaze spread quickly and the ensuing smoke suffocated many to death, with others presumably burning, leading to a death toll of 39 so far, as well as 29 who were seriously injured. I mean, not a single migrant got out unscathed. But despite the horrific scale of this tragedy, it still doesn't surpass the 53 migrants found dead inside a sweltering San Antonio tractor trailer last July. And even that's nothing compared to the over 890 migrants' bodies recovered by U.S. authorities in the 2022 fiscal year, with many drowning in the Rio Grande, others dying during the days-long trek across remote mountainous areas of the U.S. And even that doesn't count the dozens who were lost at sea or died last year on the Mexican side of the border. But all of this is set to get even worse as a surge of illegal immigration is expected this spring after a pandemic-era restriction known as Title 42 lapses. The Biden administration has expelled hundreds of thousands of migrants under the law, and to prevent what's already a record border crisis from getting worse, it's proposed a new policy. A policy that would largely prohibit migrants who pass through other countries on their way to the border from applying for asylum in the U.S., which has also led a dozen Senate Democrats to denounce the policy, calling it a revised version of Trump's policy that went into effect in 2020, but was later struck down in a federal court, with them joining a...
God damn it, Biden. Brandon, I expected more of you. Come on. Come on, Jack.
Chorus of voices, including thousands of migrant activists in the UN Refugee Agency. That's where I'm going to leave you today. Thank you as always for being a part of my daily dive into the news. My name's Philip DeFranco. You've just been filled in. I love yo faces, and I'll see you tomorrow. You've got iDubbbz and Anissa embroiled in controversy, unexpected news with Kanye and Jonathan Majors, alleged crypto kidnappings, people of Israel making their voices heard.
Yeah, this is in reverse order, so we're gonna go over the Anissa thing again, but oh well. I'll be back in a second.
We're going to talk about all that and so much more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show, so buckle up, make sure you're subscribed, and let's just jump into it. Starting with the massive controversy and backlash in the online entertainer boxing space, which if you're not familiar with that niche, that space, any of the people involved, it doesn't actually matter. You can treat this as a general social person A, person B story, and I'm going to want to know your thoughts. Right, so you had the highly anticipated Creator Clash 2 just around the corner, a few weeks away. But all of a sudden, it was announced that someone was dropped from the card, with Creator Clash announcing on Saturday. There's been a change in the lineup, and Froggy Fresh will no longer be fighting against Chris Ray-Gun. We will announce his replacement in the coming days. With just 3 weeks left, the countdown to Creator Clash 2 has begun. And adding, Creator Clash's goal is to make it an inclusive and fun event for creators and fans while giving back to charity. That has always been our mission, and Froggy Fresh's recent behavior does not align with that mission. We look forward to sharing this positive experience on April 15th. So what happened, and why did that announcement get ratioed to hell? And while looking into this, it appears that it could be several things, but it appears to be this main one. And that's on or around March 24th, Froggy Fresh puts out a video where he's kind of just talking shit to Chris Ray-Gun. Seems like a kind of standard, let's talk shit to each other, get people hyped up to see us fight sort of thing. But then randomly at the end of that video, someone else catches a stray.
April 15th. If I don't hurt you beyond what anybody could have imagined, I will be so disappointed in myself that I will subscribe to Anissa's OnlyFans.
So Anissa and iDubbbz, they're married, they're the ones putting on Creator Clash, and Anissa has also received a lot of slut-shaming due to her having an OnlyFans. So then we see an account that appears to be Anissa's mom stepping in, and they get into a fight. At one point saying he wouldn't have the fight if not for her, as well as another tweet where she says she hopes the imp is replaced. With Froggy Fresh quote tweeting those tweets saying, Maureen, iDubbbz hit me up to beat up your daughter's boyfriend, as well as better an imp than a pimp, shout out your boy iDubbbz. Anissa, come get your mom. You also have Froggy uploading videos at this time, but the next thing we see is that he gets dropped. And the massive and big reaction on Twitter is that people were not happy that he was removed from the card. With one of the most liked reactions coming from Moist Critical, who tweeted, I'm really disappointed by this. Kicking him for Twitter controversy after months of training is brutal. I don't think any jokes he made were intended to be mean-spirited or shit on anyone. Hopefully they reconsider this decision. But as of right now, that hasn't happened. That's where things are there. But we did see Mams Taylor, the co-founder of Misfits Boxing, which actually signed a 5-year deal with DAZN, seeing an opportunity and tweeting, hey Froggy Fresh, we welcome you here at Misfits Boxing. DMs, don't worry, my mother-in-law won't be bothering you. You know, with all this, depending on where you go on the internet, massively different reactions. Or you go one place, you see people having the opinion of Moist Critical saying, these are just jokes. The hope is that you get attention for the event in any way, so don't take things serious. But then you go somewhere else and you go, no, it makes sense for him to be removed. This is just slut shaming and misogyny. You're taking jabs at the creators of the event with something that they've been harassed with for a while now, so why would they want to platform you? Which is why, of course, while I love to know your thoughts on anything that I talk about in these very big shows, I'd really love to know your thoughts on this specific story. What camp are you landing in? What's your thinking here and why? Also, while we're talking about entertainment news, yes, I will address the dumbest fucking story I've seen over the weekend, and that is that Kanye West says he is now pro-Jewish people, to which most people would go, okay, well, what did it? Why the change? I mean, for months, he was going on these awful and scary anti-Semitic rants. And as it turns out, what moved the Hitler lover was Jonah Hill and the movie 21 Jump Street. With him writing on Instagram over the weekend, watching Jonah Hill in 21 Jump Street made me like Jewish people again. No.
Oh my god. Okay, so it's all coming together now. Yeah, that's incredibly misogynistic, what he said. Fuck that. I'm glad they dropped Froggy. Whatever the fuck.
One should take anger against one or two individuals and transform that into hatred towards millions of innocent people. No Christian can be labeled anti-Semite knowing Jesus is Jew. Thank you, Jonah Hill, I love you. To which the director of the movie responded, thanks for watching. The majority of other sane people going, okay, I don't know what the Nazis talking about now. Because let's be clear, this story is so absurd that I understand why it's being used as entertainment, but do not let this distract you from the absolutely violent, disgusting, abhorrent shit that was coming out of his mouth. I understand that he's such a talented artist that there's this desire to try and clean up shit. So
yeah, I don't buy it either. It felt like it was kind of sarcastic, like tongue-in-cheek.
We can all enjoy it. When people loudly and proudly show you what's in their heart and then just happen to have a change of heart when they lose so much, don't get distracted, whether it be here or the thing, what was 1 or 2 months ago, where his daughter, who he had in the past said, I don't want her on TikTok doing a bunch of stuff. She does a TikTok with, and then later impersonating Ice Spice. People going around saying, hey, Kanye was right. See, this is what he was talking about. Okay, cool, great. That is a separate point. The Nazi made a good point about the non-Nazi things. Still a Nazi. Kanye is the kind of dude that if he got a time machine, he wouldn't go back to kill Hitler. He would go back to kill Hugo Boss so he could design the Nazi uniform.
I'm sorry. My earbuds aren't working. God damn it. Why does this happen? Tell me why. They just decide to disconnect randomly. There it is.
And then Jonathan talking about, okay, cool, great. That is a separate point. The Nazi made a good point about the non-Nazi things. Still a Nazi. Like, Kanye is the kind of dude that if he got a time machine, he wouldn't go back to kill Hitler. He would go back to kill Hugo Boss so he could design the Nazi uniforms. And then
Oh my god. Oh my god.
And Jonathan Majors has been a massive rising star as of late. I mean, right now he has big movies in theaters like Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania, and Creed 3. But the big news from over the weekend is that Jonathan Majors got arrested for assault. The alleged incident taking place on Saturday in the Chelsea neighborhood of New York City. The NYPD saying they received a call from a woman who said she had been assaulted, claiming she was struck by an open hand, causing a laceration behind her ear, and that she was bruised after Majors allegedly put his hand on her neck. With her being taken to the hospital for minor injuries, and she is in stable condition. According to Variety, with strangulation, assault, and harassment listed as potential charges before Majors was officially charged with counts of assault and harassment. But Majors' lawyer has denied the allegation, saying in a statement, Jonathan Majors is completely innocent and is provably the victim of an altercation with a woman he knows, further claiming that this incident was the result of the woman having an emotional crisis for which she was hospitalized. And as far as why, if that's the case, was Majors arrested, they said that the NYPD is required to make an arrest in these situations, and they expect the charges to be dropped soon. With that lawyer also claiming that she received written statements from the victim recanting her claim. But at the same time, you have people pointing to the Daily Beast, where they said the Manhattan District Attorney's Office did not say whether or not they had received such statements. Now, as far as some of the immediate fallout we've seen, after the news of the charges broke, the U.S. Army paused its ad campaign featuring Majors, saying it was deeply concerned by the allegations and noting, while Mr. Majors is innocent until proven guilty, prudence dictates that we pull our ads until the investigation into these allegations is complete. But ultimately, as of recording, that is where we are. There's a lot of conversation of what's going to happen next. But right now, it seems...
Yeah, I'm hesitant too. For the same reason. Yeah, absolutely.
Like the biggest thing is to see whether the lawyer here is talking out of their ass or they're actually being accurate. Has the alleged victim actually recanted? What other details can we learn? And obviously with this story, I'm gonna keep my eyes on it, and when we get an update, I'll keep you in the loop. And then there's a very concerning story about children coming out of the UK right now, with a new report by the Children's Commissioner finding that police in England and Wales have consistently abused their power to strip search minors. With nearly 3,000 recorded strip searches of children taking place between 2018 and 2022, the youngest kid being just 8 years old. And police reportedly didn't follow the rules in over half of the cases, which could mean a number of things. Things like, for example, an appropriate adult not being confirmed present during half of all searches, or the location of the search not being recorded 45%.
More than half. Over half. What the fuck? What the fuck are y'all doing over there?
Of the time, with it sometimes done in school, in a police cruiser, or even in public. And these searches can be humiliating, if not traumatizing for these kids, with one of them describing his experience, saying they're like, right, get your clothes off, we're gonna...
I was joking, yeah, no, apparently they're really doing it though. Apparently they're really doing it. It's Turf Island and Pedo Island. I didn't expect this intersection, but, you know, I guess that's England for you.
I see your bollocks now. It almost felt a bit of a joke to them. And while almost all the victims we're talking about are boys, the incident that kicked off the scrutiny on this issue was a 15-year-old black schoolgirl known as Child Q. Right, a year ago, we found out that back in 2020, she was pulled from class by 2 female officers who suspected her of having marijuana. They then strip searched her with no other adult present, her intimate body parts reportedly being exposed, and because she was on her period, they made her remove her sanitary towel. Right, so they do all that.
For what? For what? You think that the vape was between her pad and her vagina? Seriously? I mean, one second of critical thought. Just let them have it, honestly.
That they find no drugs, and then you have hundreds of people protesting in anger and grief. You had racism being alleged there, and now with the commissioner's report, we know that that's definitely plausible. With it finding that 38% of children who were strip searched were black, despite them making up just 5.9% of the population, meaning that they're 11 times more likely to be strip searched than their white peers. And a report last week suggesting this may be due to something called adultification, where black children are treated as adults and therefore as a threat, which is why it shouldn't be surprising that a recent poll found that black children's trust in the police stood at just 36%, which is half of that of white children. And then $40 million lost, a bankruptcy, and a kidnapping. That is not the plot to my new movie, Bitcoin Boogaloo, Banana Boats Over Baghdad, but rather, that's just...
The fuck is that title?
That is not the plot to my new movie, Bitcoin...
Bitcoin Boogaloo, Banana Boats Over Baghdad. It's kind of a banger.
boogaloo, banana boats over Baghdad, but rather, that's just the latest with Canada's self-proclaimed crypto king, 24-year-old Aidan Platersky. So Aidan is in the middle of bankruptcy proceedings, and a recent trustee report gave us some wild details. So Aidan and his company reportedly took over $40 million from investors, and he told them that he was investing it in cryptocurrency and a foreign exchange. But the report, it says that he only truly invested less than 2% of that money. We're talking about less than $700,000. With him instead reportedly
Spaghetti-O, another Finn bro going down in flames.
Spending somewhere around $16 million of the investors' money on himself. You know, he lived the high life, renting private jets, going on vacation, buying luxury cars.
I love this picture of him, and he's just got 2 bags of Doritos.
Are staying in fancy houses. But then crypto fell in the fall of 2021. Aidan said that he lost the investments but tried to get the money back. And saying in doing so, I guess you could say greed took over, and I was taking very aggressive positions, and I was trying to make returns that obviously weren't feasible or weren't necessarily possible at the time, and it just caused more losses. And then in August, Aidan and his investment company were declared bankrupt. Now, since then, investors have come forward looking to get back a total of $25 million, which is very notable because bank records show that Aidan took just over $41 million. So there are other people who invested in Aidan and his company that have not reported their losses in civil claims, which may or may not be connected to the new information that's come to light, where according to the trustee report, Aidan's father reported that Aidan was kidnapped last December, with him allegedly taken from the streets of Toronto and driven around southern Ontario for 3 days, during which he was reportedly beaten and tortured, and he allegedly called his landlord for the $3 million ransom the kidnappers were demanding. But the landlord told him there was nothing he could do. So Aidan was reportedly released after 3 days, with his father
Yo, this was fake, right? I think I heard about this actually.
saying he was released with a threat that he needed to come up with some money fast, and if he had went to the police, there would be a lot more trouble. But with all this, we've seen a few schools of thought online about Aidan's situation and what actually happened. Right? Some saying he probably staged the kidnapping to try to fleece his landlord of a cool $3 million. But others saying, no, this is actually plausible. Maybe he was dealing with some dangerous people that are trying to get their money back outside of the legal system. But with all that, I think the main lessons here, 1, just don't trust people named Aidan, or at the very least 2, don't trust 24-year-olds who post shit like this with your money. The only thing I trust when I see that picture is that he probably knows how to source.
Do you think he filmed this before the shooting happened? Because I feel like that's kind of a... It's kind of a shitty joke to make if he was talking about the shooter. I feel like it might be a coincidence. He's probably talking about like Aidan Ross, but the shooter also went by Aidan Hale.
Hypno. And then in international news, I know for some of you, it feels like the world is just in complete chaos right now, but well, yeah, it is. You have a good sense of things. You fucking dummy. Did you come to the Philip DeFranco show for the bright side of news? No. You come to find out how the world's on fire. You go, oh, at least that's not happening to me. Or it is happening to you and you're like, yeah, our story's getting out. It feels so good to be seen while the smell of burning trash and baguettes are in the air. Yeah, no, the summary is shit's crazy right now. Or beyond Russia's war with Ukraine and all the craziness surrounding that, there's political turmoil and protests in France, Germany, India, and Israel, where France has faced weeks of protests over President Emmanuel Macron's plan to raise the retirement age, with police and protesters increasingly getting into violent confrontations. You've also got German transportation workers going on the country's largest strike in decades over pay disputes, bringing the country to a standstill for both domestic and international travelers. In India, you have supporters of former lawmaker Rahul Gandhi protesting his dismissal from parliament and pending prison sentence over defamatory comments that question the prime minister's relationship with a massive businessman. With members of his party even wearing black shirts to Congress today that said "Save Democracy." But the turmoil that has absolutely dominated headlines this weekend and today is Israel, with Jerusalem being completely swamped with protesters, and parts of the government are falling apart all because of this judicial reform bill. Or we've talked about it before, but in case you've missed those episodes because you're one of those I used to watch you motherfuckers, how dare you? I'm in my peak era right now, but I'll forgive you if you come back every day like a good boy or girl. But the main oversimplified point is that this bill would give way more power to the legislature to completely control and ignore Israel's judicial system, which, shocker, would greatly benefit Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his allies. And notably, the bill is extremely divisive, but not equally so, where those in the center and left almost universally oppose the bill, whereas with the right, it's kind of a mixed bag, with most supporting the bill, but a sizable number coming out against it. This including Defense Minister Yoav Gallant yesterday, or actually now former Defense Minister, because Bibi sacked him over his public opposition to the bill. And him getting kicked to the curb was actually a major catalyst for today's protest. So a key thing is that Gallant is not the only government figure to oppose the bill. There are even now calls from within Bibi's own party for Justice Minister Yariv Levin to resign for bringing Israel to the brink of war because of his constant efforts to push the bill. We're also seeing other parts of the government coming to a standstill after Israel's largest trade union and its allies called for a general strike, even leading to other government workers walking out of their jobs. And I mean, it's at a point where even Israel's embassies and consulates around the world are just closed, with some senior officials even resigning their posts. And importantly, it's not just government workers that we're talking about. The general strike means that most workers just aren't working right now. And even major corporations like McDonald's are coming out in support of the strike. So congratulations to whoever had the Israeli government versus the Golden Arches on their 2023 bingo card.
Seriously, what? Holy shit. Holy shit. I never thought I would live to see the day. McDonald's supporting union workers. Wow. Wow. It's really something.
Do you know how fucked up shit has to be for corporate greed to go, wait, hold on. This is a bit much.
What is this timeline? I don't know. I think it's just pure absurdism.
You have workers and companies agreeing that shutting down the economy is worth it. The turmoil has also caused a lot of confusion. Right throughout the day, it's been reported that Netanyahu was set to freeze a judicial overhaul to stop the constant protests and de facto mutiny by government workers. But now things are a little less clear after far-right National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir threatened to resign if the process was halted, and is also mobilizing protests in support of the bill for tonight. And he's pretty important because he controls a party that Netanyahu needs to keep his majority coalition. But then wait, things are moving so fast that may not even happen, because Netanyahu just announced that the bill is officially frozen for a few weeks until the legislature comes back from a recess. Right, this despite threats from people like Ben-Gvir changing his threat to only agree to this if his agency was given a militia, something that isn't happening. So this is being seen as a major win for protesters, because the reality is Bibi likely had enough votes to just force through the legislation. It is 100% only because of this constant protesting from everyday Israelis that this delay is even a possibility. But for now, we're gonna have to wait to see.
Dude, just give me my own private militia. What's the problem? Just give me my own private military. I don't know. Is it so much to ask for a private militia? Jesus Christ.
See what happens, because this is still a developing situation. So one, make sure you're subscribed so I can keep you in the loop on future episodes this week. That's the benefit of having a daily news show like mine, so you're not constantly doom scrolling on Twitter. Which, random side note, shout out to Elon Musk. Love what you did with the algorithm. Love opening the app and just seeing people get punched in the head for no reason from accounts I don't follow. But regarding Israel, we may get more definitive answers tonight. Netanyahu expected to give a speech about what's going to happen next. Also, regarding the briefly noted Elon Musk and Twitter, they were in the news for two reasons. The first being that on Friday, it was discovered that sections of the platform's source code was posted on GitHub, with evidence indicating that it was posted sometime early January, which I'm sure is just a coincidence that it happened around the time a bunch of employees were laid off. And while GitHub quickly took down the code after Twitter filed a DMCA takedown, they're still trying to use the threat of legal action to try and get the identity of the poster. Though, if you did manage to get the source code, it might not actually even be worth building a Twitter, with Elon Musk revealing to employees that the company is now worth $20 billion. Which, hey, for most companies would be a fantastic valuation, except for the fact that that is less than half of the amount that he paid for the company. But if you are one of Twitter's remaining employees, do not worry, because Musk assured them this is going to be a $250 billion company one day. With that coming in spite of all available evidence. Also, on the note of money, we should talk about the banking situation right now, with the feds likely breathing a sigh of relief after First Citizens Bank agreed to buy large chunks of Silicon Valley Bank, with the deal including the transfer of SVB's $56 billion in deposits alongside the purchase of about $72 billion in loans. And what's crazy is that First Citizens likely got a killer deal, because beyond getting cold hard cash, it also got those loans at a $16.5 billion discount. Plus, beyond getting paid for those transactions, the FDIC will also get some stock rights at First Citizens worth about $500 million, and the two will also share in any losses on the loans as part of the transfer. And that last part is reportedly a common thing in these scenarios, where there's still about $90 billion worth of other assets still under the FDIC's control, and the group expects that SVB's failure will cost the insurance fund about $20 billion. And currently, it doesn't seem like the sale had any wider implication on the stock market, although First Citizens stock did get a huge boost from it. Well, we should definitely keep our eyes down the road to see what else happens from here. What we're currently looking at is so much better than the feared banking collapse that we heard about over the last 2 weeks. And in a quick update, if you didn't watch yesterday's show, right, we talked about the United Auto Workers Union. And even with this update after today's show, one of the top links, go back and watch yesterday's show, because you'll understand how big of a deal this is. Because we ended up seeing the United Auto Workers electing Sean Fain as its new president. Yeah, after years and years of corruption scandals, the UAW has now ousted the faction that ruled it over 7 decades in favor of a progressive reformer for the first time in its history. And that means we should expect Fain and his supporters to take a much more aggressive posture during upcoming contract negotiations with GM, Ford, and Fiat Chrysler. Also, while we're talking,
if they belly up, they become a tax write-off? Oh my god, yeah. Nothing is real. It's all fake monopoly money. I hate it. I hate it.
Talking about updates, we should talk about Shell Oil, because maybe it's not such a good thing that oil companies are leaving Nigeria, which I know might sound weird to you if you remember our recent story about the decades-long devastation wrought in the Niger Delta by giants like Shell. But now you have a report out there finding that as it and other firms exit the country, the environmental disasters are actually getting worse. And that's because when these massive companies are divesting from their oil-producing assets, somebody has to be on the other end of that sale, and more often than not, it's a local producer, who, as it turns out, is even less careful and lacks the same reporting standards. And so now, in multiple cases, we've seen emissions from natural gas flaring, a byproduct of oil production, increase dramatically after Nigerian companies took over. And several sources have said that local producers have neglected to clean up oil spills for weeks or months, causing their already poor health to deteriorate. One man even saying, "We were excited to see our brothers in control. We thought they would understand our needs, but it has gone from bad to worse." So while you have Shell and other oil giants tout these divestments as proof that they're moving toward net zero emissions by investing in cleaner technologies, the truth is a bit more complicated. In political news, we've seen Donald Trump ramping up the violent rhetoric ahead of his possible indictment in the Stormy Daniels case. Late last week, the former president posted on Truth Social warning, or more accurately, outright threatening, the potential death and destruction that would come if he's charged. Also, in a now deleted post on the platform, he shared a picture of himself holding a baseball bat, seemingly ready to swing, right next to Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg, who's leading the investigation. I mean, his language has gotten so incendiary that even one of Trump's own lawyers said that his posts attacking Bragg are ill-advised. But also, who's actually surprised? The guy who literally incited a violent insurrection of his supporters, who thinks that he did nothing wrong, not being careful with his words? And it appears we may already be seeing the impact of his escalating language. Reportedly, just one day after his death and destruction post, DA Bragg was reportedly sent a threatening letter that contained an unknown white powder. Well, luckily, law enforcement officials have since determined that the powder was non-hazardous. Still scary, especially because the letter read, "Alvin, I'm going to kill you." And what's more, the head of the Senate Intelligence Committee told reporters he had been briefed by the FBI, which had informed him that the level of rhetoric on some of these right-wing sites has increased, but also trying to appear strong, adding that the agency is fully prepared for any possible violence. But as far as what happens next, we have to wait and see what happens and if an indictment comes down, with it being reported that sources have said that the grand jury
So prepared for any violence, just like we were on the 6th. Oh, wait. Wait. We can't lose because we made the rules, so we always win. Yup. Yeah.
is expected to reconvene today, though it's unclear when they could vote on whether to indict Trump. Also, while we're talking about concerning social media use, let's talk about the kids. Because one of the questions being asked right now are laws that aim to restrict kids and teens from using social media actually effective? One of the reasons so many people are asking those questions is because we're seeing more restrictions being proposed and implemented. I mean, just last week, Utah's governor signed a pair of bills that's been described as some of the most aggressive laws passed by any state to curb the use of social media by young people. In fact, it is the first state in the country to impose these kinds of rules. The two laws requiring
I don't know how you would check. Like, how are you going to enforce this? Like, we've had, like, rules on social media about this my whole life. I remember being, like, I don't know, 11, like 10 or 11 or something, and making a MySpace. And just lying about my age. Like, it's not hard to just add a couple of years back. Like,
companies to verify that users in Utah are over the age of 18 and get parental consent before letting minors on their platforms. Beyond that, companies will also be required to give guardians access to their child's account and set a default curfew for kids to block them from going on social media from 10:30 p.m. to 6:30 a.m. So parents will have the ability to adjust those limits. There are also provisions that target direct messaging, search results, and data collection for minors, among other things. While these moves are definitely significant, there's been a lot of debate over whether this is right or not. There have also been a lot of questions about how these age restrictions can actually be enforced, because social media platforms already technically ban anyone under the age of 13 from using most of their services, but that's incredibly easy to get around. I mean, you even had Utah's governor admitting in an interview just yesterday that the laws weren't foolproof, saying among other things they could face enforcement issues and other legal challenges. But this is going to be a very important thing to watch, see how it plays out, because it's likely not just Utah, where we're seeing a growing number of state and local officials pursuing legislation or taking legal action on this front. For example, you had lawmakers in Texas and Arkansas reportedly considering laws that are similar to Utah's new policies. And at the same time, you have school districts in both Seattle and California's San Mateo County suing social media companies for providing harmful content to children. Also, on the note of harmful content and California, right now, California is wetter than your mom's ever been. But the state's so wet right now from the insane onslaught of rainstorms and atmospheric rivers that Governor Gavin Newsom is now rolling back drought restrictions. There's now all but around 30 degrees.
Hey, yo, what did you say about my mom? What the fuck?
State's 80 emergency drought orders Newsom imposed since last spring being lifted. Beyond that, water supplies that have been slashed for agencies serving 27 million Californians has now been significantly increased, with them now receiving 75% of requested supplies instead of just 35%. Newsom also reversing his request that residents of the state voluntarily reduce water use by 15%. So while the storms have certainly
Nah, yeah, the drought warnings are going to be back very soon.
caused damage throughout the state, it's also helped ease a lot of the most serious drought conditions. Because while the weather from these last few weeks and months has made me sad, poor Philly doesn't like clouds and rain, oh, poor him. Before that, when I was living my best life in the sun, the last 3 years have been the driest ever in recorded history for California. I mean, y'all, it is genuinely crazy. Less than a year ago, more than 90% of the state was in severe or extreme drought, with officials at that time saying that the state's biggest reservoirs were at half of their historical averages and that the snowpack, which provides essential water when it melts in the hotter seasons, was at 14% of average. But since then, Los Angeles has recorded over 2 feet of rain. That's nearly 200% of the normal amount since the season began in October, with similar levels of rain also falling in San Francisco, Sacramento, and other major cities. And so now you have almost 2/3 of the state no longer in drought. And on Friday, the statewide snowpack was 228% of normal for that date, while the snowpack in the Southern Sierra hit an all-time record of 286% of normal. But a key thing to take away from this, Newsom still stopped short of declaring that California's drought is entirely over, with him noting that conditions remain in some areas and cautioning the state to continue conservation efforts. But that's also not the only place we're getting conflicting water news. Right now, you got officials in Philadelphia rescinding the recommendation that residents of Bucks County drink bottled water after toxic chemicals spilled into a tributary of the Delaware River, which, key thing, is a drinking water source for nearly 14 million people in 4 states. Right, so what had happened was on Friday, a pipe ruptured at a chemical plant in the state, sending around 8,100 gallons of a water-soluble acrylic polymer solution into Otter Creek in Bucks County, which resulted in officials on Sunday saying, hey, out of an abundance of caution, drink bottled water, and saying they could not be 100% sure that there won't be traces of these chemicals in the tap water throughout the afternoon. But then, just a few hours later, they reversed that warning, saying that no contaminants had been found and that the water would be safe to drink at least through Monday evening, but still encouraging people to store up a few days of water just in case if the situation changes.
It's totally safe, except it's not. And then it's safe, but it's not. Bro, what? Fuck.
So yeah, not stressful at all for the people there who probably at this point don't fucking trust anybody. And then we had horrible breaking news this morning from Nashville, where a school shooting has left multiple people dead. Now, big thing to keep in mind, this is still a developing story. We're gonna be talking about more details later. Things could change from when I'm recording this to when you see it, but as of this morning, at least 6 people were killed. The Metro Nashville Police Department tweeting that the shooting took place at Covenant School and that the shooter was engaged by MNPD and is dead. Reports describing the school as a private Christian school for preschool through 6th grade, and that among the dead, you have 3 students and 3 adults, with officials saying that including the shooter, 7 people in total are dead, and police identifying the shooter as a 28-year-old female. Reports saying that she was allegedly armed with 2 assault-style rifles and a handgun. With the area's representative, Congressman Andy Ogles, who right now is trending on Twitter because this was his family's Christmas card, responding to this tragedy with a statement. My family and I are devastated by the tragedy that took place at the Covenant School in Nashville this morning. We are sending our thoughts and prayers to the families of those lost. As a father of 3, I am utterly heartbroken by the senseless act of violence. I am closely monitoring the situation and working with local officials. Thank you for the brave first responders who have provided support throughout this tragedy. But with that, like I said, this tragedy is a developing situation. As we learn more, as there are updates, I'll keep you in the loop later this week. And with that, that's the news of the day. Thank you as always for watching. My name's Philip DeFranco. You've just been filled in. I love yo faces, and I'll see you tomorrow.
This is Democracy Now! As we...
Ooh. Speaking of drought, we should probably do this since we were just talking about it.
Continue from one river, talking about the Nile, to the Colorado River. At the UN Water Development Conference, it was U.S. Secretary of the Interior, Deb Haaland, who delivered the U.S. statement at the UN Water Conference. She also spoke about indigenous governance of shared waters and the importance of indigenous-led conservation in addressing the climate and drought crises. This comes after the U.S. Supreme Court heard oral arguments last Monday on whether to allow the Navajo Nation to pursue a claim that the federal government has a duty to address the Native American tribes' water rights. Here's now the environmental news site Grist reported on last week's Supreme Court hearing, where the justices seem narrowly divided. Quote, if the Navajo win, they will have a narrow but workable path to secure a significant water settlement on the Colorado River, but if they lose, their litigation over the river will come to an end, forcing them to look elsewhere for a solution to decades of water access problems. For more, we're joined in Fort Defiance, Arizona, by Crystal Tully Cordova, principal hydrologist for the Navajo Nation Department of Water Resources Water Management Branch, covering 27,000 square miles of reservation land that straddles New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah, much of which borders the Colorado River. Welcome to Democracy Now! Talk about your experience growing up without running water as part of the Navajo Nation who lives in the Colorado River Basin, and the ongoing lack of access to water there now as the West battles a historic drought.
Thank you, Amy. The opportunity to
be able to be in the position that I am now in is to be able to secure a sustainable water future for Navajo residents within the Navajo Nation. And it's important to consider what the challenges are associated with, you know, the drought that we've been experiencing, the impact on water supply. Within the Navajo Nation, you know, we are securing our water future by securing our water rights and protecting our water rights, trying to resolve some of our water rights that we have that are unresolved, while at the same time, we also have projects that we are diversifying our water portfolio with projects like the Navajo Gallup water supply that will bring San Juan River water, a tributary to the Colorado River, to be able to service 43 Navajo communities. Currently, we have the Cutter Lateral, a portion of that big water project that is servicing 8 Navajo communities currently. And, you know, the listeners might be curious, why is there a need to be able to secure the water future? As described earlier by the people that were a part of the show, you know, groundwater challenges are definitely impact of our availability to access the water. And so in the Navajo Nation, we have water quality challenges such as brackish water. So if people don't know what brackish water is, it's salty water. In addition to that, we have legacy mining issues. And added on top of all of that are climate change impacts to waters. And so shallow aquifers that we call alluvial aquifers that are very dependent on precipitation recharge, but in a time of prolonged drought, definitely have their challenges with water availability.
Well, let me ask you, Crystal Telly-Cordova, about water rights, and if you can talk about what's at stake in this Supreme Court case.
So I am hopeful for the Supreme Court case. At this time, you know, we really don't have an understanding what the outcome might be, and we won't have an outcome of what that might be until June. But in the Navajo Nation, what we continue to do is to work on water projects, regional water supply systems that interconnect smaller public water systems to be able to secure our water future.
Can you talk about the water infrastructure and particularly the Biden administration and its stance on Navajo land?
Yeah, so there has been funding that has been available under the American Rescue Plan Act, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. The Navajo Nation, of its own funding of ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act funding that it received, invested $215 million for water and wastewater projects. And then even at a community level, the community representatives had another opportunity to be able to invest in water and wastewater infrastructure projects with the funding that they've received as well. With regards to the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, the Indian Health Service, which also helps by connecting homes to the public water system, received $3.5 billion under the what is all.
God damn, the river is so fucking low, dude. Wow. It's depressing as fuck. Arnar. Yeah, so like obviously like prehistoric times it was way up here and it cut its way down. But I think it recently was like I think the grayish whitish lines here. It was up there. It's hard to tell with this perspective, but it's gone down like several feet in just like the last 10 years.
System received $3.5 billion under the what is also known as the bipartisan infrastructure law. And we are hopeful that this funding, you know, that we're working every day to be able to close the clean water access gap within the Navajo Nation. And there are a large number of projects that need to be done, regional water systems that provide that water supply that allows the opportunity for connection of homes to clean, reliable drinking water. At the same time, it's also important to understand, what the UN had in its sustainable water report, sanitation, water in is water out. And it equally important is because both of those contribute to a successful water system. So we're working on both accesses for water, both sanitation and also access to clean water.
Crystal Tully-Cordova, I want to thank you so much for being with us, Principal Hydrologist for the Navajo Nation Department of Water Resources Water Management Branch.
Sag. Madge.
As we turn now to a somewhat overlooked but hugely
Smadge. Okay, this is going to be the last news piece, and then we can do fun.
Significant new report by the United Nations that warns a quarter of humanity lacks access to safe drinking water. Nearly half the global population has no access to basic sanitation. Unless action is taken, 60% of the world's population could face water supply issues by 2050. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres addressed the findings at the UN Water Conference here in New York last week, the first such event in nearly half a century.
Water is a human right and a common development denominator to shape a better future. But water is in deep trouble. We are draining humanity's lifeblood through vampiric overconsumption and unsustainable use, and evaporating it through global eating.
The Secretary General follows other UN Secretaries General who warned of the link between water and the potential for war, including Boutros Boutros-Ghali in 1985, who said, quote, "The next war in the Middle East will be fought over water, not politics." And Ban Ki-moon, who warned in 2007, quote, "Water scarcity threatens economic and social gains and is a potent fuel for wars and conflict." For more, we're joined by two guests who work in areas facing some of the worst water scarcity. In Phoenix, Arizona, Mohammed Mahmoud is with us, director of the Climate and Water Program at the Middle East Institute. And in the capital of Nigeria, in Abuja, Boluwaji Onabolu is with us, president of the Network of Nigerian Female Professionals in Nigeria and the diaspora, which focuses on water, sanitation, hygiene, and public health. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Let's begin with Boluwaji. If you can talk about what's happening across the continent of Africa. The numbers are absolutely terrifying of who has access to water, to clean drinking water, not to mention sanitation.
Thank you very much, Amy, for having me on. Before I speak about Africa, the World Water Report that you referred to has actually brought to the attention of the world something that is a bit different from what we in the sector have been looking at. Usually, reports would say this proportion of people globally will not have access to basic water and sanitation, for example. But in this report says that if urgent action is not taken, the number of people that will not have access to basic drinking water will double from 2016, which was about 930 million people, to 2.4 billion people. Currently, as you mentioned, we're already at 2 billion people.
Oh, fuck. Jesus Christ. We're so fucked. We're so fucked, dude. We really need to figure out desalination or something.
Now, a linked report, the World Water Assessment Report, did an assessment in in Africa for the very first time. And I'd like to just quote some of the figures or the findings. In Africa, not a single country, not to talk of the any sub-region, scored above 90 out of the 100 possible points. The 5 top countries had just about an average of 60 to 70 In the past 5 years, 25 out of 54 countries in Africa made no progress at all. Access to basic drinking water ranged from 37% in the Central African region to about
Tucking in my eyeballs, that's the cutest phrase I have ever heard. That's adorable. Have a good night. Sleep well.
99% in Egypt. Coming to my country, Nigeria, which is very pivotal because Nigeria, with its population of about 200 million people, has more people than the whole of West Africa combined. And in terms of regression, access to basic water reduced from 67% from 70% in 2018 to 67% in 2021. What are the implications? The World Water Report reminds us, and like you said, the current UN Secretary General and the past ones have said that access to water security is pivotal to achieving every other human right, every sustainable goal. So for us in Africa, it's a major issue. The impact on health, impact on education, impact on economy, impact on security. So this World Water Report.
Yeah. Water is life, dude. That's they don't say that just like in a poetic way. Water is literally life.
Calls for synergizing, speeding up, scaling up, and sustaining. I'll leave it at that for now.
Mohammed Mahmoud, you are Director of Climate and Water Program at the Middle East Institute. We're speaking to you in Phoenix. Can you talk about what particularly is happening in the Middle East right now around water? We always hear about oil and gas and wars for oil. What about wars for water?
Well, good morning, Amy, and thanks again for having me on the show. I think just to link with the report and what was just mentioned, one of the main takeaways is that we're certainly not on track for the 6th Sustainable Development Goal as it relates to clean, safe water and sanitation to meet the mark that was intended by 2030. And I think that's just one piece of the puzzle when we look at those issues related to water quality. Similarly, in the Middle East, North Africa, and certainly other parts of the world share this issue. When it comes to water security, I think there's multiple dimensions that are being impacted. One on the water supply side, and that is overlaid with the impacts of climate change. Certainly climate change amplification has caused droughts, certainly in the region, to become more sustained and severe. The region itself is already naturally prone to being dry and arid, but with the overlay of climate change, freshwater sources have been stressed. I mean, to put into perspective, 12 of the 15 most water-stressed countries in the world reside in the Middle East and North Africa region. So what does that look like? Groundwater supplies have been the predominant source of supply for the region for as long as folks have been utilizing water. Those have been over-depleted. The few surface water systems and rivers, certainly the two biggest, the Nile River Basin and the Tigris-Euphrates system, because of the impacts of climate change, these systems that rely on high elevation water being generated from snowpack or precipitation are experiencing less generation of water from these higher elevations. That causes an issue. Certainly when we think about transboundary nations, certainly in the Nile, Ethiopia being upstream in the Blue Nile, Egypt, Sudan downstream, causing tensions because of the reduction of the water supply. Similarly in the Tigris-Euphrates between Turkey downstream to Syria and Iraq. That's just the water supply angle. When we look at water demand, with less water available, there's a lot more competition from the different sectors of water use. The biggest actually is agriculture, which was mentioned in the report itself. About 60 to 70% of water use globally on average, and certainly from country to country, goes towards agricultural water use to support food production and food security. An order of magnitude less than that is water needed for human consumption, so residential or urban water demand. And then the other category is industrial water use to support manufacturing, energy production, power plants need water for cooling, and so forth. So with less water, these sectors are in essence becoming in competition with each other. The other piece that's also of concern is water conveyance issues. What I mean by that is how do we move water from the source to where it's being used, whether through open channel canals, conveyance pipelines. Certain parts of the Middle East have water conveyance infrastructure that is so old or has been neglected in terms of repair and maintenance. Certainly when we look at places like Lebanon and Jordan, some parts of their water infrastructure is losing up to 40 to 50% of the water being transmitted from source, at least to residents.
And then when you're transporting water in canals, you lose a lot to evaporation. So that's like another consideration as well.
Residential demand. That's a lot of water wasted that could be saved to help mitigate some of these issues of not enough water and too much demand. And then of course the last piece, which we just really talked about, is water quality. When we think of where water tends to be transmitted or conveyed the most, these tend to be towards urban centers where more populations reside in the region. The drawback of that is those communities that live in rural areas outside of these more dense networks where water is being conveyed from source to utilization, those areas tend to be neglected. And in some cases, the concern, and we've seen this in Syria certainly over the last few years because of conflict and other issues happening there, that these rural communities that are outside these urban centers, because of economic conditions, rising costs, not being within the networks of water transmission, tend to take water directly from these surface water systems like the Tigris-Euphrates directly. And of course, without proper treatment and adequate water treatment, many of these people can fall ill and could cause an outbreak of water-borne illnesses. So certainly the report highlights, I think, the water quality component in terms of sanitation, clean water, does mention the issue of agricultural water use.
Waterborne illness is no fucking joke, dude. I contracted a parasite when I was traveling, and that shit was so awful. Just months of agony. Pure agony.
Being so high, but I think there's also these other issues that compound the water security question, certainly in the Middle East, but you can certainly draw parallels to other parts of the world as well.
And as we begin to wrap up, Oluwaji Onabolu, you have talked about water rights as human rights, and you say that people should be held, who are in power, should be held accountable for war crimes. Explain.
Okay, well, I used the word water crimes. I said if there is a term called war crimes, why don't we have water crimes?
True.
Because
real and true, literally. Like, you can't just bogart the thing that we all need to live. Like, holy shit. The fact that there is stock market bets on the future of water is abhorrent and should be illegal. Like, deadass.
As we normally say, water is life. However, for 353 million people in Africa, those 353 million people that lack access to opportunities that health, income generation, education opens for them, because the political leadership has failed to provide opportunities for them to access this basic resource, I believe that the sector and the world really should be talking about water crimes in terms of political accountability, because without accountability, we will not be able to ensure that the resources are going to where they are supposed to go to and to whom they are supposed to reach.
Bolawaji Onabolu, we want to thank you for being with us, president of an NGO in Nigeria focused on water, sanitation, hygiene, and public health. Nigeria, the most populous nation in Africa. And Mohammed Mahmoud, director of Climate and Water Program at the Middle East Institute, speaking to us from Arizona.
Well, I do like the phrase water crimes. I do like that. Ooh, I wanted to get to the Jesse Gender one. We'll have to do that tomorrow. I'm getting tired.
Father of lies, come in disguise. Your cum won't last. There's a snake in my ass. The cum father's secret stash. Come stomp me flat. I'm going to fuck your dad. Coming high into the morning sky. Vape cum from my bum till I die. Watching Arthur with a cock in my ass. Riding hard, eating ass masterclass. Sacred cum blade, the fuckling crusade. Fatal cum theft, give me cum or give me death. Elon's Musk, Jesus Christ. Stealing donations from the cum czar's trust. A cum smoothie, gulp smoothly. Consume the cum chalice, fuck everyone named Alex. David Hayter, cum crusader. The holy cum wars, razor blade masturbator. Margaret Thatcher, the cum snatcher. Father drowned, going down on the cum clown. Prolapse pounding, toothpick sounding. Cum baking, my nipple pussy is aching. Cum fooler, semen drooler. Forbidden cum spice, your shitbox looks nice. Life is a cage, and death is the key. All your cum are belong to me. Normalize crying over spilt cum. Making cum angels with my son. I fucked a fairy in half. How many holes does a human have? My butt and cunny are in agony. Castration in the sky, your penis will fly. Scrotal chambers, semen sailors. Mommy's cum tax, grind my balls on an axe. Cum scented candle, cum broiled eggs. Cum Christ consciousness, third eye, cum spy. Cum squote sailboat, semen speed racer. Off-road, cum chode, my uterus came out. Cum treasurer, dick measurer. Irresponsible manager of cum. A cum slave, back from the grave. The price for breaking a cum oath. James Hector, cum collector. I tripped in the cum keeper's crypt. Cum feeder, moist meter. Sans undertale, the cum reaper. Fucking a skeleton, right in the pussy. The dark souls of cum. Cum framed and cum blamed. Cum drowned. Awareness Day. Brewing cum fuel after school. Your nipples are crunchy. The tragic cum sponge. Your cum is fading. Sweep up the cum flakes, Joan.
Sweep up the cum flakes, Joan. SMH Joan. What are you doing?
Now if you want higher wages, I tell you what to do. You gotta talk to the workers in the shop with you. You gotta build you a union and make it strong. Yeah, if we all stick together, it won't be long. We'll get shorter hours, better working conditions, vacations with pay. Yeah, we can go to the seashore. It ain't quite this simple. I better explain just why you got to ride on the union train. Cause if you wait for the boss to raise your pay, yeah, we'll all be waiting till the judgment day. Yeah, we'll all be buried and gone to the heavens. And old St. Peter, he'll be the straw boss then. Now you know you're underpaid. The boss says no way. They speed up the work till you're about to faint. You'll be down and out, but you ain't beaten. You can pass out a leaflet and call a meeting. You can talk it over and speak your mind and decide to do something about it. Yeah, you got a union now and you're sitting pretty. Put some of the kids on the steering committee. The boss won't listen when one guy squawks, but yeah, they gotta listen when the union talks. Oh, they're gonna be so lonely when the union decides to walk on them. Suppose they're working you so hard, it's just outrageous. And now they're paying you starvation wages. You step up to the boss would yell, before I raise your pay, I'll see you all in hell. Now they're puffing a cigar and feeling mighty slick. Cause now they think they got your union licked. Well, they look out the window, what do they see? But 1,000 pickets held by you and me. Oh, now, baby, is the hardest time. The boss will try to bust your picket line. They'll call the police. They'll call the National Guard. And they tell you it's a crime to have a union card. Amazon labor union, here's what they found. Starbucks workers united, here's what they found. Amazon labor union, here's what they found. Starbucks workers united, here's what they found. You'll win, take it easy. You'll win, take it easy. You'll win, take it easy. You'll win.
Bop. So good. Yes.
Just ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. My children aren't going hungry. I'll do it. I'll drink your blood. And I'm starting to think about having to eat my neighbors. You think I like sizing up? I'm gonna haul him up back chain. Chop his ass up, size it up. I'm gonna haul him up back chain. Chop, 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 chop. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. And that's why I want the globalists to know. I will eat your ass first. I swear to God, if it's the last thing I do, I'm gonna get my hands around your throat.
White House physicians monitor everything about a president, including his cognitive ability. Most presidents don't talk about that, of course, but this president was happy to, in great detail, when asked by our Dr. Siegel.
I asked the doctor, I said, is there some kind of a
Dude.
cognitive test?
He literally cited this in his last rally. He brought it up again. He still remembers, dude. He still remembers.
That I could take? Like you'll go person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, person, woman, man, camera, TV. And they said, wow, that's amazing. The first questions are very easy. The last questions are much more difficult, like a memory question. Okay, now he's asking you other questions, other questions. And then 10 minutes, 15, 20 minutes later, say, remember the first question? Not the first, but the 10th question? Give us that again. Can you do it? And you go, person, woman, man, camera, TV. Wow, that's amazing. Person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, person, woman, man, camera, TV. And they said, wow, that's amazing. They said nobody gets it in order. It's actually not that easy. Person, woman, man, camera, TV. But for me, it was easy. That's not an easy question, and that's okay. If you repeat them out of order, it's okay. They ask it to you, they give you 5 names and you have to repeat them. But then when you go back about 20, 25 minutes later, and they say, go back to that question and repeat them. Can you do it? And you go, person, woman, man, camera, TV. Wow, that's amazing. Person, woman.
one of those studies to good use by figuring out how strong our cute IQ is. Our IQ.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah.
IQ.
It's time for Who's the Cutest Thing in the World? You are. Yes, you are. Yes, you are the cutest little thing in the whole wide world. Research. The science of cuteness. In simplest of terms, humans are biologically wired to perceive certain traits as cute. And the concept of baby schema. You heard of
baby
this?
schema.
Baby schema refers to a set of infantile traits that humans respond strongly to.
Yes, and when we see things with those infantile traits, we are wired to actually want to protect and care for the creature. You know, those traits signal to our brains that the creature possessing them can't really take care of itself. It needs to be protected. And that's why we have that strong reaction when we see these creatures. It might be like a human baby, or a dog with baby-like features, or even an adult with puppy-like features.
Oh, of course, these traits exist on a spectrum. Some babies can have more traditionally infantile traits than others, and depending on how strong these traits appear in these organisms, it can actually help predict how they will get treated by us humans. And since we're naturally wired to respond to those traits, the crew should, in theory, be able to predict what we think is the cutest stuff.
If we're
right?
normal.
But will we actually align with science? Stevie, what's about to happen to us?
In today's experiment, we're taking inspiration from a study done by the School of Psychology at the University of Lincoln in the UK. We'll show you a series of image sets. Each set will contain 2 versions of the same image. However, one of the images will have had a specific part of it slightly altered to make it more or less cute, according to science. Using your immediate gut reactions, I want each of you to tell me which you think is cuter in each set. After we've gone through all the images, we'll go back through and talk about your choices and whether or not they're in line with the science. And it's not really a game, but we still felt you both needed a prize at the end. So
thank you.
We're gonna show you the cutest possible Rhett and Link imaginable according to your own cute preferences that we're about to learn.
Oh.
So you understand the
yeah,
this part? Okay.
So
whatever's cutest, I'm holding up the number.
But I think we're going to be tempted to make observations in the moment, like to make observations vocally, and I think we should keep ourselves from doing that because we'll well, no, you'll be like, oh, its eyes are bigger. Like if you say that, then I'll know that, and I just want to be like. Just like a robot, that just determines what thing is cuter. Just
okay.
I might make those noises.
Well, like a human, like a
human robot.
But yeah. Okay. You have your paddles, 1 or 2. Your photos start now.
Okay. See, look, I'm not saying anything except the fact that I'm not saying anything.
Oh, this reminds me of the last one.
What's the difference?
Literally, what is the difference?
What's the difference?
Obviously cuter with the hat.
I can't tell the difference. What is the difference? Yeah, I know. I'm just... All right. I know it's not the game, but... Yeah, it's not obvious what's happening. Uh-oh, now we're into people. Hey. Okay. What's the difference? Ugh. I have to abstain from this one. Okay. This is the quietest episode we've ever done.
I know, it's making you crazy, driving you
I know,
nuts.
I can't stand it.
Can't stand it.
I don't know who's cute. What's the difference?
Okay, you have now assessed all available cute comparisons. Your IQs will now be tabulated.
All right, what do we do in the meantime?
I feel like there was a few places where I could tell that if the eyes were bigger, I could tell the eyes were bigger.
Yeah.
Sometimes I could tell there was a hat involved. I don't know if you noticed.
And then sometimes there was a slightly elongated or scrunched overall face. And
most of the time I couldn't tell the difference.
And it wasn't like, I don't know which one's cuter, which I think my theory is that I don't have a very good IQ.
Hey, quick reminder, we want to invite you to go over
Not very IQ. Sad.
to the Mythical Kitchen channel and watch the Last Meals series. They're all great, and the latest one's got Brittany Broski over there talking about life, death, and her favorite foods. It's a joy for everybody, even though it involves sometimes an existential crisis.
Sometimes you got to talk about those things.
Yeah, so check it out on the Mythical Kitchen channel.
Okay, so the first set of infantile traits we tested on you slyly was eye size. Bigger eyes are a more infantile trait. So according to science, you should have been more drawn to the pictures with bigger eyes. And now we had 3 sets of photos testing for eyes throughout.
Interesting.
And Rhett, you picked bigger eyes 3 out of 3 times. And Link, you picked bigger eyes 2 out of 3 times.
Oh, you don't like the big eyes that much, or not as much as me?
Well, I remember her, this redheaded gal. I don't know, something about her eyes squinting was just very cute to me.
Okay, so but both of you chose the majority bigger eyes. So technically, you're aligning with science thus far, I'd say.
We're still normal. Hey, nothing to be scared of. No reason to panic.
Okay, the next infantile trait we tested on you was about head size and shape. A larger, rounder head is a more infantile trait. Therefore, it should have been what you found cuter.
Yeah.
Rhett, over the sets of images with these traits we gave you, you picked the bigger, rounder head 2 out of 3 times.
You missed one.
Yeah.
And Link, you chose it 1 out of 3 times.
Oh, wow.
Oh, really?
Okay.
So
I
you
chose it
actually
with the
preferred
cat,
the
I know.
smaller head.
So I think that, first of all, okay, hold on. So go back to that first guy. You're saying that number 2 is the bigger head, right? Because it's like...
No, number 1's a bigger head.
Well, I said number 1 is
No,
cuter.
number 2 is the bigger head.
But bigger, his face is wider on the number 2.
But it made his eyes smaller.
It also made his jaw really square, which makes him less cute, right? For me.
Yep, me too. Yeah.
You know me, I don't have much of a chin.
And then the
so-
next one is cute no matter what you look
I mean, that's a cute baby both sides.
But the number 1's got a bigger head.
We've got cute babies on both sides.
Right? Or
Yeah,
bigger
number
eyes.
number 2 has a bigger head.
Okay.
So we're on the edge here with science.
We're
I
an
would
edge
say.
case.
It's an edge case.
Well, more so than me. I'm pretty consistent, man. I'm pretty consistent.
Well, the third
Cute is in
trait,
the eye of the beholder. I'm not going to
was-
protect these strangers.
nose size. So a smaller nose is a more infantile trait. You
Yeah.
should have found it cuter if the science holds up.
I like a big nose now.
Again, 3 sets of images. Rhett, you chose the smaller nose 1 out of 3 times.
Yeah, I like
You
it.
like a big nose?
I'll take a big nose any day.
And Link, you also chose 1 out of 3 times.
Oh, yeah, you did too, man.
So you both prefer
I couldn't
a bigger
tell.
nose.
Really? Because on this one, I
Oh,
picked
the no-
1 on that one.
They're so similar. It would have taken me so long to notice the nose. I don't have a strong preference. I don't know. They're both cute. They're both cute.
I picked the bigger nose.
Yeah, because the smaller nose is cuter.
Oh.
Yeah. You're supposed to think the smaller nose is cuter. But I don't know about that. First of all, I wasn't thinking about animals.
That smaller nose is not cuter. Like, that baby's having trouble breathing.
Yeah, it's too small. That
Too small,
nose is too
guys.
small.
It's just not cuter.
We
I don't
just
know.
knew there was something potentially wrong and concerning about this baby
Yeah.
situation.
Okay, so science is getting a little less accurate as we go on here.
That's the right way
That's
to
right.
say it.
Science is wrong.
Yeah, yeah.
We're right.
Increasingly wrong. As we get righter, science
Listen,
gets wrong.
that's how you be a real American.
Well, I told you at the end you get a prize anyway, so
Okay.
we'll go with that.
Okay.
Next, it's all about mouth size. A smaller mouth is a more infantile trait. So smaller mouths should be cuter. Again,
I like a big old mouth.
you both only chose the smaller mouth 1 out of 3 times.
I like a big mouth too.
Because it needs to be fair.
I have a small mouth.
It
but I
has to
like a
be
big mouth.
fair. That little baby mouth. Oh, that cat has a smaller mouth? And that dude... What about thumb size, though? That's really what I care about. A small thumb is so cute on a big old man.
Well, lastly, the most important trait that we tested was one of our own. Can you guess what it was?
One of our own traits?
Yeah, one of our own made-up traits.
Oh, the hat.
Yes! The tiny top hat, which was a little joke, but somehow, Link, you chose it 2 out of 3 times. And not 3 out of 3 times.
Honestly, it was very cute, and then it just dropped off. Like, I got tired of those hats.
So hold on. So which hat? You didn't like the hat on the baby?
I didn't like the hat on the third one.
That was the baby, I believe.
Yeah, I know it was the puppy. And
no, that's the first one.
Oh, and then no, I liked it on the snake. It was the baby. That baby was cute without a hat. You don't need to try.
The baby
that
doesn't
hard.
need a hat.
The baby, yeah. So I was like, nope.
Okay,
And
so
you made that up. There's no science involved in putting a top hat on it.
yeah, we didn't include that in the finale, but your picks, Rhett, aligned with science 3 out of 5 times. So technically a majority. And Link, yours 2 out of 5 times.
Okay, so you're just a little less normal.
I don't know what cute is.
It's fine. It's fine.
Does that mean I'm not a good protector?
Well, let's see how it
Yes.
applies on, I teased the prize. We were live, and by we, I don't mean me, I mean Twinkie Fingies and Chappie were live photoshopping what you each would look like based on your own personal cute preferences, your own iCutes. Let's take a look.
Oh, wow.
Oh, look at Rhett. He's got the big old eyes.
That's a cute boy.
And he's got the big hat on
That's
his head.
a cute boy. I want to protect him.
It's terrifying.
At all costs. Oh, there's
God,
there's
please,
me.
no.
I got a hat too,
Dude,
boy.
You look like you don't
Please, no.
have a soul, man. You look like you. Oh,
I look like there's these stuffed animals with really big eyes you can buy at the airport. That's what I am, sitting on a rack, and everybody's just trying to get to their next destination.
Yeah, like, man, like
forgetting about
if you make eye contact with that guy for too long.
Have you seen those like vintage sad clown paintings?
Yes.
That's kind of what. That's kind of what.
That's
you
my
look like.
favorite style of art.
Yeah, can you go a step further and vintage clown me?
All right, guys, give us a second.
What did we learn? Don't count on me to protect you.
Yeah, I will protect you. And I will protect little big-eyed Rhett.
Thanks for subscribing and clicking that bell.
You know what time it is.
Hi, I'm Mythical Beast Jack from Ogden, Utah, and I just graduated from obedience school. And it's time to spin the wheel of mythicality.
That dog learned how to talk at obedience school. Well, that's
Telepathically.
cool, man. That's cool.
He also winked. Did you see that?
It's very cute. Click the top link to watch us match the crew to what's inside their purses.
And to find out where the wheel of mythicality is going to land.
You're a Southern gal and you're drinking Pepsi?
You know what's worse too is I have a Coke tattoo.
What's wrong? You need
Don't
someone
tell
to...
nobody, okay? Keep that to yourself.
Hello, friends. It's certainly been a while. Last month was eventful, to say the least, because if you can't already tell, I have moved, and across the country, no less. So please bear with me while I get my
I couldn't actually tell. I couldn't tell at all.
bearings in my new space. I also had a number of simultaneous health crises last month that gave me lots of time to sit in bed thinking about my poor health and imagining myself as a weakened, feeble Victorian child with consumption, which of course got my mind back on one of my favorite topics ever, Victorian medicine, which many of you have already heard me chat about in my video on the subject from a couple of years ago. I briefly touched on the topic of the actual medicines themselves in that video, but I didn't get super in-depth, so I thought that this month would be a great time to do a two-parter really getting into it. Since I'm super busy with moving crap right now, part 1 will just be like a fun little ranking video, and part 2 for later this month will be really getting into the nitty-gritty, gross and gruesome, and deadly details. So without further ado, let's get into it. So I've created a tier list here with the S tier as surely would cure me, as in it's safe and probably still in business. Maybe it's got some weird ingredients in there, maybe they're making false claims, but it's not gonna kill you and it's like fine. A tier is alright but useless, as in doesn't do pretty much anything. Maybe it's got some weird ingredients, but they went out of business and probably for a good reason. B tier is bad and I am so afraid because pretty harmful, but it didn't kill anybody, or they're just completely ridiculous. C tier is for crappy cure-alls, as in they make some wild claims about curing pretty much everything and have dangerous ingredients. And then of course D is for death, because they killed people. So first on our list is Dr. Thomas's eclectric oil. No, you're not hearing that wrong. It's literally called eclectric oil. This thing started appearing in ads around 1858, promoting itself as having magical pain-killing and healing properties. And buckle up, because the ingredients in this oil are, well, they're gonna get increasingly more upsetting. It was made of oregano oil, sassafras, hemlock, checkerberry, turpentine, camphor, balsam fir, guaiac, catechu, alcohol, chloroform, and opium. Yeah, I guess you wouldn't feel pain if you're just fucking unconscious, which is frankly a running theme for a lot of patent medicines. So still unsure where electricity is involved here, but I think it was more of just a nifty marketing gimmick, much like the electric corsets of later decades. For the eclectric oil, I think, due to the chloroform and the opium, I'm going to put it under bad and I am so afraid. No idea why a cat was so part of their, advertising line, but the cat pretty much shows up everywhere. I really hope that as a result nobody gave it to their fucking cat, please. Okay, so the next one is probably one of my favorite names on this list. It's called Dr. Williams Pink Pills for Pale People. We gotta love alliteration. They were really into alliteration for a lot of these. The Dr. Williams Pink Pills for Pale People were promoted as an iron-rich tonic to help the blood and nerves cure anemia, malaria, open wounds, depression, lack of appetite, eczema, rickets, and low energy. Oh, and paralysis. It was first created in 1886 using a mixture of iron dioxide and Epsom salts, and was actually sold quite widely in China, since traditional Chinese medicine had already been using a pill-style medicine for years, so it was enmeshed easily and already formed beliefs over there. But though it claimed to be a cure-all and therefore was ineffective for most things, its iron content actually made it useful for treating anemia. So for this one, I mean, you gotta love the marketing gimmick and honestly the appeal of pink pills. Here's the thing, I would put it under crappy cure-alls just because it was literally marketed as a cure-all, which it cured basically one thing. So, you know, I'll put it under alright but useless because it was essentially not too dangerous, so we'll go alright but useless. So the next one on this list is ABC Liniment. This one was created in 1880 and sold until 1935. ABC Liniment was touted as a topical pain reliever. I can respect a patent medicine that isn't taken internally. The ABC comes from its main three ingredients: aconite, belladonna, and chloroform again, which are all highly toxic or otherwise dangerous, so it's no wonder
delicious
that a large number of people who bought this medicine ended up poisoned or dead. Don't confuse this medicine though with an existing product called ABC Liniment Arnica oil, which has no relation and is not made of poison. So for this one, tough choice, but I think I'm gonna go with death for, I think, obvious reasons. Okay, here's a fun one. I mean, I love one that has a consistent marketing theme. This is easy enough to infer from its name, but bile beans was used as a laxative starting around the 1880s. At first it was marketed as Charles Ford's bile beans for biliousness, again with the alliteration, because if there's one thing the Victorians loved, it's alliteration. Although this one seems fairly straightforward, it was actually yet another cure-all that claimed to help with fat loss and purifying the blood, and typical of these medicines, the company made false claims to make it sound more mystical and secretive than it actually was, claiming it had ingredients only known to the Australian Aboriginals, when in reality, it was just made of the extremely commonly used rhubarb, menthol, licorice, and cascara. Despite being convicted of fraud and false advertising because of this in 1905, it was sold well into the 80s, though the ingredients changed over time. And of course, most of the ads that you'll see regarding this medicine involve weight loss because, of course, it's a laxative, so that was really the only effective result that it could possibly claim. But, I don't stand by that. Laxative for weight loss is a very bad idea. Please don't do it. Stay far away. So I'm putting this one under crappy cure-alls because it is both a cure-all, or I should say cure nothing. I listened to a podcast that said that. What was it? Sawbones. What was it that they say on Sawbones? Cure-alls, cure nothing. There you go. Very true today too, so keep that in mind. So I'm gonna put this one under crappy cure-alls. Alright, so this next one is Godfrey's Cordial. Also known as Mother's Friend, this medicine was used to treat infant anxiety, colic, dehydration from explosive diarrhea, and much, much more. Basically, a lot of things regarding infant health issues. In addition to unassuming ingredients like ginger, treacle, and sassafras, it was also mostly, say it with me, opium, and a lot of it too, leading to a spike in child opium poisonings because it was mainly used to quiet upset children, and it was really easy for mothers and nurses to accidentally or not accidentally give them too much. But despite its danger, its use persisted for a long time. It was first formulated in the early 1700s and was widely used until the Dangerous Drugs Act of 1920 classified it as a poison and required heavy restriction, and so it fell out of use. Ah yes, the good old days when you could quiet a crying baby with heavily addictive and dangerous drugs. Something tells me that a lot of these old infant medicines may have had a little something to do with some very questionable adult behaviors from this time period. I'm going to put Godfrey's Cordial under death. Obviously. Oh boy, now we're getting into the section with the patent medicines that still exist today because they decided to rebrand themselves, which is honestly how most of these old products managed to survive. They just kind of rebranded or reformulated into something not deadly. So, Coca-Cola. I'm sure a lot of you already know this, but many of our modern day popular soft drinks were originally marketed for medical purposes, and the most famous of these is, of course, Coca-Cola. So Coca-Cola was originally invented in the 1880s by John Smith Pemberton in Atlanta, Georgia, and he later sold the rights to Coca-Cola to
They don't make it like they used to.
a businessman who made it blow up and therefore is now the most dominant popular soft drink in the world today. Hi guys, editing me here, and funny story with this section. When I tell you we're all just gonna have a nice, good laugh, I forgot about the cocaine in Coca-Cola. Is it obvious yet how tired and sick I was while making this video? A lot of the research I did for this, I did like while I was on the plane moving, and both before and after that, I had maybe collectively like 10 hours of sleep over the course of like a week. So of course, I forgot the most obvious one on this list was the fact that the original Coca-Cola had like fucking cocaine, because it didn't click in my head that cocaine. I'm so sorry. So when you see me put Coca-Cola in a place on the tier list it shouldn't be, let's just pretend it didn't happen. Let's just have a nice laugh and let's move on. We don't need to be going to the comments and lecturing me. I already know. Here's the thing though, the history of cocaine with regards to Coca-Cola is a highly controversial topic because the company has always tried to maintain that there was never any cocaine in there, but the fact is, like, we know it was. It probably wasn't ever that much. Like, there were claims that it had like 3.5 grams in the first bottle, but like it probably was never that much cocaine in Coca-Cola. But still, even a little bit of cocaine in a supposedly medicinal drink is probably like too much. So, but the thing is, what we know for certain was it was removed shortly after being widely sold. There was no cocaine in Coca-Cola, especially after the turn of the century. So, this is a toughie.
Sad.
Help. It should be noted, of course, that the origin of Coca-Cola with John Pemberton, he was a Confederate colonel during the Civil War, and he was also addicted to morphine, as many people were, and he wanted to find a solution to his morphine addiction, and so he developed Coca-Cola as an alternative to his original alcoholic version of the formula, as the temperance movement, which wanted to ban alcohol, was really picking up steam, and so a lot of the time, a lot of medicines had alcohol in them, so it was really popular to find one that didn't have alcohol in it, but still had some sort of effect. The coca part of the formula provided some caffeine. Now, here's another one that at first was
Hi, the typos, welcome in.
Widely marketed as a sort of cure-all, which honestly was pretty par for the course with a lot of these medicines. Of course, it promised to fix morphine addiction, but it also said that it could cure headaches, indigestion, nerve disorders, and impotence. Also, at the time, a lot of drugstores had soda.
At least, Coke isn't claiming that shit anymore. I'm pretty sure they just rely on people being addicted to sugar. Most.
Fountains attached to them or on the inside of them, because during the time, carbonated water was like a pretty popular new thing, and it was also considered very good for the health, so it just made sense for it to be part of drugstores, which is why a lot of these early soft drinks were medicines. Quote-unquote medicines. So as far as putting Coca-Cola on the ranking goes, I do like Coca-Cola, this is just me personally. The fact is, the original Coca-Cola never hurt anybody, at least as far as we can tell. And honestly, due to its caffeine content, I'm sure it did make a lot of people feel better, especially in a market that was overwhelmingly dominated by things that were filled with a combination of alcohol and extremely dangerous and highly addictive drugs. So...
sounds kind of fun, honestly.
You know what? I don't know if I want to put it under alright but useless or under surely would cure me, but I think I'll put it under S tier, just because thank God for a Victorian medicine that wouldn't kill you. And here we have another soft drink patent medicine, which originally was called Bib Label Lithiated Lemon Lime Soda, which now today is called 7-Up.
That's a baby. Why is it a baby drinking 7-Up? Oh my god.
I think most of us, I mean at least here in the US, probably have some sort of memory either in childhood or still today as adults of drinking 7-Up when you are sick with the stomach flu or whatever, because, well, even today it's considered some sort of home cure for nausea, or just anytime you have tummy hurts disease. However, originally its intended use was a little more specific.
It does help. I don't know what it is. It sort of settles my stomach.
It was really intended as a hangover cure, and this was due to its content of lithium citrate. Now, 7-Up isn't actually a Victorian patent medicine. It was originally created in the 1920s, but I just wanted to talk about it because it's part of this family of original soft drink medicines. Its content of lithium citrate, well, lithium citrate is used as a mood stabilizing drug, which means that 7-Up probably originally did have some sort of medicinal effect for various reasons. As far as hangovers go, it probably helped a little bit with like grouchiness or grogginess, but who's to say? It later changed its name to 7-Up Lithiated Lemon Soda, and then later, of course, shortened to the easier to remember 7-Up. So that's what it is today, and it's been reformulated many, many times over the years. It no longer contains lithium citrate, so obviously it doesn't need to be in the name. It contains absolutely no juice, that's for sure. It's sweetened with high fructose corn syrup, which, you know, it's hilarious. It's contrary to what we think it's gonna do. We think it's gonna help your stomach, but the reality is the high fructose corn syrup is probably going to make your stomach pain not that great. It's more of a placebo effect in general. So as far as ranking it goes, I'm personally not really a fan of 7-Up. I don't think it does anything for me, but I mean, I guess it could be good as a mixer. And I also think it's hilarious that a lot of these ad campaigns, as you can see here, involved babies. I don't know why babies should be involved in it. Please don't give 7-Up to your baby. I'm gonna put it under alright but useless. Next up, you
Dr.
already
Pepper.
know what I'm gonna say. 1 second.
Oh my god.
1 second. Listen.
I fucking love Dr. Pepper.
Live in the South long enough, you too will develop a Dr. Pepper addiction. Even before I had food in my apartment, I had Dr. Pepper, so there you go. Listen, you can take the lesbian out of Texas, but you can't take the Dr. Pepper out of the Texas lesbian. Alright, so Dr. Pepper was originally created in the 1880s by a pharmacist named Charles Alderton in Waco, Texas. And at first it was just kind of a Texas thing, and then it was later nationally marketed around 1904. Now, I love Dr. Pepper's original advertising motto. It says, "It aids in digestion and restores vim, vigor, and vitality." Yeah, see, again with the alliteration. I love it. Now, does it actually aid in digestion today? I don't know. I've got tummy hurts disease, even though I drink a lot of Dr. Pepper, so probably not. Now, you know what's funny here is I'm reading that a lot of people think that Dr. Pepper tastes similar to prune juice. I have never thought that. I always thought that it had like kind of an aftertaste of like cherry, kind of. So that this belief has led a lot of people to think that there's prune juice in it, but there never was, so. Now, there's not much to be said about Dr. Pepper's actual formula, whether it's its formula now, which is apparently kept in 2 halves in 2 separate Dallas banks, which is cracking me up. But just like Coca-Cola, its formula is very highly kept under wraps, you know? It's a big secret.
Secret.
Which I really think is just like, really, it feels stupid to me, like, whatever. But anyway, its only real original claim was that it wasn't aiding in digestion and again adds in vim, vigor, and vitality. So it really wasn't a cure-all, and it also wasn't trying to, you know, do anything drastic. It was more of just like a little home health aid, if you could call it that. So in general, I really don't think there was anything harmful about Dr. Pepper both then and now, as long as you don't drink too much of it, which I don't, so don't say anything. I drink it every once in a while, and it's usually these little tiny baby cans. Don't judge me. So of course, you know I have to put my bestie under surely would cure me, because even if it doesn't aid in digestion, it surely does help with my vim, vigor, and vitality. Cheers. We've got Hamlin's Wizard Oil. I mean, this is probably, aside from the pink pills for pale people, this is probably one
Wizard Oil, dude? I want some. Let's go.
one of my favorite names on this list, although there's a couple weird ones coming up. So this one is, I think, a pretty good example of a real cure-all, like one that really was gunning for the cure-all label. Its literal slogan was, "There is no sore it will not heal, no pain it will not subdue." Okay, yeah.
Wow.
Sure. Well, let's find out why. It was first produced in 1861 in Chicago by the former magician John Austin Hamlin. That's giving us a little clue as to why the name is what it is. A former magician. Okay. A lot of these ads will say that it cures rheumatism, so at least it had one thing that it was really focused on. But it was also advertised as a cure for pneumonia, cancer, diphtheria, an earache, toothaches, headaches, and hydrophobia, which I think is a smaller symptom of a bigger problem, like rabies perhaps. So it says here that it was formulated using 50 to 70% alcohol.
Nice.
And it also had camphor, ammonia, chloroform, sassafras, cloves, and turpentine. And you know, this is all well and good if it was just a topical treatment, still not great, but at least you're not swallowing it. But oh yeah, you could take it internally too. Awesome. So I think shocking nobody, a lot of the time this thing was advertised at traveling medicine shows, which we're going to talk about a lot in the next video. The performance troops advertising this medicine would dress in silk top hats, frock coats, pinstripe trousers, and patent leather shoes with spats, which obviously wasn't like a weird thing to wear back then, but I think it really gives you like an air of the drama they were going for, which is just so weird. Like today you can't really imagine a medicine being advertised like in magician form, can you? But now it slowly fell out of favor, and particularly in 1916 when the
honestly, yeah, I could imagine it. I could imagine it. It's like if David Blaine went on Dr. Oz.
son of one of the owners, advertised it as curing cancer, for which the 1906 Pure Food and Drug Act fined him $200, which was definitely a lot more money back then than it is today, but, you know. So, as far as this one goes, the claims are bad, the ingredients are worse, and I gotta say the showmanship is pretty great though. I love the name. So I'm gonna put it under crappy cure-alls. I would put it under bad and I'm so afraid just because I think the name is funny, but if they had kept it at topical, maybe. But they are saying you could swallow this. This would get people killed. So I'm gonna put it under crappy cure-alls. Now here's another funny name. Mrs. Moffat's shoe fly powders for drunkenness. This one's very confusing one because obviously to treat drunkenness, you'd
shoe fly powder. What does that mean?
Think that it would have some sort of soothing properties or something like that, but instead it goes for the detoxification route and very, very strongly induces vomiting. So it contained antimony potassium tartrate, which, I mean, it's gonna make you throw up a hell of a lot. So, I mean, if you're drunk, like, sure, it might help if you have drunken too much, but it's gonna make you really fucking sick. And in the 1940s, this one actually went to court. But the thing is, tartar emetic is extremely dangerous to the body. A panel of 5 doctors testified that tartar emetic taken through the mouth irritates the lining of the stomach and intestines, produces various injurious effects on various other organs of the body, that it is cumulative in its effect, that when taken in increased doses, it causes nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, and retching. And after the absorption affects of the liver and kidneys and increases the heart rate, that through the loss of the control of the muscles of the stomach, the vomitus may be swallowed, causing pneumonia.
Ooh.
Not only that, but there was a lot of mislabeling
Ew.
going on, which was not really uncommon for a lot of these medicines at the time, but it's good to see that at least one of them got cracked down on. So for this one, while it may not kill you, it is extremely dangerous, so I'm gonna put it under bad and I am so afraid. Okay. Here's a scary one, and I'm gonna warn you, in this section there might be some disturbing photographs, because this medicine involves radium. We are going to be talking about Radithor. Skip to this timestamp if you want to not see some pretty horrific photos. So this is another one that isn't particularly Victorian, as it was originally manufactured in 1918, and it stopped being produced in the 30s for, I think, obvious reasons, but I feel like it's important to include this one because it's a pretty good example of how horrific these patent medicines could be. It was invented in East Orange, New Jersey, of course, by Bailey Radium Laboratories. So obviously they've got skin in the radium game to try and promote its use for various health purposes. Contrary to what they would learn later, Radithor was advertised as a cure for the living dead and perpetual sunshine. It also claimed to cure impotence and a whole bunch of other crap, and it was very, very expensive for the time. Famously, a very well-known American wealthy socialite named Eben Byers died from using Radithor in 1932, which is about the time when it stopped being sold. That'll do it. If it kills poor people, who cares? But this time, because it was so expensive, it killed a rich person, and then, of course, it's a problem. Apparently, when he died, he was so radioactive he had to be buried in a lead coffin. And then in 1965, almost 30 years after—
Oh my god! What the fuck?
After he died, when he was exhumed for study, he was still crazy radioactive. So that gives you an idea just how horrible this medicine was. It was sold for way too long, I think. It's extremely sad, and this is why, medicine regulation is so important, and I want to advise you to not fall for, I see a lot on TikTok. There's these TikTok trends, people, making up these little weird cure-alls, or people saying hey, I have this problem, take this, I swear it's gonna work. It's something that hasn't been studied, hasn't been verified. It could be potentially extremely dangerous. Please don't get your medical advice from TikTok. Please, I'm begging you. Even if someone who seems like they're just like you says that it worked for them and that they're totally fine. It's so tempting to listen to people on TikTok who are saying the big wigs at Big Pharma don't want you to know this, and then they tell you something don't take real medicine. Just drink this random thing, blah, blah, blah. Make this concoction. And then real doctors have to come in and be like, that's not fucking true. It's actually extremely harmful. Don't do this. And then, of course, because of the way TikTok works and there's this mentality, like, you know, it's very tempting to want to believe that you're in on something other people aren't. They're like, oh, the doctors are in on it too. They're just trying to scam you. Like, no. I know the medical system has problems, and I know that it's very harmful to a lot of people, but please don't get your medical advice from randos on TikTok. They don't know what they're talking about. If I'm not able to influence you for any other reason, please at least listen to me for this. Please. Anyway, back to the tier list. I think I'm gonna have to put Radithor under death. Here's a less morbid one. Now, I think I brought these girls up in my video on the history of women with short hair, maybe? But anyway, back in the Victorian era, women having very, very long, luscious, intensely long hair was extremely desirable. And so, of course, women who were able to...
Holy! Oh my god. Her hair goes all the way to the ground. You see that shit? Damn, do you see that girl's hair? Goes all the way to the ground.
Grow their hair extremely long, were very highly regarded, and sometimes became extremely famous, and that was the case with the 7 Sutherland sisters, which of course, obviously, gave them an opportunity to sell their own product, advertising its ability to make your hair grow longer. So I wanted to include this one because it's kind of an early example of like influencer marketing.
That's so much hair, dude. It's so much work to come.
Or like celebrity product, if you know what I mean, like the original Goop, maybe. Now, the sisters were named Sarah, Victoria, Isabella, Grace, Naomi, Dora, and Mary. They were advertised as the 7 wonders of the world, 7 accomplished musicians, 7 refined and educated ladies, 7 ladies with 49 feet of hair, 7 feet of hair each. And of course, they were kind of like the original, Partridge Family or whatever, because they all also could play instruments and they would perform musical acts, obviously showing off their hair at the same time. And so they patented the lucky number 7 Sutherland Sisters hair grower, which cost about 60 cents for 4 ounces of this liquid, and also sometimes advertised as hair fertilizer, which is hilarious. I love that. The ingredients were borax, salt, quinine, bay rum, and cantharides, which was definitely an irritant, so honestly would not want that in any hair product that I buy. So yeah, and the hair growth tonic was extremely popular and sold very well, so, you know, good for them, girl bosses, but it probably gave a lot of people seborrheic dermatitis or something. Unfortunately, the 7 sisters didn't tolerate their immense fame very well and got increasingly strange as the years went on. It's very sad, and maybe at some point I'll make a whole video about them, but yeah. The thing is it gonna help you? No. Honestly, the ingredients are pretty bad. Not deadly, but pretty bad, so yeah. I'm gonna put it under bad, and I am so afraid. Frankly, I'm not entirely sure they actually even used it themselves. It probably was just like a weird marketing thing. They used their names. So who knows? Anyway, so the last one on our list is going back to soft drink town. We have Hires Root Beer, which actually is another one still sold today. It was created in Philadelphia by a
fucking love root beer, dude.
Pharmacist named Charles Elmer Hires, and its medicinal slogan was "Join health and cheer, drink Hires root beer," which, considering the fact that at the time root beer was made of sassafras, and sassafras contains carcinogens, which is why it was banned as an ingredient in the 1960s, I don't know how much health and cheer it would have given you. But other than sassafras, it also included carbonated water, sugar, caramel, and extracts of birch, licorice, vanilla, spikenard, sarsaparilla, hops, wintergreen, pipsissewa, ginger, and other flavors. So honestly, other than the fact that it had carcinogenic sassafras in it, not too bad. Of course, considering the fact that it's sold today, clearly it was reformulated. So today it's perfectly safe to drink, and if you like root beer, I'm sure it tastes great. So, and honestly, in the 60s, they changed their slogan to something that I absolutely love. It had like a jingle by the jazz singer named Blossom Dearie, who sang in like a Betty Boop voice, and she said, Hires root beer, hires rootin' tootin' root beer, hires rootin' tootin' rabble rousin' lion roarin' Roman candle lightin' root beer.
Oh my
I love
god.
that. I really do love that. Although I'm not a fan of root beer. Would it cure me? No. I guess it's
Probably
alright as long as you don't drink a lot of it. So I'm gonna put it under alright but useless. There we go. There's our tier list. We've got kind of almost an E shape here. Yeah, I didn't want to do too many because honestly I'm really busy. I'm still kind of trying to get everything set up, but thank you for coming on this journey with me through a few of my favorite and honestly most terrifying patent medicines. And join me next week for a more in-depth exploration of the world of Victorian patent medicines and just how grotesque and horrific and deadly it could possibly get, which was a lot, I'll tell you that. Can't wait to see you then. I'm still working on fixing up my place. I'm sorry you can hear the heater right now, and it's a little echoey in here, so thank you for putting up with my potentially bad audio. I'll probably get like some soundproofing in here, but yeah, I'm really excited to, you know, have some new adventures with you in my new space, in my new city. And yeah, so please stay healthy, don't take patent medicines. Even the ones today who don't sound like they are. And until next time, wash thy hands, wear thy mask, and don't take your medical advice from TikTok.
This is
Okie dokie. Yes. I think that'll do it. That'll do, pig.
These blessings all over the place. That we aren't better because we want to be. Because the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Alright, thanks for being here. I'll probably be back on Friday? Yeah, Friday. Friday. Take it easy. Take care of yourself. Have a good one.
They receive the benefits of our culture, even our political style, like democracy. You better be Democrat, or we'll shoot you. And having conferred these blessings all over the place, we wonder why everybody hates us. Because sometimes doing good to others, and even doing good to oneself, is amazingly destructive. Because it's full of conceit. How do you know what's good for other people? We can change society. We can get enormous enthusiasm going out of the idea that there is a revolution afoot, and that this revolution is going to set everything to right. Do you know a revolution that ever set anything to right? Whether the revolution came from the left wing or from the right wing. When we have a great system, great power to put it into effect, there is always more violence, more bloodshed, more trouble. Diabolical things are done in the name of righteousness. We don't change. We're doing the same thing today, but under different names. We can look back at those people and see how evil that was, but we can't see it in ourselves. So therefore, beware of virtue. We aren't better because we want to be. Because the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Because all the do-gooders in the world, whether they're doing good for others or doing it to themselves, are troublemakers. Lao Tzu, the Chinese philosopher, said, the highest virtue not virtue, and therefore really is virtue. But inferior virtue cannot let go of being virtue.